Sticking with the NFL, Netflix will be airing 2 games on Christmas. Fans hoping for better streaming quality than received for the Tyson fight with Paul. Tomorrow is Chiefs and Steelers and Ravens and Texans. Meanwhile, for college football, we just have the Hawaii Bowl tonight for South Florida and San Jose State. Playoffs resume on New Year's Eve, though the first round was met with mixed reviews. The first round on the expanded playoffs did do well in terms of ratings. Highest viewership coming in the Ohio State and Tennessee matchup. 14.3 million viewers tuned in to the Buckeyes' victory. Finally, last night, the Red Wings get shut out by the Blues 4-0 at home. Detroit now losers of 3 straight. The Pistons, however, winning their second in a row, 117-114 over the Lakers. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Dustin. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Kwanzaa. Happy holidays to all. Santa will be. Santa's already arrived in Sydney, Australia, I assume, right?
Oh, yeah. They have an app. I forget what the name of it is. I find it every year where you could track Santa and find out where he's at, what time he's going to be at your house, or at least in your area.
Absolutely. Yes.
He always makes our stop one of the last because at our house he gets beer and chicken wings.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it's one of the last stops before before he heads back to the North Pole and Mrs. Claus.
The Jansons and then Mrs. Claus.
Yeah.
That's a good deal.
Why not?
All right. It's time to talk to the coach. Well, you always say next man up. So with Costa on vacation, you got next man back. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good. It's got you back here, Stoney. Is anybody even listening right now? Isn't everybody gone on vacation?
Oh no, your appointment listening.
Yes, even people that are on vacation, they have it on the app. They want to hear you and see what you're going to say to go viral, like last week. What kind
may be the only 2 working right now, or the only 3.
That's probable. All right, with the holiday spirit, we were talking about this earlier. Do you remember what was the best sports Christmas gift you ever got as a kid?
Oh God, sports Christmas gift. I don't even know. Nothing is even entering my brain.
All right.
I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Let's. I'll make this one. So we'll just keep the holiday tradition going here. What I just made, I let Stoney know that at the Jansen house, because Santa gets a lot of cookies and milk before he heads back to the North Pole. When he stops at the Jansen house, he gets chicken wings and a beer. What does the Campbell house leave for Santa Claus?
Yeah, it's pretty traditional. It's the chocolate chip cookies and it's the milk. So there's nothing. I love that one. That's pretty rare. That's pretty unique. And you know what? Santa would absolutely love that because there's enough sweets to go around that night. Why not give a little grease?
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. I figured you'd leave Santa some coffee because he got a lot of work to do. He's got to stay up all night.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what happened on Sunday. Definitely a fun game to watch. You had to be happy with some of the guys who play, Iffy coming back and Mahogany. Could you talk about those 2 guys and what they showed you?
Yeah, so good to get Iffy back. Like I say, we had tried to get him up before and then had another injury there, another setback. But he's been training, he's been running, just hadn't had a lot of really football since, early training camp. And so, we did feel good about his conditioning. He's been in the meetings. He's had the right mindset. And so we just felt like, man, let's give him a go. As long as practice looks pretty good, his feet are under him, he's confident about going and playing. And he went in and I thought it was steady. It was a solid performance. It's like I said, he's a little rusty, and he should be rusty, but there's things in there that are very promising, and he's only going to get better, getting his legs back under him. He'll be better this week. He'll be better the week after that. So So that was good, man. And then Mahogany, to be able to step in first time, play a real NFL game, didn't get anything in the preseason, but has really shown us a lot in practice since he's come back. I mean, he's just steadily gotten better and better every week, and everybody in the organization has been he's caught our eye. And it was pretty unanimous to give this guy, give him a go, give him a chance, let Graham heal up here a little bit. And so he went in and did a nice job. That was a good first step. Was it perfect? No, but it's something to build off of, and it's not too big for him. So that's encouraging.
You mentioned that there are some things that you still got to clean up. It was a fun game. It was a great game. It was a win. But what are some of the things, and let's just start offensively, that you need to keep cleaning up as you prepare for San Francisco and ultimately Minnesota to end the season?
Yeah, there's these things that, we got to finish a little bit in the pass game. Look, we're handling the run game well, and we really, for the most part, made them one-dimensional. Man, the effort's outstanding, our physical nature. But then there's some things in the pass game. We get these guys in first, second, and long. We got to be able to get off the field, or if it's second down, keep them in third and long. And so some of that is, just up front, man. When we run our games, we run our stunts. Like, we have to be pinpoint on how we run those things. Like, the detail at which we run them and how we run them has got to be dead on to create disruption up front. And those are the little things that we can get better at just as a starting point. And then there's some things leverage-wise on the back end that we know better than, that we need to clean up. But all in all, the coverage is pretty damn good. We're sticky. Moving a Meek outside was awesome. And Branch at nickel, we're playing pretty good there in the back end right now. And so just the little things, that's all. Things that don't require talent is what we got to get better at.
I know you always had belief in him, but a lot of people were concerned that Gibbs wouldn't be able to handle the wear and the tear and, the stuff up the middle. But, man, he came through in shining colors. No surprise to you, I imagine.
No, and we've said this for a while. He's not what I think people think he is, and it falls into the, I think, you put people in boxes just because of their skill level, and it's like, well, because Gibbs is so dang fast and explosive, well, he's probably not an inside runner. But that's not the truth, and it's like, well, because he is that, he can't handle a load. And so, no, he's quite the opposite of that. Now, does that mean we want to, give him 30 carries a game and they're all downhill? No, we don't want to do that. But, man, he can run any type of scheme. He's an effective runner. He's got vision, explosiveness. Hell, we're out there on the grass, and it really didn't affect him. And so that was good to see. There's a couple of things down in the goal line area that he can be better at. And he will be, but man, that was good to see out of him.
Seasons are different, teams are different. There's a lot of context. But how much does the loss last year in the NFC Championship game play into the mindset that your players may have or you may have going out to San Francisco on Monday night?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how much it'll play into it. Now I'll say this: the thought of going back out there, their stadium, their grass, it's you remember what that was like. I know that. I won't forget what that was like. So, but it really is more about this is where we're at in this season. We know we need to go out and win this game. We have to, and it's the next game in front of us, And there's the things that we talked about. We need to clean up from last week's game. We got to do that this week. So that's really our focal point.
And obviously, the discussion about resting guys for that game, it becomes moot because there's a scenario that if the Vikings win and the Lions lose, the Vikings can come in here and win the division by tying you guys, right? So you have to play everybody.
Absolutely. You got to play everybody. And I don't even want any type of mindset creeping in as to who we're playing, who we're not playing. We're not doing that, man. We're going to put our best foot forward. We're going to put our best game plan together. We're going to play our best players, and we're going to go out and do everything we can to win this game. That's the mindset.
The focus is obviously on San Francisco. We know how good they can be, but with 2 games left, you start the season and it feels like it's long. Now there's light at the end of the tunnel. The postseason, you've already guaranteed that spot. The number 1 seed's on the line. How do you maintain focus, not get too high, not get too excited about what is to come, but focus on this one single game?
Yeah, I think that's a valid question, because it is. We really are now getting towards the end, and it's more critical than ever that we stay focused on what's in front of us. And it really, man, stay out of all the, what happens if this goes down? What happens here? Man, just worry about winning the game. We got to win the game in front of us. We got to go out there, and that's job number 1. That's where all our focus has to be. And then after that, we'll figure out the rest. We'll figure out what that means for the next week. But it really is that simple, and just continuing to hammer that message, make sure they see that, keep your focus there, and then everything else that happens around you, it doesn't matter. You'll know what you got to do the next week.
On the touchdown to Laporta, the stumble bum play, I'm curious, who came up with the name stumble bum? And also, when the play was called, when it goes through your headsets, are you like smiling inside?
Yeah, well, so Ben, that was Ben's baby that he, thought up and really off the play that he had seen
last year.
Last year, we're getting ready for him. And so really once it got cooked and, hey, yeah, let's do this, then it was, I think he typed it in as that. So I think it's his and he named it. So he gets full credit for that. And so, yeah, I was excited because I think we all felt like it was going to work. I felt like it was going to work. My only holdoff was, man, I felt like we may have been a little tight. But yet, I didn't say anything. So I obviously agreed that it was not going to be so tight we couldn't get it done. But we had worked it a little bit farther back than where we called it. So, but the action of it worked. And Goff made a heck of a throw. Laporta makes a heck of a catch. And it was well executed. Those guys did it perfect. And it doesn't seem like much, but it's a small thing that they turned into 7.
I was watching a lot of the national shows yesterday, and everybody was all excited about it, breaking it down. But I don't know if it was Damian Woody or Marcus Spears. One of those guys said the only thing I didn't like about it is they used it in a game where they were comfortably ahead. Why not save it for a playoff game or something like that? Can you answer that criticism? Because to me, you just use a play when it's there, right?
Yeah, man, you prep these plays. Now, look, you cook these things. They've been cooking for a long time, most of these, since training camp. But there's these things you come up with because you see something you like versus that opponent, on that opponent, that this week it's absolutely the conditions are right. They're perfect. And so when you have those up, and that's why you put them in the game plan, if you have the opportunity to call them, you got to call them, because there is no guarantee it's going to work next week. There's not. And so you don't hold anything back. If it's meant for that opponent, you got to find a way to use it. Look, inevitably we come out of games and there's things we don't get to. And you hold them and you see, is there a place for it here? And a lot of times there is, but then there's a lot of times it's not. It's like, well, we can't use that anymore, maybe next year, So, yeah, you got to use them.
One last question for you. You and I as players, I'm sure there were times where I had to practice on Christmas or we had to work. It's what we do, especially at this time of the year. With the Monday night game, with Christmas being on Wednesday, how are you guys handling the schedule for the players and their families?
Yeah, it actually worked out really, really good this year because of the Monday night. That's one of the rare benefits of what's going to happen this week. And so, the players will come in today and we'll get everything cleaned up. and then they're off tomorrow, and I'm giving the coaches off tomorrow too for Christmas. So really, and then we'll be in Thursday, and that's our base day. That's first, second down work, and we go right through. So it actually worked out perfect. Coaches have been here since yesterday, so we're grinding these 2 days, make sure we get everything ready, get the game plan ready, and when they walk in Thursday, we'll have it ready to go versus San Fran. But so it worked out great. Everybody's going to get to be with their families for a day and enjoy that. Finally,
any shot of Anzalone or Reeves Maben or any of those guys coming back this week?
Well, we're hopeful for Reeves Maben this week. Mm-hmm. You know, we'll see where he's at. He got to start practicing last week, and you know, we'll see what he looks like in practice this week, how comfortable he is, and there is a chance there. All right. Dan, thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you next week.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you later.
Dan Campbell, head coach of your Detroit Lions, on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you woke up this morning and road's a little bit slick. It is the wintry driving season, and there's reckless drivers everywhere. They can't keep their cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. Injury attorney David Femininio is the attorney that you need to hire. You can pick up the phone right now and speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Well, I hope Dan Campbell answered everybody's question about why nobody's going to sit out the 49ers game, even if what happens, the Vikings win and making the game meaningless, so to speak, right?
Right, yes.
Because of the tie scenario.
Right, yeah. And I just can't get behind that concept. I understand
look,
if Minnesota loses,
right,
and the Lions win, then it makes the game against Minnesota the quote unquote meaningless game.
Correct.
In regards to the standings.
Right.
Now, what does it mean in regards to preparation for the playoffs? That's a completely different question.
Right. Yeah. But if the Packers win, and everybody says, "Well, all the Lions have," if the Packers win, it's over, basically, right?
It is, yeah. If the Packers beat the Vikings, that seals the deal for the Lions to secure the number 1 spot.
Correct.
And so, if the Vikings win,
right,
then all of a sudden you have this scenario where just win the damn game.
I know.
You're starting to go down so many rabbit holes.
I know.
Where if there's a tie,
Right.
if it's this, if it's that,
Right.
just win the damn game.
The Lions get the number 1 seed if they win and the Packers beat the Vikings.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the Lions get the number 1 seed if they beat the 49ers and the Lions tie the Vikings. The Lions lose to the 49ers, Vikings lose, and Lions and Vikings tie, and the Eagles lose one more game. They'll still get the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
And just if the Lions beat the Vikings.
Right.
It's that simple.
Number 1 seed.
Yes, exactly. So, yes, if the Green Bay wins, the Lions need to win, because if they would lose and they end up with a tie at Ford Field, then they don't get the number 1 seed.
Right. It's the easiest scenario.
Just win every game.
Well, yes, win every game. That's the easiest scenario. But if Green Bay wins on Sunday and the Lions win, number 1 seed locked up. Mm-hmm. Now, all of a sudden, the conversation, the question next week to Dan Campbell is going to be, what are you going to do with the starters? Is Jared Goff going to play? Is Penei Sewell going to play? What are you going to do with the defense? All of the different questions is, if Anzalone could be back, do you not get him back? Because now you can buy another 2 weeks because you have the bye.
Correct.
Or do you want to get him back to have, get that pad pop again, rebuild that callus? There's a lot of different questions, but hopefully those are the questions that we get to ask Dan next week.
Right. What I don't think people understand, and I'm one of them at times, not on this case, because I agree they should all be playing, is because we never played like you guys. And what people don't understand is players want to play.
Yes. Players want to play. You don't want to go to a game and just sit there and watch somebody else perform your job. Mm-hmm. Just imagine somebody else showing up and doing your job when you're more than capable of sitting there doing it.
I can imagine.
Yeah. And it's just not a situation, especially at the end of the year. And the other thing, and I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, there are incentives that are on the line. Mm-hmm. Big money incentives. Now, I haven't gone through the list of incentives of everybody's contracts. What does Penei Sewell have in regards to playing time, or the percentage of plays or catches or yards for a receiver or defensive back, interceptions, all of those things. They can be $500,000. They could be $1 million. There's a lot of money at stake. So that's another reason why guys just say, you know what, it's my job. I'm going to go out there and play.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, look, I'm not basing it on just last night, because New Orleans looked absolutely dreadful.
Yeah.
But I expect the Packers to actually, I don't know what the line is, to go in there and.
You think they're going to beat the Vikings?
They're going to beat the Vikings. I really do.
Straight up.
All
right. I hope you're right. Go Pack, go.
Yeah.
That's everybody.
Now, Christian Watson got hurt, so that might affect them a little bit, but,
Oh, boo-hoo. Somebody gets hurt for another team.
I know. Jair Alexander, hopefully he'll be back for that game.
Yeah.
And he's been out for a while. But look,
Well, it's the same thing with San Francisco, right? I mean, hey, Trent Williams, he's not going to be back at all this year. Christian McCaffrey, not going to be back at all this year. Ayuk, like everybody on both sides of the ball are dealing with injuries this time of year.
Right.
But I also think that San Francisco, while they have been eliminated from the playoffs, there's a lot of guys on that team with a lot of pride, and they're not just going to cash in and just say, you know what, well, let's try this again next year. Let's pack the U-Haul. Let's get things ready for the offseason. They are in a position they haven't been in a while where they could spoil the Lions like they did last year. Mm-hmm. You know, hey, no trip to the Super Bowl for you. Now it's nothing on the line for us, but we can sure make things a lot harder for you.
yes, no doubt about it. But like I said, Green Bay, their defense is playing really
good.
And the other thing is, everybody's talking about obviously Saquon, switching teams and being great. Derrick Henry switching teams as being great. Josh frickin' Jacobs has had an unbelievable year. And they have gone from a, predominantly passing team. Not that Aaron Jones was bad, but he didn't run the ball like Jacobs. And that has really transformed that team a lot.
Well, and here's the other thing. When you talk about the quarterbacks, all right, Sam Darnold had a hell of a year. There are times where he does some damn Sam Darnold things, like prior to being with the Vikings, Sam Darnold things, stupid interceptions, things like that. They've become fewer and far between, but they're still kind of just under the surface there. Jordan Love, while he's not, in my opinion, estimation, a top 10 quarterback, can have some top 10 quarterback moments.
Yes.
And he could show up and just have one of those days. We saw it last year on Thanksgiving Day. Mm-hmm. Completely different quarterback than we've seen in the 4 times that we faced Jordan Love.
Yeah.
He could have one of those days where he just shows up against Minnesota and has that day. And so you just never know. That's why you play every single game and you play your guys, you play your starters as much as possible. Quick question for you.
Yeah.
I asked Dan this because we both faced it as players, and I know he's probably faced it as a coach, working on Christmas. Have you ever had to work on Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. All the time. Yeah.
Okay. Younger years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
That's I always like to do it because, a Jewish person should, allow somebody else to take the holiday they observe off.
Okay. Well, but how about like which day is the most important of Hanukkah? Is it the 1st? Is it the 8th? Is it?
Well, you know me. I don't think any of them are important. But nobody takes off
traditionally.
Right. Nobody takes off for Hanukkah. By the way, it's not a holiday you take off from. I get the first night's always the biggest night.
Good.
I think yes.
All right.
So I'll be lighting the menorah by myself.
Okay.
Or go downtown because they have the big menorah downtown.
Yeah.
All right. 97 won the ticket. It's the Costa and Jansen Show. Michael Stephen Stone here in for James Costa. John?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Christmas.
It's Christmas. Now, once in a while, there have been an NFL game like Christmas night, I think, depending on when
it falls.
When it falls during, but usually never on a Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow, in the NFL's, I don't know, goal of having a football game on every day of the week, there will be 2 games tomorrow on Netflix, beginning at 1 o'clock, too. Look, it's nothing to do with the NBA. NBA always has a tradition of Christmas. To me, the NBA really usually doesn't start till Christmas.
Yeah.
That should be their, like, opening day. Anyway, that said, how do you feel about the NFL on Christmas? 248-539-9797. And is your Christmas going to be changed because of NFL on Christmas?
Have you changed any traditions so that you can accommodate NFL watching? I absolutely love having the NFL on Christmas. It doesn't come on until 1 o'clock. Right. So it's, hey, we wake up in the morning, especially if you have young kids, right? You experience this, I'm sure, with your daughters, that they want to get up at the crack of dawn. They want, even before that, they want to open presents. And then all of a sudden, by 9 o'clock, it's, okay, what do we do next? Kids are, younger kids are playing with their toys. The older kids are trying on clothes and all that stuff. And then it's like you're just sitting around all day long. And yeah, there's plenty of things you can do as a family. Yeah, we like to go for a walk. And if there's snow, you go sledding and do some of those things. And we always have a Christmas dinner. But middle of the afternoon, I absolutely love the fact that I'm going to be able to sit down and watch some NFL football. College football just wouldn't do it, especially now that the bowl games. I mean, You're not playing a college football playoff game on, and those have been dogs to begin with. But the NFL, and there's some good games this year. And so,
the Chiefs Steelers is one of them, and the Ravens Texans.
Right,
the teams that played on Saturday last week, to give them a not such a short, window.
Yeah, it's a tough turnaround. There's no question.
It's like Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah, Chiefs Steelers is the 1 o'clock game, and then Ravens Texans is the 4:30 game, and both of them on Netflix. I think maybe that's what I'm more concerned about. Not as many people will be streaming it as did the Mike Tyson fight,
right?
But there's a lot of consternation on if I'm sitting there and all of a sudden all I see is the spinning wheel. That's going to be a bad deal.
Oh,
that's going to be a really bad deal.
Yeah, I think the NFL, when they saw that, said, holy crap.
Well, I'm sure the NFL also has gotten some assurances that,
that's what I'm saying.
Any upgrades.
They went right to Mr. Netflix and said, hey.
Yeah. Make sure you get this thing fixed for Christmas Day.
Yes.
But I do love the fact that the NFL is going to be on it. And we really haven't changed much of our Christmas traditions, because we still get up in the morning. We've got a breakfast casserole that we like to do. We'll watch the NFL, and I'll probably smoke some wings. We'll have some appetizers and stuff, and then we typically eat our Christmas dinner later, so 7:30.
Right.
And if the game is good, we will push it back a little bit. So I mean, maybe that's messing with it a little bit, but not really.
No, you have to work the next day, so.
Yeah, so I mean, that's got to work.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to watch these games because we're going to talk about them on Thursday.
That's right.
Yeah,
it gives us some content.
Yeah, please don't disturb me.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. I imagine, though, if you're really religious and you go to church on Christmas, I imagine you're home by 1, though, aren't you? I
would think, yeah. We've never been Christmas Day. I don't know that there's very many Christmas Day services. Maybe some
most
Catholic
of them are Christmas
masses.
Eve, yeah.
Yeah, most of them are. We're like tonight. We're going to go to I think it's a 4 o'clock mass.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Christmas Eve services, but Christmas Day, I don't know if I've ever gone to church on Christmas Day.
So are you a creaster?
A creaster.
People only go to church on Christmas and Easter?
Oh, no. We go more frequently than that. As a kid, it was Sunday morning, Sunday night, and Wednesdays. Mm-hmm. So we went 3 times in a week. So it was busy. But yeah, it's I don't go that frequently. That 3 times a week, but we do. We go more than just the holidays.
248-539-9797. So what is your Christmas meal, by the way? Are you a ham guy?
No, we normally ham is for us Easter.
Right.
And obviously Thanksgiving is turkey.
Right.
We normally do the prime rib.
Okay.
Christmas night, but we my wife and I both forgot to order the prime rib. So we're just going to go with steaks.
That's good.
Yeah. And so we'll do a couple of prime ribs. I'm not prime ribs, a couple of rib eyes.
Nice.
And some fillets. You?
I have no idea. The Jewish tradition of Chinese restaurants is always out there.
So when I ask you about your holiday tradition, I'm not asking you about your Christmas tradition.
Oh.
Is there a traditional Jewish food that you have at some point during Hanukkah?
Yeah, potato latkes.
Is that the bread?
Potato pancakes, basically.
Oh,
is what
okay.
they are.
All right. What was the one that we were talking about where you got like the special bread? Which holiday is that?
We get matzah?
Yeah, matzah.
That's on Passover.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
The unleavened bread, as they like to say.
Oh, it doesn't rise? There's no...
No, it's
just flat.
Yeah, it's flat and crunchy.
Oh, all right. Yeah, you put some pizza sauce and a pepper on it, you get yourself a flatbread.
Yeah, that's true. I do the butter and the horseradish.
Oh, there you go. Mm-hmm. Butter and horseradish
on
for bread.
For matzah, yes.
That actually sounds really good.
Yeah.
I've never tried that.
I actually created a sandwich when I was a kid.
Oh, you originator.
Oh, yeah. What'd
you call it?
I didn't have a name for it, but it was butter, cream cheese, and horseradish on a bagel.
Butter, cream cheese.
Butter, cream cheese, and horseradish. I put it,
It sounds amazing.
You do like that, huh?
I
am
think
Mr. Condiment. When I used to go to, and you would know this because you lived in the area, Roy Roger.
Oh, yeah.
Roy Rogers. And you'd go and get either the roast beef or the double R burger, or in my case, both. And you'd sit there. I'd put the horseradish sauce, the barbecue sauce, ketchup, and mustard.
Okay, yeah, I see. I'm all for it except for the barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
that's one too many sauces.
All right, we have some ticket texts here. I don't need Christmas football. There is such a thing as too much of everything. Plus, players should be with their families. In all honesty.
Well, those in the entertainment business know that on holidays people want to be entertained, and NFL knows, players know. If you're going to make a lot of money and salaries are going to continue to go up, you want to be on when the ratings are going to be highest.
Right.
And Christmas Day is one of those days. People are going to be sitting around watching football.
True.
And so the ratings go up. Netflix plays a whole bunch of money to broadcast these games. Payers get paid a whole bunch of money, and its salary cap's going to continue to go up because of days like this.
Actually, for folks who don't have Netflix, that's a great Christmas gift.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Right?
Gift, yeah. Or the 7-day free trial.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I'm going to gift you this. It's a 7-day free trial.
NFL on Christmas is fine. It's the fact it's on Netflix that is terrible. Netflix couldn't handle Tyson Paul. It was unwatchable. Can't wait for more buffering during the games. I think they're going to get
There'll be about half the viewers.
Yes.
Because I think last year, and even if the ratings go up, which I anticipate they will, I think last year it was 38 million viewers. If let's just say they pick up another 2, that's 40 million. I think the Tyson Paul was hovering around 80 to 82 million viewers. So,
which is a shame because this is going to be so much more entertaining than that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That was awful.
These are actually good games with good opponents that are equally good against each other.
And most people don't believe the outcome is fixed. Some people do.
Yeah, some people do.
Yeah, the script.
I'm glad the matchups on Christmas are actually good games. I do wonder if Amazon is pissed about Netflix getting better games than they seem to get on Thursday nights.
Well, I mean,
they've got
Amazon has, 17 opportunities?
Yes. Yeah, they've had some decent games.
Yeah, there have been some good ones. Yeah, Packers-Lions.
Yeah, that was a pretty good game. And a ticket text from my sister. You can fly to Philly for my latkes. Yeah,
Oh.
I would love to do that at least, but I have to come back and work the next day.
Yes, you do.
Yes,
to be here with me.
Exactly. Your turn.
Yep. Why not dive into the best pool in history? That Stadium Swim is located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. It's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your sporting events. And if it's football you want to watch, hey, we've got the playoffs at the college level. We're going to have playoffs at the pro level here soon enough. You can have you got swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grandma lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Bump, bump. Love Charlie Brown. Is this for Charlie Brown's Christmas?
Yeah.
I think. Or is this
No, it's not.
No, this is trans.
Yeah.
TSO.
No, I love Charlie Brown, too.
Yeah.
You know who hates Charlie Brown?
Who?
Heather.
I know. How can you hate Charlie Brown?
I don't know. I mean, it may not be the most entertaining cartoon around, and I understand that. And if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. But she hates Charlie Brown.
What's there to hate about it?
I don't know. I mean, you can't understand the teacher.
Okay, do you hate Charlie himself or the whole thing? How can you hate Snoopy?
Especially if you love dogs.
Yes.
I mean, he's a lovable dog.
I know.
With a great personality.
Exactly.
You ever named a dog Snoopy?
No. Did you?
No. It seems like it'd be a pretty popular dog name, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially
one of the most famous dogs.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ready? Who are the most famous dogs? All right, Lassie. Now, there's probably a whole generation. Like, do your kids even know who Lassie is?
Sure, they've watched that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they've redone some movies, yeah. Air Bud.
Yes.
That'd be a famous one.
Mm-hmm. Spuds McKenzie.
Spuds.
Right?
Now, that's one that my kids probably don't know. They would probably, if they saw Spuds, they would probably say the Target dog.
Right.
You know,
yes.
They would probably think it was that.
Yeah.
Other famous dogs.
Cujo, but for not great reasons.
That's true.
Yeah. Hooch from Turner and Hooch.
Yes.
Yeah. Lots of slobber. Other famous dogs. Trying to. Was it? Is it Astro from the Jetsons?
Jetsons. Yes.
Yeah.
Clifford.
Oh, the big red dog.
Now, let me tell you something. Okay, in my years when the girls were younger, and you had to sit through all those kid shows.
Yeah.
Of all the kid shows, Clifford the Big Red Dog was my favorite. I mean,
okay.
The one I hated the most was Teletubbies. I just hated it, and my daughters.
There's blobs running around,
my daughters
right?
had, for Halloween one year, one was I don't know, Poe, and the other was the.
Oh, they just go by colors, don't
Pinky?
they?
No, whatever. I forget
the Pinky. Yeah.
Well, I don't. Anyway.
Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo, awesome.
Yeah, that famous one.
Beethoven.
Beethoven. Yeah. Rin Tin Tin. That would have been more your generation.
Yes.
Yeah.
How about Ugga?
Ugga. Yes. If you're an SEC football fan.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a famous dog. Speaking of the SEC, Herb Street is getting destroyed because he was ripping the committee for some of the teams that were being picked, and then he was, ripping as he called him, the lunatic fringe at Ohio State, which basically I talked about yesterday. I mean, I didn't realize he was talking about that Ryan Day has to have security at his house because of death threats to his kids and stuff
Yeah.
I mean, this is it.
So
I mean, I said this yesterday, and people disagree. Some people disagreed that, look, yes, Michigan, we hate Ohio State. I get all that. But it doesn't ruin our lives, even when you lose 10 years in a row or whatever. Your life goes on. You're pissed. When you finally win, you're elated and all that, like it happened in 2021. Yeah. But these cretins in that state, not all of them, obviously.
High majority.
If you don't beat Michigan, it's like life is over for a year. I mean, seriously. To me, it's just incomprehensible that there's somebody out there that would rather beat Michigan than win a national championship if given the choice.
Well, and a lot of people called into question when Ryan Day was talking about, the worst moments of his life.
Yeah.
And it was his dad dying as a child and losing to Michigan. And it wasn't the loss to Michigan. It's what it meant to his family.
Right.
And the situation that his kids are dealing with, his wife is dealing with, that he's dealing with. Now, he's the coach, right? Some of that is to be expected.
Yeah.
But when fans take it all the way to, threats on the kids or threats on your wife, it's just way too far.
Right. Thankfully for him, John Cooper, who by all indications was a really cool guy,
He was on the elevator with me coming down at the Horseshoe this past time.
Oh, they let him in there?
Yeah.
I'm stunned.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
they ran him out. Because it's a good thing they didn't have social media when he was coaching.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But no, he was. He was also my coach at the East-West Shrine game.
Oh.
And that was in the middle of his tenure at Ohio State. Not as cool at that time.
No.
to a Wolverine.
Oh, yeah.
But this time was a class act, and had a brief conversation with them. So,
do you realize that the major reason they hired John Cooper?
Because he beat Michigan.
Yeah.
Was it Arizona State?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first ever Rose Bowl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was working at Channel 4.
Uh-huh. Yep, got him hired at the Ohio State.
Yes, Harbaugh and company. They lost that game.
Yeah.
What was the quarterback's name for Arizona? Was it Jeff Van Raphorst or something like that?
That's one that I wouldn't know.
At Arizona State. I think Randall Hill might have been on that team, or they had somebody named Hill. But yeah, that was a big upset. Everybody thought Michigan was going to, because they beat Ohio State and go into Pasadena. But, Bo and Rose Bowls just, they did not get along.
No. But so the lunacy started then, where all of a sudden the coach that you hire.
Right.
You hired him because he beat Michigan once.
Right.
And then ended up, what was he, 2-10-1?
Something like that. Yeah. Look, the other thing with the college football playoff. Okay, yeah, there were 4 games that were blowouts. It happens.
All of them.
It's the first year. Give it a minute, but they're not, because they're going to make it worse, because they're going to make more teams. So you're going to have more teams out there that don't belong.
Well, it all goes to parity. And I think in the next few years, we've already seen it. There's more parity in college football than there has been in the past 30 years, in the past 1 or 2 years. I think there is more parity in the coming years in college football. I don't know if it spans all the way to 16 teams. I don't know if it gets even to 12 teams. What they need to do is get away from the automatic seeding, the auto buys.
Right.
If they get rid of that, I think you'll have a much better product in terms of the college football playoffs and the matchups.
Yeah.
I think it's also safe to say they should have only let the ACC winner in. You win the ACC, you get in. SMU shouldn't have been there.
I don't know, because I'm not making excuses for them, but if they played that game anywhere else, I think they.
Oh, was it too cold for them?
No, whatever. The quarterback just sucked.
It's too bad.
I know, but I'm just saying. Forgetting about where the game was played, I think they had a resume that was able to be one of the top 12.
I thought they should have been in there. I mean, and obviously the argument is always Alabama, right? That's the one they go to. Well, Alabama scored 3 points against Oklahoma.
Right.
Indiana played some 6-6 teams, and they handled their business. If you sit at the table, then win.
Yeah.
And it's. You look at their schedule, and the non-conference schedule for Alabama was as lame as the non-conference schedule for Indiana.
Pretty much, pretty close. Yeah.
So,
and the other one who was bitching was Lane Kiffin, and Ole Miss, they lost to Kentucky at home.
Right. Yes, and he was. I liked him. I think he's entertaining.
Yeah,
I don't particularly care for him too much, but I think he's entertaining.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he's throwing out all of this, garbage about SMU or Indiana and how Ole Miss or SEC team should have been there. Did he fall asleep early on Saturday night?
I don't know,
because he didn't tweet very much after Ohio State took it to Tennessee. That's a 10-2 SEC team.
And neither did Sean McDonough. Sean McDonough basically on the broadcast was saying how, particularly the Big Ten shouldn't have had an extra team in there. And,
right.
And then, I haven't heard from him since Tennessee's debacle.
Right.
All right. Enough of that. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Last night, one team won. The other team played like crap. Who's going to end up with a better record, and which team frustrates you the most as far as, are you more excited about one or pissed off at the other? 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Well, Stoney just said one team won, one team lost. I'll spoil it for you. It was a rough night at the office for the Red Wings. They kick off their 4-game homestand with a shutout loss to the Blues, 4-0. That now makes it 5 straight periods where the Wings have been held goalless, and at 30 points on the season, they have the second worst record in the Eastern Conference, only 2 points ahead of Buffalo, who just last night snapped a 13-game losing skid. An opposite result, though, for the Pistons is now they win 2 in a row, their most recent win coming last night, and in the early morning hours of today, it was a 117-114 win over the Lakers. Detroit, now with their first season sweep over LA since the 2016-2017 season. Also with a pair of games remaining on the 4-game road trip out west, they are so far a perfect 2 of 2 on the trip. And finally, Monday Night Football saw Packers win last night 34-0 over the Saints. Packers in a key matchup with Minnesota this weekend. It is a 4:25 Sunday kickoff. Lions likely pulling for that Green Bay win. A Vikings loss and a Lions win on Monday against the 49ers guarantees them the 1 seed in the playoffs and their second straight NFC North title. And finally, 2 NFL games slotted for Christmas tomorrow. Chiefs and Steelers at 1 p.m., Texans and Ravens at 4. Both of those games will be airing on Netflix. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Tickets or head to Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Oh, I see we are up on YouTube.
Oh, finally, YouTube is operational. I know Twitch was down for a minute, but thanks to the great work behind the glass and Paul Serra, he got us back up and running.
I called a guy. We were good now.
Oh, you called a guy. You know a guy. It's always nice to know a guy.
Mr. YouTube. Now, I got a text. Now, I have no idea if this is legitimate because I don't think she could figure it out on herself. But my brother-in-law just texted me from Philly.
Okay.
Said, your mom called and said, sit up straight.
Oh. Well, I mean, that just could be out of habit.
Yeah, but she's not watching. She has no idea even how to listen to
I know, but that's probably just a daily thing. Michael!
Yeah.
Sit up straight.
Right. And he also said, let's have some Eagles talk. Nah, no Eagles talk.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Jalen Hurts, is he going to be back?
Is Jalen hurt? I don't know. Would you keep him out?
Well,
because the chances of them being the 1 seed are not very good.
No.
So they pretty much have everything.
No, I think I was looking at the analytics earlier, and I think the Lions have a 77% chance of getting the 1 seed. It was a mere 2% for the Eagles to get the 1 seed. So long shot at best.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? My brother-in-law living in Philly, and he's a big New York Giant fan. It's crazy.
Well, so where's he from originally?
No, Philly.
He's from Philly.
He likes the San Francisco Giants too, but he's a big Phillies fan. Sixers big, Villanova, even though he didn't go there. But yeah. But for some, I mean, he doesn't. He likes the Eagles. He doesn't
love them.
He's
not
always
like you.
Yeah, exactly. But his I think he's over time he's shifted a little bit, kind of like me, where I still really like the Eagles, but I like the Lions more.
Yeah. So he was born and raised there.
Yeah.
Likes the Giants.
Yeah.
But it's taken how old is, I'm guessing he's what, 60-ish?
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah, 55, 60, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
It's taken him that long to come around to the Eagles.
I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, it's understandable.
It's got to be a brutal year for him watching Saquon do what he's doing with the Eagles.
Oh, I know. Absolutely. That was how they can bring back that guy as general manager is incrable. But we're not doing Giants
That's
radio.
New York. Yep.
Yes.
No, we'll leave that for 2 to 6.
2 to 6, exactly. And I think that's the one thing about my, you don't have it as bad as me, Yeah, you've won quite a few Super Bowls. Shut up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but it has been a decade. So, so if you as a Redskin, especially when you played, rank your disdain list of the division.
It would be obviously the Cowboys, one.
Right.
The Eagles 2
And
and
the
Giants 3. Yeah.
Even though you hate Michael Strahan.
Yeah, that was a personal rivalry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The Cowboys, just, I mean, what's not to hate? And then the Eagles was more of a, obviously they're closer. I went to Philly more than I went to New York. Just don't like New York.
You mean just a visit?
Yeah, just to visit. Yeah. I mean, obviously we went there once a year.
Right, exactly.
Yes, but just,
sometimes twice they get to play the Jets.
But just to take the train up the East Coast there, going to Philly just seemed like it was a much more pleasurable trip. I wouldn't say they were any more friendly than New Yorkers.
I think
just different.
I think Philly people are more like
blue collar
Detroiters,
than
New Yorkers.
Yeah, just with an accent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
because there's no such thing as a Midwest accent, right?
No, it's how English was invented.
Oh yeah, really. Let's call Gary and go get a bank and get some cash. I mean, that's the way people in Michigan have an accent with the A's, just like people in Philly with the O's.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little.
No,
yeah,
nobody,
not quite like you had stated, but
nobody hears their own accent.
I mean, yeah, some people do. I mean, if you're from overseas, I think you are pretty familiar with your accent.
Yeah, I get that. But like people from California, they don't think they have an accent. People from the South, we talk normal. No, you don't. Really.
People from Boston know they have an accent.
They should. They do.
Boston.
That's my favorite accent, actually. The Boston.
The Boston?
Yeah, because it's even more exaggerated than in New York.
It is.
See,
it is.
Philly.
I think they're more proud of their accent.
Philly, we pronounce our R's, but we overdo the O's. Like I'm Stony. Let's go have a Coke.
Oh.
And we put G-A-Z in the car.
Gasoline.
And we dry ourselves with towels. Not towels. Towels. Yeah. We have a weird accent.
Do you, obviously I'm pretty much born and raised here my whole life. I obviously spent a decade on the East Coast, but do I have an accent? You said people never hear their accent. Do I have an accent?
A little bit, not too much. Well, because I've been here so long, so it's hard to tell. But there are people from the Midwest. It's like when my daughter went to summer camp on the East Coast, they used to make fun of her Michigan accent all the time because the way we say here, like Barry and Gary, and we say, like I always, especially since it's Christmas, I always say the Michigan accent. Let's go get married, and have a Merry Christmas. But they're three different words. They're like spelled differently. It should be, let's find Mary, we'll get married, and have a Merry Christmas. Three different pronunciations of the same word.
You spent way too much time thinking about that.
Well, I'm a dork. What do you expect? All right. We've prolonged this long enough. The Detroit Red Wings played like you-know-what last night.
Not Mary.
Yes. It was not a Merry Christmas if you were a Merry experience, even if you had Mary with you and said, I want to marry you. Okay? Because
I wonder how you're going to get out of that one.
Because the Red Wings right now, the Red Wings are married to suck. And they're married to they're locked in a marriage with no juice. It's a zipless marriage.
This is the button down.
There's no banging going on. They don't bang. They're afraid of the puck. I don't know what's going on.
I'm
stopping. Okay? It's just, they got booed off the ice last night. And they should have. They had 3 shots in the first period. They've had 1 goal in the last 4 periods. They're awful. And it's just so upsetting. Like a lot of people had promised because they came so close last year. I didn't think they'd make the playoffs, but I didn't expect this. Where at least if you lose with pride, you lose with heart. They don't lose with any of that stuff. And here's Dylan Larkin after the game, and I think he summed it up best, talking about what's wrong with this team. And he later included himself into that lot as well. 248-539-9797. I'm going to ask the question. Obviously, there's a chance that Derek Lalone will be fired shortly. That's the way it happens in the NHL. Not the Wings way, but it's gotten really bad. They have a little break here, and then they come back with a really good team in Toronto who they've played well against, basically. But and then I think they have another game, and then New Year's Eve is Pittsburgh, who's actually playing pretty good. Hard to believe. Anyway, here's Derek Lalone after the game, whether this team needs this break or not. And while Dylan Larkin didn't question the work or the effort, here's his coach. It's just a complete S show right now.
It is. I mean, there's no identity.
Yeah.
There's no soul.
They're not playing hockey. They're not. Hockey is up and down. Every shift you hit, you skate, you do anything you can to get the puck. You possess the puck. Dylan Larkin's right. They're disconnected. And I know recently part of it, they don't have Evanson, but that shows you how bad they are,
Yeah.
where a 21-year-old kid who's your second best defenseman is hurt and you basically fall apart. They weren't that good to begin with. And so I want to know, who do you blame most? The players, the coach, or the man who's put this together? And that's Steve Yzerman. Because my biggest problem with Steve Yzerman is, and I know it takes a long time. I don't, some people have 4 or 5 years, they should be able to, contend for a cup. No. You should be able to be a playoff contender within 6 to 7 years, if not even shorter than that. But to be a Stanley Cup contender, it can take a long time. And there's tons of examples of teams that actually drafted higher than the Red Wings did. But what Steve Yzerman has not done is what he did in Tampa. Now, granted, in Tampa, he was given some really good players that were already there. But I'll explain where he excelled there and why he's not doing it here. 97 won the ticket. Merry Christmas to all. Not for the Red Wings. By the way, we'll hear from Dan Campbell at 9:35, 248-539-9797. And we were talking off the air, and we played some clips from Derek Lalonde's presser after the uninspiring performance by the Red Wings last night. And Derek Lalonde's comments were equally as uninspiring. Here's the deal. And the comparison to previous coaches on different teams is warranted. To me, when I heard that, it got me thinking back to, if you're around that time period, Darryl Rogers, when he was the head coach of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
When he would look up and try to find pigeons on the roof of the Silverdome and basically said, what does a guy have to do to be fired around here? Derek Lalonde just seems like...
He's been lionized? That's...
Yeah, well, winged.
Paul came in here and said it's very similar to all the coaches and all of those that came in here thinking that, okay, we're going to fix this. And they eventually got lionized.
Right. Look, you don't need a fan base. If the team's good, you don't care what the coach does. Sounds like at press conferences, I don't think. But when the team sucks, you kind of want somebody like Tortorella or somebody like that who's going to, try to do something. Now, we don't know what he is like behind closed doors. I don't think he raises his voice that much. It's just who he is. And I don't know. In today's world, I understand sometimes yellers and screamers don't get it done, but you got to be tougher. Something has to be done. Here's some ticket text. The comments you play by Lalonde is basically him telling on himself and his coaching. They are disorganized and lack effort and energy. The team has the same emotion of this coach. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
Get rid of Lalonde. Derek Lalonde, I'm listening to a defeated man. How can this guy still be the coach? Newsy is the most uninspiring coach I've ever heard speak. Praying for Lalonde must be like having Eeyore as a coach. Or playing for, what did I say, praying? Playing for Lalonde must be like having Eeyore as a coach. Absolutely no energy.
So, I mean, we have two coaches on opposite spectrums right now where, and I've always said this, you are going to play in the image of the leadership that is provided you. The Lions, how do they play? Right. They play with the same attitude that Dan Campbell walks around with, not just coaches, but that's how he walks around.
Yeah.
How does Derek Lalonde walk around, present himself? How does he coach? It feels very passive.
Correct.
How's the team play? Very passive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We try and talk about the power kill. We try and talk about the 5-on-5. I mean, at some point, it doesn't have to be that hard. It doesn't have to be that difficult.
No, you watch teams that they don't necessarily have to be good teams, but they skate, they hit. Sometimes, you look at a team like the Rangers, that team is suddenly gone to a real S show, and then their most physical player just got an 8-game suspension. I'm not advocating that, but hit somebody. Drop the gloves out of nowhere. I don't know. Do something. That part's on the players, but the coach should inspire, and that coach right now is not inspiring. But it's still, you go to the top. And I'm not talking about Chris Ilitch because
it's different in hockey. Yeah, I mean,
it's a cap issue. But it's Steve Yzerman too. I'm not advocating them fire Steve Yzerman right now, but Steve Yzerman hired Derek Lalonde. Steve Yzerman has drafted pretty well in the first round, considering where they picked. But after the first round, he's done nothing. Johansson, who's with the team this year, is the only guy who's had some sort of significant moments in the National Hockey League. And also Elmer Soderblom had a few games. That's about it. In Tampa, when he was really successful, I mean, the guys he got in the second rounds are people like Nikita Kucherov, Braden Point. He got Ross Colton in the fourth round. He's gotten lots of guys who you look, and players who have played on hundreds of games in the NHL, whether they were for Tampa or not. Anthony Cirelli, a third-round pick, has played 462 games.
All right, so
he's got nothing.
Let me ask you this question. With 34 games under their belt. Even if they made a change at coach, still have the same players, same GM. Is it too late?
Well,
is okay? The numbers say it's not, and that's not the question I'm asking. Has the ship sailed?
yes, I think it has. And the reason why is because of the way that roster is constructed. They don't have those
Did you have
guys
your answer then?
who will do the dirty things, the dirty work.
Yeah, I mean that's
What makes this game so great? They have, finesse guys who are really good.
yeah.
I mean,
It's a physical game.
Patrick Kane, he obviously he's not going to be what he was. He's not as good as he was last year.
No, and that's I think probably the biggest disappointment.
DeBrincat basically plays one end of the ice.
But what did we think when they re-signed Kane? That you were going to get not the Patrick Kane from 10 years ago.
No.
But you're going to get the Patrick Kane version that was better than last year because
and
he
you'd have
was
him for
healthy.
the whole season.
You'd have him for the whole season. He'd have an entire offseason to train as he would need to, not recovering, not rehabbing from a major surgery.
Right.
And he's not.
Tarasenko's been a dog.
Yeah.
With all due respect.
Not in a good way.
No. Let's go to Dennis. You're 97 won the ticket.
Hello.
Hello,
Good morning, Dennis. How are you?
Pretty good. Well, Steve Icecapades Eiserman's got to be moved out of the GM job. And you keep him on the wings because there's things he does well. You want to keep that around. It's time to move on from the assistant coach that's masquerading as a head coach. And then they're going to have to get some more scouts, guys that understand. Some of the forwards got to be big guys like Brendan Shanahan who can play hockey and fight. There was a game in Colorado when Eiserman was playing where Shanahan and Adam Foote were both competed for the puck so hard they got in 3 fights in one game.
Yeah, I understand that, but
You need big guys to protect your forwards so they're not always uninjured.
right. And they're big guys basically. Veleno, who up until recently hasn't done anything. Rasmussen at least goes and gets his nose dirty a little bit, but that's it.
He's the only big guy they got up on forward.
Right. They're too finesse. Lalone even talked about it last year, almost ad nauseum when I'd ask him about it. They're so easy to play against. When you walk into Little Caesars Arena, if you're an opponent, you sit there, oh my God, we got to play the Wings tonight?
Yeah.
No. At least when they had, I'm going back way too far, but at least, in the glory, the Russian players, okay? They were tough. They were tougher than these guys. Slava Kozlov was a sneaky, dirty little guy, okay? Vladdy, we all know about. Come on, Fetisov would run people. They don't have anybody who's going to do that. Sherratt is one of the only guys who really hit people. Look, that's what they are. And I know the game has changed. I'm not advocating going back to my childhood with the Broad Street Bullies. But God, just compete. They don't compete. Pretend you're the Lions for 2 weeks and show some freaking grit. Speaking of which, we'll hear from the creator of Grit, Dan Campbell, a little
worked up.
Coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, we're only a couple of weeks from the NFL playoffs, but it's not too late to get in on all the regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many different ways for you to pick up a win. Not only can you bet on who's going to win the game, but FanDuel also has bets for which player is going to score a touchdown, how many points each team's going to score. There's a lot, so visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. This way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year when the playoffs do get here. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, Christmas without you.
Were you singing this to Cindy this morning?
Yes.
As you left
asleep.
the house?
Said, have a wonderful time, dear.
No blue Christmas? No blue Hanukkah?
No blue Hanukkah.
No. Chinooka?
There's a joke there, but I will edit myself right now. All right. Speaking of football, the updated odds for regular season MVP. Josh Allen is gone from, in a week, gone from minus 900 to minus 500. Lamar Jackson is second at plus 375. Saquon Barkley 16 to 1, up from 14 to 1. Jared Goff remains steady at 25 to 1.
Okay.
And Sam Darnold from 150 to 1 to 75 to 1.
Okay. They seem to be the cast of characters.
Mm-hmm. Defensive player of the year. Who do you think is the leading?
Gosh, I don't even know. I don't know. TJ?
Correct.
Yeah.
TJ Watt, followed by Patrick Surtain.
That's too bad because I think the path that Hutch was on.
Oh yeah.
I think it would have been a no-brainer.
No doubt. It's funny. Last week, Kirby Joseph was 75 to 1. He's off the board now. I don't know why. The coach of the year.
Leader in the clubhouse?
Leader in the clubhouse.
There's a lot of good
There's
opportunities.
A lot of great candidates.
I gotta believe it's O'Connell in Minnesota.
Yep, minus 400.
Okay, who's second?
Dan Campbell at 4 to 1.
Okay.
Followed by Andy Reid at 9 to 1.
Okay.
Dan Quinn at 12 to 1.
No Sean Payton?
Mike Tomlin 25 to 1. Jim Harbaugh at 33 to 1. Matt LaFleur at 50 to 1. Sean Payton at 50 to 1.
Wow.
Sean McDermott at 50 to 1.
I mean, with what he's been able to do with Bo Nix.
I know.
I think people just love to hate that guy.
Well, I think the last game, blowing the game against the Chargers, probably changed things. The defensive rookie of the year.
I'm not even going to venture a guess.
Jared Verse of the Rams.
Okay.
1 to 5 odds. Quinyon Mitchell of the Eagles at 4 to 1, followed by Chop Robinson at 20 to 1.
Okay.
Offensive player of the year.
Offensive player of the year. Well, so that's going to have to be different than the MVP?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be, but.
Well, I mean, if Josh Allen wins MVP, I'm going to go Saquon.
Correct. Overwhelmingly. Like minus 1,500.
So he's minus 1,500 in the offensive player of the year, but he's, what'd you say, third in MVP odds?
Yeah.
So where's Lamar?
Oh, as far as what, offensive player of the year? Or
because if he's second in MVP odds and you take Josh Allen off the board, why wouldn't he be number one in offensive player of the year odds?
Because they're different. Offensive player of the year doesn't take into account leadership, I guess. Because Saquon's first for offensive player of the year, followed by Jamar Chase, followed by Derrick Henry.
So it's a non-quarterback award.
Followed by Josh Allen and then Lamar.
That's weird. That just seems it's a weird dynamic.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You know what would be really cool? And it
would
never happen. Penei Sewell got listed as an MVP candidate.
Sure.
How cool would that be?
That'd be very cool.
Yes, indeed. All right. So your plans for the rest of the day? Move and then finishing your move?
Yep. Got to finish getting things out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Get it cleaned up, and get ready for Christmas at the new place. So yeah, a lot going on. I got to make a stop. Pick up my last present. It's packaged and ready. So it's just been waiting for it to arrive. It finally arrived last night. So we got to pick that up, and then Christmas will be set.
Was it who's this gift for?
Oh, it's Lisa.
Lisa. Okay.
Yeah.
The kids' gifts are all taken care
Yeah, they're all taken. She handles most of those.
Uh-huh.
Those are good. We actually have one arriving, I think, for Jack today. There's a chance he might be listening, so I'm not going to say what it is, but
right.
Let's just say it's a sports one, and it might end up being his favorite.
Oh,
So there's a little
I'm
teaser.
sure I'm not
Yeah.
gonna guess then.
No.
he might be listening.
Santa will be arriving hopefully today.
Okay. All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. It's the Gator Show. What's up, Gator? Hang on. He's got to get his microphone. I understand. Believe me.
Yes, it was a little
Hello.
flat. Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
How are
And
you?
low.
How is everybody?
Good.
Good. Better than the Red Wings.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a good product.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Actually.
It's very disappointing. You know, I did some research last night,
Yeah.
and apparently they've played 34 games already.
Oh, voluminous research.
34.
Yeah.
I was stunned when I saw that. I'm like,
Oh, really?
I know they're through the season a little bit here, but 34 games.
So
And they have 30 freaking points through 34 games. They're 2 points out of the basement?
yes, closer to the
just-
bottom than they are
Wow.
middle of the pack. Let me ask you this question,
Yes, sir.
because the Wings have played 34 games, the Pistons have played 30. The Pistons have 13 wins, and I know it's different in hockey because of the points, but the Wings have 13 wins.
Mm-hmm.
Who ends up with more wins?
It's a great question. I mean, right now, I'll say the Pistons.
Feels like it, doesn't
I mean, it's funny that the teams that have the same number of wins, as you point out, that one is infinitely more entertaining to watch than the other.
And the
I'm
sport,
a hockey guy.
and the
He's
sport
right.
itself, like the NBA, is not. It's not an attractive
I don't
watch.
like the NBA. I mean, I think I say this every few weeks to let
Yeah.
people know that, okay, I'm not great with the NBA. I don't
Yeah.
love the NBA. I love it when the Pistons are good. I'm a fair weather basketball fan. I fully admit it. But I want them to be really good.
Yeah.
I root for the team, and they still have my interest. So something's there, right?
Right.
I used to be a diehard hockey guy. This has been a really rough stretch to test the patience of the diehards.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, you're still watching, but now I'm like, I'm so pissed. There's not a whole lot that's compelling with the team.
Nope.
They don't have like one spectacular scorer that you can root for. Like even in the early 80s, when Eisman first came on board, you were rooting for the young guy.
Yeah.
Let's watch the rookie play or the first couple of years in the league, and let's see, oh, he got 50 goals. This is awesome. And the team's building up to something. And they did. They built up to it really quickly. And by the mid-'80s or the late 80s, they were playing for, conference championships. But even the teams that were in the 90s before they won the Stanley Cups, those teams had tons of guys that could score. The Ray Shepherds, the Paul Eisenbarts of the world. They were scoring tons of goals.
Yes.
And they were entertaining. And they were fighting. And it was a lot of entertainment.
They've got no fight. They've got no zip.
There's
they've got
nothing.
How about when do you think the last time Dylan Larkin scored a goal?
It feels like it's been, 5 games. I don't know.
Last goal he scored was November 25th. He has not had a goal in December.
Oh, there you have it.
That's part of it.
34 games they've played. So we'll start off talking a little bit, a little contrast like you guys just did.
Yeah.
Set it up for us so nicely. Thank you. Pistons and Red Wings.
And Jared Goff, right?
We got Jared Goff coming up at 10:30.
All right. Carson Anderson with Gator. We will be off tomorrow. We'll see you on Thursday. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy, Happy, Happy. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Lions continue to prep for a potential key Monday night showdown in San Francisco, the rematch of last year's NFC Championship game of Lions and Niners. Should the Vikings fall to the Packers on Sunday, a win over San Francisco will secure Detroit their second straight NFC North title and a 1 seed in the postseason. Sticking with the NFC and the Lions, ESPN reporting Ben Johnson will indeed interview with the Chicago Bears for the open head coach position next year. Following a clock management blunder against Detroit on Thanksgiving, the Bears fired head coach Matt Eberflus. The Lions offensive coordinator, a likely candidate for many teams' wish list of new head coaches, as he has led Detroit's offense to historic heights. By the numbers, they are the best offense in the NFL. And from great offense to no offense, the Wings held scoreless last night, hosting the Blues. They suffer a 4-0 defeat to keep them at 30 points on the season. Just 2 points ahead of the Sabres in the Eastern Conference for the worst record And the Sabres just snapping a 13-game losing skid of their own last night. Detroit now 5 straight periods without a goal scored. Finally, Pistons victors in late-night basketball over the Lakers, 117-114 your final score, even with a triple-double from LeBron James. Albeit it's only December, but if the season were to end today, Detroit would have a grip of a play-in spot. First time the Pistons would reach the postseason since 2019, since they were swept by the Bucks in the first round. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. Yes, this is the time of the year where Doug is not on the show, but I am. Kang's here for another day.
Yesterday was our last show, all three of us together for the year.
Yes, for the year. And then things change. Listen, we're towards the end of the year here. This is what happens. It's December. We have vacations. People take vacation days, and this is where we're at. But we're here with you today. Looking forward to taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Like to get the Twitch and YouTube crowds involved as well. I know they like to get the discussions going on the message boards there. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes we sift through some of that and bring it into the show. So feel free to comment there. So you can log on to twitch.tv, search 97.1 The Ticket, and you can see the show streamed live with video here in the studio. Same thing with YouTube. Go to youtube.com, search for 97.1 The Ticket, and you'll see that as well. But we start the show, Kang, with at one point last night, I was so happy, and then I ended up being so sad. And it's not what we're going to get to, which is Pistons and Red Wings with, one team playing well enough to win, the other team not even close. It was the weather. I went out yesterday and I was doing some Christmas dinner shopping. And when I got done doing the shopping, I had to get to my car, and it's a downpour. And the place was the grocery store was packed, as you might expect, this close to Christmas Day, and I was expecting that. But it's raining, and it's just awful, and it's cold, but not cold enough for it to freeze up or to turn to snow. It's miserable, and I got a long walk to get to the car. I'm soaking wet by the time I get there. I get home, trying to thaw out. I'm not happy about it. Watch some TV, and then at some point I look outside and I realize, it's changed over to snow. And I'm like, yes, here we go. White Christmas. That's all I want. I just want a white Christmas. I love the snow on Christmas. I don't love it when it wreaks havoc on the streets. That's not what I'm about. But I do like it for the aesthetics. I think it's pretty. I think it looks nice, and it puts you in a mood. And I love being in the Christmas mood. So that's falling. I got some lights outside, and I could see the snow falling. The dog's loving it. I'm like, this is great. This is awesome. And then at some point last night, that changed to like freezing rain. And I'm thinking, oh, crap. Here we go. This is not going to be good. This is going to be a horrible commute in the morning. People are going to be complaining, and people are going to be sliding and skidding out, and there's going to be accidents. This is no good. Nobody wants that right before Christmas. And then I wake up this morning, and it's kind of changed over. It's just a light drizzle, and then that kind of stopped, right? But the problem is, and the temperatures are going to get up above 35 today, and same thing tomorrow for Christmas Day, is that, Kang, my fear is that I'm no longer going to have a white Christmas.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now as long as the temperatures stay above 32. You had that moment last night. I had that moment too last night because I was out as well doing some last minute shopping for Christmas Eve dinner and some gifts and things like that. And we'll get to more of that later.
Definitely.
But yeah, I saw it coming down. I'm like, oh man, it looks nice. It's getting a little slippery, but we'll see how we handle it. Most people are off work, so it shouldn't be too bad in the morning. And more in the morning, it's more. The roads were fine because the rain basically melted it all away. And I'm sorry, Gator, but I'll tell you this, and I say it every year: winter is still coming. We will still get snow at some point. It will be cold, and just wait. Right? That's how it is in Michigan. Just wait.
But that's not what I wanted.
I know. You just might not get it for Christmas. That's all. But I feel like we've been getting some light, non-winter, non-white Christmases recently.
Yeah, Well, that's the whole climate change thing that people
Yeah,
say.
everything's getting pushed back a little bit. Or what?
Yeah, which is a whole other topic, not for today or the show.
It's not on the show sheet, Gator.
It's not on the show sheet. A lot of stuff is, but that's not on the show sheet to talk about climate change. But I was really just hoping. We got a glimpse. We had some snow had been here for like a week. I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe we got a chance. I'm looking at the future forecast. It looks like it's going to be good. Might even add some more snow to it. Awesome. Here we go. And then, alas, you get the 2 days before Christmas or the day before Christmas and then Christmas Day that the temperature is going to be like 36, 37 degrees. Like, damn it. It's all going to go. It's going to be sloppy. It's going to be wet outside and not in a good way.
So I'm like you. I'm a summer guy. You're a summer guy.
Yeah.
We don't really enjoy winter. We don't take advantage of the outdoors here, I guess, whatever. But I do kind of want some snow for selfish reasons because I do have family coming in from town, from California. And one of the reasons they're coming in town, besides just seeing us, is they do actually want to see some snow. So I'm like, for you guys, I hope it snows a little bit. I hope you guys get some, you can see, build a snowman, go ice skating, whatever. We'll take them around. But that's all weather dependent. And I can't control the weather. We can show them around Detroit, all that stuff. But the snow part, it's up to Mother Nature. So I hope we do get a little bit of snow at some point in the next week here. So
yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. 248-539-9797. Matt is first up here on a cell phone. Matt, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Gator? Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas, because I won't be here tomorrow.
Well, thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, I was listening to you talking about the weather, and God, the Red Wings didn't make it any better.
No.
The Lions, man, they're a freight train. Nothing's going to be, stop them in their way. They got, 20, 30 people on the hire list. Doesn't matter. They're going to go all the way. And, that's it. And then I was just going to tell you, whenever you get a chance, I'm listening for when you open your Christmas present.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for reminding me. I will run to the where it is during the commercial break, and we'll see what we can do.
I'm telling you, you're going to love it. I immediately thought of you when I saw it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No problem, man.
All right. Take care, Matt. With the Lions, I'm a little concerned that I'm not as chesty about the run to the Super Bowl as Matt is. I love what they're doing. I don't know if they're a freight train anymore because of the injuries, but I still think they're formidable. I'm not ruling them out. I think they still have a great chance of winning the Super Bowl. I'm not throwing it out because, woe is us that they've lost this guy and this guy and this guy. I mean, the fact is they're getting some guys back. Getting Melifonwu back, I think, is huge for this team. And we'll kind of explore that in a little bit as well, because I think it does change some things around for the defense in a positive way, actually, that makes them more formidable. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I do want to talk about last night. There was good, there was bad last night, and maybe that's not even the right way to phrase it, because bad just doesn't seem like that's covering the bases when it comes to the Red Wings. What is going on with this Red Wing team, and how does it affect you? How has it changed you as a fan? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so I need to thank caller Matt for dropping off, or actually not dropping off, but sending out a gift. If you're on Twitch, twitch.tv or youtube.com, and you search 97 Ticket, you can watch us stream the show live. And I am opening the gift to see what this is. I have an idea because it kind of says on the packaging, but I will wait. Open this up. Styrofoam. Okay. It is a snow globe with it's a gator snow globe. Didn't know the gators like snow, but apparently. There you go. And then it comes with I'm not sure what this is. It's another alligator head, I think, that holds a shot glass that says "bite me." Is that would be it? Okay, so that goes like that, and that goes like that, and excellent. All right, there it is. So, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Happy holidays to everybody. We'll take your calls and your texts at 248-539-9797. As you might expect, though, Kang, over the years I've acquired a number of gators. Lots of gators of all different kinds. Pencil holders, stuffed animals. My best friend in California sent me out like 25 years ago for a Christmas present one year. Actually, it was a birthday present. He sent me a stuffed animal gator that is like...
Oh, I think I've seen it.
It's like 4 feet long.
Yeah, it's actually
giant.
cool. I like that.
It's massive that I have in my closet. Walk-in closet kind of stays up on the top and watches everything. The dog has gotten several alligator stuffed animals that it has shredded a couple, and the last one's it's managed to stand the test of time, which I'm very happy with. Because I'm tired of picking up the innards of the stuffed animals. And maybe finally, now that the dog is almost 10 years old, she has finally decided to stop tearing these things apart. I don't know. She did get a gift. Lois did.
From you?
Not from me.
Okay.
I mean, I've gotten her stuff, but
Yeah.
She just got one that's it's in her stocking. Lois has a stocking, and it's a stuffed llama, and the llama's head is kind of sticking out, and she hasn't noticed it yet. Because I imagine if she sees it, then she's just going to go after the stocking, and actually it's probably not a good idea to have anything peeking out because then she's going to destroy the house when I'm gone. Nonetheless, so stuffed animals are appreciated as long as they're appropriate for the animal, the dog, if they're tough enough. Because I don't.
That llama's as good as done.
It seems like it's well constructed.
All right, we'll find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out.
Lois will put that to the test.
Yes, it's tough. I think it's tough. What doesn't look as tough, Kang, look at that transition. That segue. What doesn't look as tough are the Red Wings. It's frustrating as hell. I mentioned in the crosstalk with the guys in the morning show, I did some research last night, and sure enough, comes out that the Red Wings have actually played 34 games already on the season. Now, they're only 82 regular season games. We're getting close to the halfway point already. And when I mentioned that to you this morning, King, your response was...
Yeah, like no one even notices because of football season. I mean, They're almost halfway through the year, and everyone's like, huh? I mean, for the people that are kind of like fringe fans, not the the hockey guy who's watching every single night that knows this, but like I think if you just ask your regular sports fan, hey, how many games do you think the Wings have played? Do you think they would say, well, I think they'd be shocked a little bit if you told them that they're almost at the halfway point of games played.
If the Lions make it to, let's say they make it to an NFC Championship game, the Red Wings will have played almost 20 more games on the season. If the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, you add a couple more to it. And now you're talking when the Lions season ends, the Red Wings could have played like their 55th game or something, which is crazy to think. And probably right up against the trade deadline and the whole bit. They have gone under the radar for the most part this whole season because of what the Lions have done. The Pistons have as well, although the Pistons with the 13 wins already in right before Christmas is crazy to think because of last year's team, how bad last year's team was. and how this year's team is way outpacing it. And I don't think they had their 13th win last year till what? April? The Pistons? Because how many? They won 14 all season last year or something like that? So the fact they've already got 13 is interesting. When Stoney asked the question this morning.
Yeah, both the Lions and Pistons have 13 wins.
Lions, Pistons, and Red Wings all have 13 wins.
Is that weird?
That is crazy.
Did I just blow your mind?
You did.
Well, I think we blew each other's minds.
Yes. But that is crazy to think that already. And
I wonder if that's like not a scoregami, of course, but some kind of weird ESPN stat info, like your professional hockey, basketball, and football team all have the exact same amount of wins.
I like it. I think it might be. I mean,
or this late in the year, at least.
It could be, right?
It's hard to win 13 games in football.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you could. Well, and even in football, like your win total is interesting because to have your basketball team and hockey team, which are roughly the same season, right? They only start a couple weeks apart from each other or right around the same time. But to line that win total up with the football team is tough. This sounds like something Greg from the morning show would do.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not all over it. Oh, he's off.
Oh, is that
yeah,
okay?
That's why.
Say, otherwise, Greg would be all over it. Yeah.
Well, Did you know?
Yeah, maybe Greg can do this in his spare time. While he's
stat of the day. Stoney was here.
Yeah, right. And then we get the sounder that Doug loves so much. That would be great. That's crazy. I didn't even realize. Then you throw the Lions in. All three teams in Detroit have 13 wins. Lions are absolutely steamrolling through this at 13-2, which I still can't believe they're 13-2. The Pistons are, what are the Pistons? 13-17 on the season now. Yeah, they're 13-17. And then you've got the Red Wings, who are 13-17-4. This is not a good place to be for Red Wings. It's just not, right? We know they're playing poorly. They've lost 4 of the last 6 games. It's worse when you go further back because they had a 5-game losing streak. They've lost 9 of their last 12. 9 of their last 12 games. Not good. And people have been talking about the head coach for a long time. Derek Lalonde, should the Red Wings move on from him? And I'm not sure if it gives them a spark to jumpstart this thing and get it going. They're 34 games into the season. I mean, I kind of feel like they are what they are. They're already defined. At 34 games, you would think you're kind of defined. It's almost halfway through the year. And it's not good. And yet at the same time, I want to give a little bit of wiggle room because they're playing without Edvinson, who's their second best defender on the team. And yet, what does it say about the team when your second best defender is effectively a rookie? Like there's Mo Sider, there's Simon Edvinson, and then it feels like there's a big old drop-off before you get to Ben Sherratt and the rest. I'm confused with what the direction is with the team because we don't see the total commitment going to younger players. They're kind of hanging on, thinking like they can make this transition and get to the playoffs or be a wild card team like they were so close last year. Came down to a tie-breaking situation at the end of the season. And they didn't make it. So I had hope this year because I thought that the moves that they made were going to make them better defensively. They give up fewer goals. I knew they were going to score fewer goals, but I didn't expect them to get, shut out last night against St. Louis or only score 1 goal against Montreal the game before that. They just haven't been good at all. The acquisitions they made in the offseason, they haven't paid off. Tarasenko has been very disappointing. Gustafsson has been disappointing. There have been a lot of players have been disappointing. I don't want to just throw it on those two, but those are probably 2 of the bigger names that they acquired. Cam Talbot, the goaltender, he's been fine. He's been fine. But what they haven't done, like I mentioned, is they haven't made this full-on leap into the youth movement. Berggren has been scratched in games. Johansson, the defenseman, he hasn't played every game. He's been scratched a ton, actually. They're moving Casper all over the place, and we don't know where he's really playing. And they've got guys that are playing at Grand Rapids that that just haven't gotten the opportunity yet. And the Red Wings have always done this thing where they really kind of want to over-ripen the players before they bring them up. But the bottom line is that the talent level on this team, they don't have enough of the high-end talent. The players they've drafted in the first round that you have lots of hope for, I don't know if any of the new crop of players that we haven't seen yet, the knee guards and the Pelicas, Sandy Pelicas of the world, if those guys have that high-end talent to be top-line players. Danielson, is he going to be a top-line player? I don't expect him to be. I expect them to be good players, but they haven't been able to draft that generational player. As good as Lucas Raymond is, as much as I like Mo Sider, they're not that player. They're all really good players, but they don't have that high-end talent. And the only way you get that high-end talent is to acquire one in free agency, which they didn't do. I think they tried and then they got priced out and said they weren't going to do it. You can trade for it, but you're eventually going to have to pay those players as well, and those players aren't always available to be traded, but when they are, you have to be willing to give up something to get something, or you draft them. And the Red Wings have had some awful teams that have gotten screwed out of having better draft potential. They continue to draft below what their position was supposed to be because the lottery has screwed the Red Wings every single turn, which has been unfortunate. But that's how you get them. That's how you get the big players. And they have not been able to do so. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll talk Red Wings. We'll talk Pistons. Of course, we're going to talk Lions. In fact, we'll talk Lions with the quarterback, Jared Goff. That'll come up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, when it comes to garage doors, there's one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door. They are amazing. Cold weather, it's rough, and it's only going to get colder out as we enter the early days of winter. We know it's going to get colder. It can wreak havoc on your garage doors, the springs, the rollers, all the moving parts. They can break when the temperature drops. So make sure that everything is ready to go. Call Precision Garage Door. They'll come out. They'll do the maintenance on the garage doors. They'll teach you how to do the maintenance on the garage doors. And if you need new garage doors, well, they can hook you up there as well because they do same-day service. So they can get the garage door back to you in no time. I've worked with Daryl's crew. They're amazing. They have garage doors in stock at the warehouse. They can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them online, I should say, at precisiondoormi.com. All right, as we await Jared Goff, that looks like we had him and then we lost him, so we'll call back and we'll talk to the quarterback in just a second. Apparently, we have soldiers at work trying to find out if the 13-13-13 is the first time in history that's happened, where the basketball team, the football team, and the hockey team all have the same number of wins at this point in the season. I mean, this late in the year. I mean, of the three, the craziest is that the Lions are 13-2. That's the crazy part. And so let's speaking of Lions, let's talk to the quarterback. So, Jared, thanks again for taking time out. As always, we appreciate it. Gators with you today. Doug will be back, hopefully next week or the week after. But it's crazy hectic times. I imagine that being the quarterback of a National Football League team right around Christmas, it's got to be hectic on you, too, trying to balance everything.
Yeah, it can be. You know, you're obviously dealing with Christmas on your family side, which is important, and then you're dealing with the football side. And got a lot of people to get gifts for, a lot of people you're thankful for, and trying to manage it all. But yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Have you been able to maneuver all that? Are you an online shopper? Are you somebody who goes to the mall? How have you been able to get? And are you done, or are you like last second shopper today?
Yeah, I'm done. I've actually created a little good system for myself. With us playing on Thanksgiving every year, that weekend we usually have off. Now, this year, we didn't have that weekend off because we had the Thursday game the next week. But I tried to squeeze it all in, kind of after that game and get on Amazon and do all the shopping online and get it all done.
So is that typically how you do your shopping now? It's just online, or do you still like to get out to the stores and, get a look at things? And
I typically go online, yeah. I do. It's just a little bit easier. And, I can find stuff a little bit easier.
What's Christmas going to be like this year in the Goff household? Is it just you and the wife, or you got the family coming in? You got in-laws coming in? How does that work for you?
Nothing special. Yeah, just me and my wife, and just hanging, and our dog, and it'll be nice and quiet, and it'll be good.
Well, so far with the season, this has been absolutely incredible. The win number 13, you got it on the road at Chicago. It's another huge day for the offense. Defense does their job to hold the Bears to just 17 points. Are these road trips truly just business trips for you guys at this point? I mean, do you squeeze in fun, or is the fun just playing the game?
Yeah, the fun is playing the game. There's I don't know how much fun other than that. You're out there very briefly and staying the night and leaving. But yeah, the fun is just playing the game and being able to win on the road anytime. I think last year we lost in Chicago, so that was important for us to win that one on the road against a team that beat us last year at their place, and we wanted to get that one.
Do you have? I imagine you don't physically have a checklist, but maybe it's a mental checklist with a bit of a revenge tour. You mentioned you lost to Chicago on the road last year. Well, you beat them this year. The San Francisco game coming up, you lost in the NFC Championship game there. You go there for Monday night's game. Is that another item on the mental checklist, or does that not even enter a thought?
Sure, yeah. I think every week you're trying to find an edge of, why it means a little bit extra. And obviously every win, means a lot because it does. But, of course. I think, they beat us on the road last year in Chicago, and we wanted to get that one. Like you said, we lost the NFC Championship to San Francisco last year in San Francisco, so there'll be plenty of motivation there. Anytime you play a division team on anywhere, at home or away, you're always motivated there. And, so you try to find those edges, and certainly we'll use that again this week.
I imagine as a player and as a quarterback in particular that you like to challenge yourself. You like to be challenged. There are tests every week. There's a different test with a different opponent, and you have to prepare for it. When you were a kid, as a student, did you like to be tested? Did you like tests, or is this just only a competitive thing as a professional athlete?
Yeah, good question. I guess I did like tests. Yeah, I like getting it out of the way. I know the stuff. Let's go do the test. Let me show you I know it and move on.
Obviously, winning, that's going to be the main objective going into any game. But as far as a game plan is concerned, what was the objective going into the Chicago game, and how close were you guys to really executing that game plan to perfection?
Yeah, I think Dan was kind of saying it all week, and I'm sure he said it to you guys, but just playing our style of football, getting back to the Detroit culture and our Detroit brand, and not that we strayed away from that, but I think, in a game like that, in a division, we both know each other. we knew that just leaning on what we do would help us and, be who we are and really, dig into that identity of what we do offensively, defensively, special teams, the whole thing would carry us through.
Is that a ridiculous goal to have, to strive for perfection, or is that something that, it's just kind of like golf? You always try to attain it knowing it's not going to be there.
Yeah, you always try. You always are trying to do it. I'm trying to, have every play, for me be perfect, but it's really hard. It really is. And, but yeah, you strive for big goals, and hopefully you land close to it, and you'll be happy about it.
In the game itself, you guys, like I said, you played, it looked like nearly flawlessly offensively. I'm sure you like to have a couple plays back, not scoring touchdowns in the red zone, ending up with field goals. But when guys make mistakes, whether it's a missed block or a drop pass or perhaps taking an unnecessary penalty, what's your approach as the quarterback and leader of this team to move forward when something like that happens?
Yeah, it's really not that difficult. You just you can't fix what's already happened, so you just focus on what's next. And we've got a good group that does that every time something like that happens. We have a holding, we have a false start, we have a negative play, I take a sack, like stuff like that. You're all right. Now it's 2nd and 15. Let's overcome this situation. How do we get to 3rd and 7 and then convert on the 3rd down? So it's very one play at a time and trying to get everyone to focus on what matters, which is the next play, and just focusing on that.
Did you talk to Ben Johnson about taking a deep shot to J-Mo after his penalty to try to get him back involved? And, hey, look, it's in the past. Yuck, throw it in the garbage. Let's get this guy involved. Or was that just happenstance when the play comes to be?
That was just happenstance. Yeah, I think the penalty he got, I think we all knew was kind of ticky-tack. And so I don't think there was as much people being upset about it as the previous one last time we played them. And it was, he spun the ball. It happens every single game. I don't think that's necessarily a penalty, but so we moved past that pretty quickly, and we know J-Mo's heart and what he means to us and his competitiveness. So no, there was never any dissatisfactory towards that.
When fans see a play like that, the 82-yard touchdown pass, everyone lights up. Like they can see that you're setting up in a pocket. You step forward. You've got the time to throw, and you're unloading the pass. I think everybody watching the Lions game is thinking Jamison Williams is going to be on the other end of that. It's a play that kind of harkens me back to playing backyard football as a kid. And I was a quarterback and always wanted to throw the deep ball. Did you always want to throw the deep ball when you were playing like backyard football? And do you get that feeling when you get an opportunity in a game like Sunday?
Of course, yeah, always. And he's as good as they get in our league at running past guys and going and tracking those things down. So anytime I can lay one out there for him to go get it, it's big. And I think in the last handful of weeks, we've kind of found a good rhythm there in practice, and then it's shown up in the games a couple of times. And he's as fast as they get, man. And I just got to lay one out there for him and let him go get it. And I think that does a lot for his confidence and my confidence throwing it. And I hope to hit more of those.
Have you seen the replays of Antoine Randall L running down, hopping down the sideline, watching it unfold?
Yeah, of course. L's the best, man. He's got good energy and keeps those guys accountable, and was excited for that. That was fun.
Do you get the impression, or maybe you know this, maybe it's just a fact among the team there, that is Antoine Randall L a guy that thinks he can still play?
No, I don't think so. I think he knows he's past his time. Now, if you need him to play slot for a few plays, he can go in there and do that, and stay within 10 yards and run routes like that. But I think he'd be the first one to tell you if he had to open it up right now. I don't know, how comfortable he'd be with that. But yeah, he's a hell of a coach, and I'm happy we got him.
Have you ever had an assistant coach in the past, whether it was college, professional, whatever, that came across and let you guys know, I could still play? Where everybody would give the eye roll, or conversely, was there a player that you're like a coach that you say, this guy could definitely still play? I'm sure why he's coaching at this point.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if I've ever had coaches that say that. Some of the guys that transitioned to coaching right away, like Sean Dion Hamilton on our staff, was a player for us the year before, and then he was a coach. So yeah, he could probably still play. If he wanted to. He's obviously happy coaching. I think when I first got here, seeing Kelvin Shepard, like he could have still gone at that time. I thought when the first year here in Detroit, and he was fresh off the plan as well. So we used to always joke with him, hey man, you got any snaps left in you? And he's no, I don't got any. But yeah, we got a lot of coaches that used to play, and it's fun joking with them about if they were to go out there now, what would happen. And I think they're all very comfortable in their roles. So
A lot was made of the stumble bum play. It's brilliant. I saw it run by Michigan State years ago, and then I guess you guys admitted that Ben Johnson admitted that he picked it up from a Jordan Love play last season. When he asked you in practice about the fumbling, you kind of said maybe let's not do that. But I always thought this: the specialty guys like the punters and kickers, they have so much time in their hands during practice. Those guys are wizards with handling the ball and ball skills and bouncing it off the ground. Could you ever see this working with a special teams play where the punter grabs it, maybe bounces it on the ground to himself, and then throws it?
Right. Yeah. I guess they got enough time to practice. Right. Yeah. That could be something that would work. I thought it was funny when I came in on Monday and Ben he asked me, he showed me the clip. He said, "You think you can do this?" And I'm like, "Fumble it like on purpose?" And he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, I kind of laughed at him. I thought he was joking, and he was serious. And I'm like, dude, I don't know about putting it on the ground. And then we kind of went back and forth and he came up with the happy medium of what we ended up doing. But yeah, he comes up with some fun ideas, man, and some crazy ideas. And I think that's what makes him great is he's willing to try things, and we've done a million things that have never made it to the game that we've tried, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe we're saving it, So yeah, he's willing to try things, he's willing to keep it fun, and he's willing to fail, and who cares because it's what we want to do.
Sam Laporta was wide open on the play, but you had a couple other receivers looking at it afterwards on film. I don't know if you have or haven't, but were those guys wide open too? And Laporta's just the number one option?
Yeah, Laporta's really the only guy to go to there on that play. Yeah, and he's wide open. So you got it.
We had a caller last week say that he was at a Billy Joel concert. I think it was in Florida. And he said that a Jared Goff chant broke out at a Billy Joel show in Florida. I imagine people have gotten to you over the last several months and said things like, dude, we heard a Jared Goff chant blank.
Yeah.
What's the craziest place you've heard the Jared Goff chant breaking out?
Oh, I don't know. I like a supermarket or something. I don't know. It's fun. The fans are incredible. And I've said it before, but like anytime that we're on the road and stuff like that happens, or you can hear them affecting the offense when we're on the road, it's really special, and it's fun to be a part of.
I have one last question, and then King, our producer, is going to ask you one. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow just got his lineman samurai swords as a Christmas gift. He went and got himself a Batmobile as a Christmas gift. Is he setting the bar a little too high for quarterbacks and what they have to do for their linemen, or have you thought about that? And can you divulge what you got your guys?
I saw what they got. I got my guys nice package of stuff. It's we'll keep it in house, but it's nice. I hope they're happy with it. But yeah, I saw what Purdy did too with the trucks, and I thought that was kind of like, come on, man. And I might say something to him next week, like, dude, you gotta relax with that. I know you got the Toyota deal, but we don't. You're buying everyone $50,000 cars. We got issues, So yeah, but Joe seemed good too. Samurai Sword. I thought that was very creative. Maybe I can get a little bit more creative in the future. I've had some creative ones in the past, but it's hard, man. It's hard trying to find something that those guys all 15 of them will like. But it's fun. It's fun tradition. I love being a part of it. Love getting those guys some stuff, and yeah, it's cool.
It's a long way from isotoner gloves that Dan Marino used to give out. Kang, our producer, has a question for you.
Hey, Jared, it's Kang here. I got a non-football one for you real quick. I know it's crazy that you've been here 4 years. I don't know if it's been slow or fast for you or how you felt since you've been here, but I know when you first got here, you had an experience of Michigan winter, like a full Michigan winter. I actually have family coming into from town from, I think the same area as where you're from. They're from Fremont, California. And we're at a text thread and the family thread right now. It's hilarious. And she's like, do I need to order Amazon snow boots from Amazon? Or like, what do you guys do with your coats when you guys go inside? Like, she's cracking me up with all these questions. She says she doesn't want to look like someone from California that stands out. So when you got here, Jared, any advice for her or people, like that are coming to Michigan for the holidays for the first time and what your experience was like experiencing winters and any advice for that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think I remember my first year here, I bought like 4 or 5 massive winter coats. And it's like, and now, now they just sit in my coat closet and I've used them once. But I thought, hey man, it's going to be cold, it's snowing, whatever. Now I have, 1 or 2 that I use that are not like tundra level cold stuff. So, yeah, it's funny that she's doing that. That's what I did my first year here. But yeah, advice, yes, be careful on the roads. It does get slick. Wear a hoodie. I think the gloves are important when you're on walks. But yeah, it's not that cold. You know, you can bear it. It's not too bad.
Yeah,
think it gets
I
a little
told her
bit
she'll
colder.
be fine. It's not like the Arctic or anything like that. But like I said, she's from
Right.
Fremont. She's never experienced it. And I just had to tell her one thing, and I don't know if you when you learned this or if you did. When you get in the car, you go butt first, and you got to double tap the boots, right, before you get in the car.
That's right, of course, yeah. And I got to be careful when I'm getting out of my car, hitting my leg on the skirt. You know, you don't want to get the mud on the back of your leg.
Yep.
From where I'm driving, and so yeah, you learn a lot of little tricks. You know, the Michigan lefts, or you know, the U-turns we got to do out here. It's different for me.
Sound advice. We appreciate it. Hey, best of luck to you on Monday night in San Francisco, Jared.
All right, thank you guys. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you too. Jared Goff, our Detroit Lions quarterback, joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, I know you see them. They're the red, white, and blue trucks. They are everywhere. You don't want to wait for Santa to bring you a solution to your plumbing and HVAC problems. I mean, look, we're the day before Christmas here, but this is good after Christmas too. Call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to get your house holiday ready, just like they did for me. My house is ready to go. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace or water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Our thanks to Jared Goff and Detroit Lions. They got a big game on Monday night against the San Francisco 49ers at San Francisco. Could be a massive game. If you watched the game last night, wasn't very competitive. The Packers and the Saints. The Packers, they shut out the Saints, it was 27-0. The first shutout of the season in the NFL. It's the latest in an NFL season for the league to record the first shutout. And the Packers were able to do that. They looked awfully good, able to run the ball at will. Jordan Love was throwing the ball just fine. And I don't know if you watched Kang, but Malik Willis, when he came in, he threw some dimes, man. He looked good. He looked really good. And I wonder if Green Bay Sports Talk Radio gets the same calls that we do here regarding the backup quarterback, whether it's, they should, elevate this guy or that they should trade this guy. And we had all those calls saying the Lions should move Hendon Hooker to try to entice the Raiders for Max Crosby. I wonder if Green Bay goes through the same thing with Malik Willis. Malik Willis couldn't do anything in his previous stop in Tennessee, but hey, now that he's been at Green Bay for this season, he's been in, I think, 7 games now. He looks good. He looks competent. He's athletic as hell. He can certainly run, but it's the throw last night. He had one throw to Jaden Reed down the sideline for 34 yards. It was just absolutely on a rope. I was quite impressed with that. So the significance of that is that Sunday's game, the Vikings and the Packers are at Minnesota. It's been changed to a 4:25 game now. And that game's massive because if the Packers beat the Vikings and then the Lions go out and beat San Francisco on Monday night, the Lions wrapped up the number 1 seed. And that would be amazing. So that you can get into a scenario where that last game of the season against Minnesota, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. I mean, certainly the Lions want to win, and Dan Campbell will stress that. But I would have a hard time thinking that some of the key starters would be playing in that game if they don't have to. Even though what he said about this game coming up is they're not going to rest anybody regardless of what happens in the Minnesota Green Bay game. They're going at it full tilt against San Francisco. And the reason he says that is because there's the knowing that if Minnesota wins the game, then the Lions, if they win or lose against San Francisco, it doesn't matter. It still comes down to the last game of the year for all the marbles against Minnesota. And people had brought up on this show, they brought it up yesterday. I had a couple of callers saying, well, if Minnesota wins on Sunday, should the Lions just rest some starters against San Francisco and just that way they're just prepared to go at it for all the marbles on the following Sunday against the Vikings? And I understood the logic behind it, and I think it was worthy of the discussion. And then Dan Campbell came out yesterday after practice and spoke with the media and basically said, yeah, that's not happening. We're going full tilt in that game, regardless of what happens in the Minnesota-Green Bay game. So I guess we're all rooting for Green Bay on Sunday so the Lions can clinch things on Monday night. That would be great. But it's not going to be easy. Traveling cross-country is never fun. Taking on a banged-up San Francisco team, hey, you play the teams where they're at on the schedule, and this is a bad time for San Francisco to be playing anybody. Too bad. The Lions have all their own injuries, so nobody's going to cry for San Francisco here in Detroit because of what Detroit's going through. The Lions have been able to man up and make the most of the situation, and they're 13-2, and I cannot believe they still have 13 wins on the season with 2 games to go. Growing up and watching football all my life and seeing, a 16-game schedule, you would see 13-3 and think that's unattainable. You might see a 14-2 team. Oh my God, if you saw a 15-1 team. I think the Dolphins one year were 15-1. Everybody thought they're going to match up against the Niners in the Super Bowl. Have these 2 fantastic teams go at it, and it didn't happen. You just don't know. You don't see those win totals that often. And here in Detroit, we've never come close. Like 13, that's a new high. And they could possibly go 14-3 or 15-2 in the regular season. That's insane to me. It's absolutely insane.
Well, the cool thing about the 13 wins as a franchise record is they did it within the 16 games. So there's not that like, they had an extra game to do it, because it used to be 16 games, now it's 17. No, they did the 13 within. They're 13-2. They did it within 15 games.
Yeah.
No, everything else is just kind of like piling on. But what you want is you want to be able to clinch the 1 seed. That's the number one most important thing. And if Green Bay does us a favor, does us a solid, I know they're trying to win out for themselves, but if they beat Minnesota, you have that cushion. And I know Dan Campbell's going to play the players, but either win or lose the game, at least you have the 1 seed. And going into the final game against the Vikings, if they have the 1 seed clinched already, I don't know what to tell people. They're going to play the starters. Now, how long they're going to play the starters is the question. You only can keep 53 guys active. Remember when they're blowing out teams and Penei Sewell was still out there in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
It's because they have to line up players still, people.
Yeah.
So let's say they have, quote unquote, nothing to play for the final game of the year. Like they have the 1 seed locked up, and obviously you can't get better than that. I imagine that the starters will play the first half, and then guys like Jared Goff and St. Brown, will sit the second half. But I'm telling you, like, Penei Sewell's probably going to play, the whole game. There's going to be guys like that playing the whole game. I mean, because you still have to line up players, and you only have so many that you can suit up.
It'll be a nice problem to have if that's a scenario, and that's something we'll talk about more in depth next week, because I don't want to jinx things and start looking ahead and counting those chickens before they're hatched and every other cliche we can throw at you. But I am thinking about it. I just don't want to think out loud about it too long. It's a point to bring up. You only have a 53-man roster and you have practice squad guys.
Yeah.
So I imagine in that scenario, would there be a lot of guys brought up from the practice squad temporarily? Within the rules, I'm not sure what the rules are, or how many, because if you're bringing guys up, some guys have to go out, and they don't have that right now. So you're basically going to look at the 53-man roster to do that. And there would be players, I think obvious ones would be like Ragnow or Decker, guys that need that maintenance.
Yeah, like Ragnow might be a healthy scratch that final game. Just that it might be 1 or 2 guys that can get that.
Sam Laporta maybe.
I don't know. Last year he played and he got hurt. Remember, they dodged the bullet that he was able to play in the playoffs.
Jahmyr Gibbs. I wouldn't play Jahmyr Gibbs in that scenario. Just
I don't
because
know.
I think they've got a stable of guys that you can plug in there.
Where you just roll Reynolds, Vaki, and Jefferson.
Yeah.
Like that could be an idea. But listen, if we have that problem, we'll love it, like you said. But right now, there's no guarantee that Green Bay is going to beat Minnesota. And there's no guarantee the Lions are going to beat the Niners, by the way.
No, there's not. But we'll get into more Lions discussion later on. We got a couple of guys on hold. Want to talk Red Wings? You want to talk Red Wings, Pistons, Lions? It's all here for you. 248-539-9797. It's the same number to text us as well. We'll read some text coming up and continue to talk sports with you here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions now 6 days away from taking the field again following a blowout win over the Bears on Sunday. They are now 13-2 on the year, so we are starting to flirt with clinching scenarios for titles and seeding. Detroit with an NFC Championship game rematch against the San Francisco 49ers for Monday Night Football. Should the Vikings lose to the Packers on Sunday, the Lions can clinch the NFC North and the 1 seed with a victory. If both of those scenarios don't pan out, it will be Vikings and Lions in Week 18 for all the marbles at Ford Field. Meanwhile, the Red Wings come up short on their first of 4 games at home last night. As a matter of fact, they come up short to the tune of a 4-0 shutout loss. Now 5 periods without scoring a goal, they are only ahead of Buffalo by a pair of points from the bottom of the Eastern Conference. Sabres snapping their own 13-game losing skid last night. And the Pistons on a winning stretch of 2 games, both coming off of this road trip out west. Last night, they toppled the Lakers 117-114. Cade Cunningham with a double-double and 20 points scored in the victory. Cunningham came into the game as the Eastern Conference's Player of the Week, averaging 27 points during his campaign, and he shot nearly 50% from the field during that campaign, 40% from behind the arc. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
I just lost my hand. Tony Ortiz came in to shake my hand and wished me a Merry Christmas. He's got the biggest hands ever. And the biggest heart ever. Tony's a great guy. Love Tony Ortiz. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator and Kang with you today. Doug will be back some point next week. He's gone through the new year. I think we come together, all of us, back on the show on January 2nd, I believe, is the date. But this is what happens this time of the year. I know I was out for almost 2 weeks here, but back, and now Doug's got a little bit of time off. But look forward to talking. We'll talk to him actually on New Year's Eve. Michigan will be playing the bowl game against Alabama, so we'll talk. We're on the air for an hour that day before the game starts, and you'll hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. But get an update on what's going on, because I'm curious to see what team Michigan's going to be able to actually field with all these players declaring their intentions of entering the NFL draft. It's not just the portal guys that are going to be out, but are the guys that are entering the draft, I can't imagine they're playing, and they just had another one pronounced yesterday. That was Josiah Stewart, the edge rusher, who had a pretty good season this year. I think 8.5 sacks, up from 5.5 the previous season. He was a hell of an edge rusher for Michigan this season. A little bit undersized, but he's got talent. He's like 6'1", 245 or so. Really, really good. And then you got the other 2 guys in the defensive line, Graham and Grant, that have declared for the draft. And there's Will Johnson declaring for the draft. If all 4 of those guys aren't playing, and that's just 4 off the top of my head, that doesn't represent them well in terms of being competitive against Alabama. And Alabama seems like they've got a lot of guys that are playing in the game. So we'll see. But we'll hear from Doug on New Year's Eve. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. We started the show talking about the Red Wings and the Pistons, and also mentioning that the Lions, all 3 teams have 13 wins at this point, which we think might be some kind of scoregami. Ken, you brought that up, and I think it's brilliant, because we talked about the Pistons and Red Wings both have 13. We forgot, so do the Lions. And now Stoney's on it, right?
Yeah, Stoney's a stat guy. They had the stat of the day because of Stoney.
Yeah.
So he, I guess he texted his peeps and or tweeted them and trying to find out. And if this has ever happened, like not just in Michigan or Detroit, just ever. And of course, we know this is the first time the Lions have won 13 games. So for us to have this 13-13-13 would be the first. It is the first time. But it also probably means your hockey team and basketball team are bad, right? If at some point you have the same amount of wins, unless it's really early in the season. So, yeah, I guess Stoney's on it. We'll find out if any other franchise or major city has had the same amount of wins between the 3 professional teams at the same time during the year.
I think it's fascinating stat, and you look at it, and it's also sad because the Red Wings are where they're at. At this point last year, I think they had several more wins. The outlook was much brighter. They would go on a nice run. I think around this time, they acquired Patrick Kane. And I think right when they got Kane, they had a rough patch, and then they started clicking. In the new year, they started to click, and they were playing so much better and got on a roll, and then got off that roll and was rocky to finish up, and they lose out on a technicality and the tiebreaker rules of making the playoffs, and that was brutal. The Pistons this time last year had like 3 wins. It was 3 or 4 wins. They were pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Well, not pathetic last night. They got a road win at Los Angeles where LeBron was playing for the Lakers. LeBron did have a triple-double. So it's a good win. And their second win in a row. So Doug's got an opportunity with his, now it's an annual, it's a 2-year in a row bet now where he thinks the Pistons will win 3 games in a row. They didn't do it last year. He's doubling down and going with it again this year. We're both rooting for him, hoping he gets it. And it looks like they're in good shape now. They've got 2 of the 3 out of the way here. Let's see if they can get the third. But they've got 13 wins. But the Red Wings last night, they just weren't even competitive. The whole first period, they were playing defense. They don't have enough scoring on this team, which we knew was going to be an issue this year compared to last year because they had either traded away or let guys walk in free agency to the tune of like 75 goals or whatever it was last year. And knew that was going to be an issue. But they tried to counter that, sign Tarasenko, sign Gustafson, sign Tyler Mott, sign a bunch of guys, and try to shore up the defensive side of it. So if we weren't going to score as many, don't give up as many. And bring in Cam Talbot and promote some of the younger players. Johansson's getting a chance to play a little bit, but not as much as I thought he was going to be playing. But they know best based on practice, I guess, of who should be playing and getting how much time they should be getting. But with the Red Wings, it's so damn disappointing because we as fans go through it last year hoping they were going to make the playoffs. It didn't happen. You thought they're building towards something. Let's take these steps forward, and it hasn't been the case this year. And when you get shut out last night 4-0, you've lost 9 of your last 12 games. There's no question the coach should be on the hot seat, but there's also maybe no question that the general manager has to start being brought into question too, and Steve Yzerman. I'm not saying he's on the same level as Derek Lalonde, but you're watching this now like, okay, it's your move. Something has to happen. There's got to be a shakeup somewhere, whether it's maybe they need to just fire the coach and go with an interim. Do they need to make some moves with the personnel and trade some players and try to either get players back or higher end draft picks back? But they're at the point, King, where it looks like something desperate has to happen.
Well, you may not be on that same level with Steve Yzerman, but I know there are fans out there that have Yzerman on the same level, if not hotter than Lalonde. Like if you're in a car right now, and Steve Yzerman's in the driver's seat, and Derek Lalonde's in the passenger seat, and they've got the seat warmer buttons, right? And so you can adjust. Levels. Yeah, you can adjust the driver and the passenger. There's 2 different buttons here. The 3 levels, okay, of heat on the seat warmers. What's Lalonde at for you as the passenger seat?
3.
3. Okay, he's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Yzerman's in the driver's seat with the steering wheel. What's his seat level? What's his warmer level here on his seat?
Well, my butt's getting a little cold. I might need to hit the button again to get it to 2.
So, yeah, for you, they're separate. Yzerman's not as hot as Lalonde, but some it's vice versa. Some it's the same, but there's no question about it. They're warm, right? No one's sitting cool and pretty here. And so, yeah, you look at there's no fire on the ice, it seems like, but then you're like, well, who put these players on the ice?
Well, I mean, he's the architect of the team. Now, when you start, doling out pieces of the pie of blame, you've got Yzerman, you've got Lalonde, you've got the players themselves, and you got a little residual Ken Holland still. It's not much Ken Holland anymore. I think we can, we're going to have to get over the fact that he just didn't draft well or didn't have the opportunity to draft well in some cases, but in other cases, he just missed on players that they took, were players taken afterwards, end up being pretty good players. But there was a lot of bad luck with the draft lottery when it comes to it with this team. But Steve Yzerman came out of it pretty good to start. When he drafted Mo Seider, a lot of people were looking sideways going, what the hell is that pick? It's been a great pick. Taking Lucas Raymond was a good pick. But after those 2, we got a little bit of Edvinson. Now Edvinson's hurt. I like Edvinson a lot. I think he's going to be an excellent defenseman. Be 3 pretty good picks. But we're still waiting. We're waiting on, is Marco Casper going to emerge as this, a top 2-line guy, or is he, just going to be relegated to checking lines, the third and fourth lines? We haven't seen some of the young guys playing in the Swedish league that they just drafted. Danielson, who they drafted a couple years ago, he's playing in Grand Rapids, and he's had his ups and downs, and he's going to have to mature as a player physically, as well as just as a player. But it feels like they're so far away because none of those guys are up. Sandin Pellikka isn't up. Brandzek Nygaard is not up yet. Danielson's not up yet. Sebastian Kosa, Seabass, the goaltender, he got half a game to showcase what he's got. Even though he was up for 3 or 4 games, he only got a chance to play because they yanked the goaltender halfway through. And he ends up getting a shootout win and then gets sent back down to Grand Rapids. They've got Trey Augustine in the pipeline. He's the goaltender for Michigan State, number 1 team in the country. And Augustine is outstanding as a netminder. I feel pretty good about that. But again, none of these guys are here now. It doesn't help us as fans looking at this team right now that has only 13 wins in 34 games. It's brutal. 248-539-9797. Paul, Neil, hang on. You guys are going to be first up as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. I do love Christmas time. I love the Christmas tree scented candle more so than the cinnamon scented candle. I love snow on the ground to look at during Christmas, not to drive through, but to look at, and then doesn't look like. I mean, I'm hanging on to it, hoping the snow can hang on through Christmas night. That would make me happy, though I don't know if it's going to happen, but that would be fantastic if it did. I got all my shopping done. We got a Christmas shopping question we're going to get to coming up at 11:45, and it's imagine a lot of people out frantically driving right now, trying to figure things out. I guess there was a Amazon strike in certain places that has really kind of wreaked havoc on delivery with stuff. That now deliveries are going to come in after the new year for a lot of people, which is unfortunate. But that's kind of what can happen. There's a little bit of leverage they're going to go with.
Well, that's always the chance you take when you try to get things delivered in general. And then if you, I don't know what the exact deadline was, but there's always that deadline where you're like, hey, if you don't order it by this date, it's going to be sketch if it gets there before Christmas Day, even if they say delivered by Christmas Day, because, you never know logistics, what's going to happen. And obviously we've passed that point now, and you've got to go get it yourself. Yeah, the old-fashioned way, Gator. Got to go to the store and literally pick it up yourself physically and bring it home and wrap it.
That's me. Or throw it in a gift bag.
Yeah.
That's definitely me. Gift bag, some tissue paper on top.
Yep.
Easiest thing ever. I did get something. I ordered. I got hit up for some Girl Scout cookies recently.
Again, are they still doing that? Or
I got an email like a week ago, and I replied right away. I said, sure, I'll be all about this, and bought like 5 boxes of Girl Scout cookies, and immediately went to the tracker, said it'll be there within 3 and 20 days or something like that. Okay.
3 and 20?
Yeah, I'm like, whatever. But you get teased because like the initial email I got to track it, it's already been shipped to like a station to be sent out, but it hasn't been sent out. And then yesterday I got something that said, yes, it's being, it's on the move. I'm like, okay, well, it should be here any day now. Not necessarily. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to get those Girl Scout cookies. I'm hoping it's today, but we'll see. 248-539-9797. Paul is in Novi. Paul, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys. Happy holidays to you guys.
Same to you. Thank you.
I got 3 quick things if we have time. First of all, huge shout out. Go Green, Adam Nightingale. How awesome of a job is that guy doing up in East Lansing? Our number 1 ranked Spartans right now, by the way. How about that?
Yeah, they've been playing great. I love watching the games against Minnesota at Minnesota. I was watching them sweep.
Third period was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, great goaltending and just great timely goals too.
Trey Augustine, you guys will see him. We'll see him over the Christmas holidays. The Canadian equivalent of March Madness, they call it the World Junior Championship. It's some fantastic hockey.
Yeah, it's always great
tournament. Great hockey. First thing up, Hockeytown deserves better, guys. Like this is just bad. Like the place is sold out. The atmosphere is always fantastic. 13 wins at Christmas time, unacceptable. Off season, Gator, you made a great point. The only thing that Steve really hit on in the off season was Cam. If Cam hadn't come to town, it'd be even worse, wouldn't it?
Cam Talbot, the goaltender. Yeah, he's played well. He's played well,
Yeah.
and I thought he would. I thought he'd fit in nicely, and didn't know who his running mate was going to be, whether it was Husso or Lyon, or maybe they were going to have a chance to Kosa at some point, but thought he would be the guy. Unfortunately, they haven't addressed enough. I mean, Tarasenko has been so disappointing. He's got 4 goals, and he's played 33 games. He only got 4 goals. You're counting that guy to score at least 20, probably closer to 25, and that hasn't happened. Patrick Kane only has 5 goals in 29 games.
There was a team in Christmas of 2016 that were in last place in the NHL and fired their coach. And they may have brought up a goaltender from the AHL, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, right?
Talking about St. Louis when they went out and won the Stanley Cup?
Yep. And that coach now coaches in my team in Toronto. But, and the guy that we could have used from that roster that was available in the off season that we passed on was Kevin Shattenkirk. He was available. He's younger than Petrie by a couple of years. He was a captain in St. Louis, and I think he would have been a much better mentor to our young decor than Jeff Petrie is. I mean, Petrie's been scratched a handful of games, healthy scratch. He's just not good. I mean, cute story, Orchard Lake St. Mary's kid, Dan's kid.
No, I think
blah,
at the
blah,
time,
blah.
and thanks for the call, Paul. At the time when they signed Petrie, it was funny enough, I got asked about this. I got asked about Petrie as I was going in for my colonoscopy, literally being wheeled on the gurney. I was asked about Petrie. And after I gave my stance, the guy thought I was being soft on Petrie, and I'm not. I don't think he's been good for the Red Wings. I think when they got him at the time, when they acquired him, it made sense because veteran defenseman, good size, he can help this team out in a transition. Now, was the contract too lengthy? Is it too much money to spend? Those are questions that as time has gone on, you can say, yeah, it's too lengthy and they're spending too much on him because they're not getting enough out of him. And there are times when you watch him play and he stands out for making mistakes. And there was a few games ago, the game that they won, where he stood out for good reasons because he had a couple of goals. But for me, it wasn't about the goals he scored. It was about the way he was playing defense. He looked great in that game. And the Red Wings looked resilient in that game. But the Red Wings as a whole, because I don't want this to be about Petrie, but as a whole, they can't put it consistently together. Whether it's period to period or game to game, or even shift to shift, we're not seeing it. At times it's a lack of effort. And if it's a lack of effort, you blame the players and you blame the coach. If it's just bad luck, you just chalk it up to some bad luck that's happening. If it's because a player's lost his skill to be effective on the ice and he's still out there, then I guess that's more of a general manager thing because he's the one who acquired the players and you're the one that's in charge of rounding up this roster. So I'm a huge Steve Yzerman guy. I still back Steve Yzerman. I think there are positives to come. But when we talk about setting that seat warmer, and if I've got the seat warmer on level 3 of 3 for Derek Lalonde, I got to give some of the blame to Steve Yzerman, and that seat warmer is ready to press the button to go from 1 to 2, and it might already be on 2. So what does that mean? It just means that I'm starting to say, I'm getting very impatient, and where I know fans are already well past where I'm at, and that's fine. You can be there. In general, I'm more patient. But I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. And part of what makes me unhappy, and it really started getting sour on it, was a couple weeks ago. And that was when Sebastian Cossa had the chance to play. They brought him up, and it was going to be for a few games. I thought for sure he was going to get at least one start in net. And they didn't. They didn't give him a start. They threw him in because, the goaltender wasn't getting the job done in a game. They pulled the goalie and went, all right, Cossa, you're the backup, go in there. And after giving up a couple goals that weren't his fault, he settled down, gave his team a chance to get back in the game. The Red Wings did. They tied it. They went to overtime, a scoreless overtime. They went to a shootout, and they won the shootout. Now, you win the shootout because you score goals, and also because the goaltender keeps the puck out of the net. And Cossa looked good. But he didn't get a start. So that kind of, it pissed me off a little bit. Because as a fan, you want the opportunity to see the young guys play when they're brought up. And we're not seeing that. Johansson is not played much at all. He's played in 17 games, Albert Johansson. They had brought up on an emergency basis, they brought up Wallander last night, but he didn't play. And, as a fan, again, it bothers me because if you've got the young guys and you've got a bad team, play the young guys. Let's see what they got. Because it's 34 games now. It's different if it's like 20 games in, right? You're not even a quarter of the way through the season. Here we go. But at 34 games, it's different. It's a much bigger percentage of games played. My rough math would tell me it's probably about 40%. I don't know. I'd have to double check that. But it seems like this is a legitimate number of games where we can start making judgments on this team and say something's got to happen. Other teams are very quick to react when things go south. And in the NHL, it feels like more than any other sport, coaches get fired quickly. We've seen coaches fired when they were in first place in the NHL. That's happened, and it's happened recently. But the Red Wings, whether it was Ken Holland or it's now Steve Yzerman, been very patient with the coaching, and shaking things up in the middle of the season doesn't seem like it's their MO. And yet, with 13 wins through 34 games, at some point, something has to happen. What's the move you want to see happen with this team? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Gator, do you know who this is?
I do. Somewhere Stoney is getting all excited.
Okay. Yeah, he was very excited when he was filling in for you.
Yeah.
And this came on. It's like, oh, it's the boss, whatever. There was a bounce back music of John Lennon singing.
So this is Christmas.
Exactly.
What have you done? Yeah.
That was a good impression there. I like that.
The Yoko Ono in
right,
the background.
Exactly. So Stoney goes to Doug. He goes, this is another great one. And Doug goes, who is this? I don't know who this is. And Stoney was like, what? Like, and then Doug was dead serious, of course.
You didn't know it was John Lennon?
No.
Okay.
I'm not even sure. I think he did say he knows who John Lennon is.
Oh, come on.
But he did.
I know Doug's not like the most savvy when it comes to like pop culture and stuff like that. But he knows something. He knows music. Some of it.
So I think he did know John Lennon, but he didn't know that was John Lennon singing it. But I thought that was kind of crazy. But whatever. It's Doug.
It is. That is definitely. I'd love to see Stoney's reaction.
So,
like Stoney just lost 30 points of respect for Doug when that happened.
Yes. And then, another Christmas song came on, and Doug, how he is. He's like, is this John Lennon? No, this is...
Is this Denzel Washington?
No, it's Adele, Doug.
It's Adele. Do we have Adele Christmas?
I don't know.
Anything about Mariah Carey?
This is her time of year, man. I think she's like going on 20 years straight of the number one song during Christmas.
I thought
she's
I
the queen.
saw it. Maybe
she's the queen.
I Google it and find the actual answer.
I don't care if you like it or not. That song every Christmas, number one every year, no matter what. Just accept it.
Yeah. So I just Googled this, and 20 hours ago, a story came up on people.com. According to Forbes, Mariah Carey earns about $2.5 million in annual royalties based on Christmas.
Dude, it's insane. It's like the Bobby Bonilla of contracts. Like, she's never going to stop getting paid for this.
Right. And, God bless her. She's got a great voice. She's had a great career.
It sounds good, man.
Yeah,
I know you're surprised sick of it, but it's...
Yeah, I think everybody gets sick of stuff after a while, like do I get sick of the Bruce Springsteen one? Yeah. Do I like the Little Drummer Boy? No, I don't like that. Little Drummer Boy is probably my least favorite Christmas song of all time. It's just, for me, if you like it, that's fine. Just like if you like the Bruce version of Santa Claus is Coming to Town, that's fine. Not my favorites. Not my favorites. I think I like the instrumentals more than I do the actual songs. But that's to each their own. To each their own. I don't think we're having we throw out some Trans-Siberian Orchestra every once in a while. A little TSO. That's interesting. 248-539-9797. The telephone number. Neil is next up here in Farmington Hills. Neil, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Gator. Thank you for taking my call this morning.
Sure.
Longtime Red Wings fan. Unlike many, I wasn't so confident the Wings were going to make playoffs this year before the season started because I didn't think their goaltending was good enough to do it. And I wasn't overly enamored with their coach, especially the way he commented at the end of last season, and you might recall this, that he was satisfied, even though the Wings didn't get in the playoffs, that they had overachieved, he felt. And I'm thinking, well, if they overachieved, what were you expecting them to do? Did you want to make the playoffs or what? But that's aside from what I really wanted to talk about. The Wings are very tough to watch, and I think all the fans would agree. It's been that way pretty much the whole year. They get outplayed. They don't do much in the other team's end. And I've been to Grand Rapids, and I've seen the Griffins, and I can definitely say there's at least 2 or 3 guys down there that are better than some of the bottom 6 guys that the Red Wings have. And then lastly, with Kosa, who you spent a lot of time talking about, I thought I was listening to myself talk when you were making the comments about him. And he did so good in that shootout in the game that he played and won. How do you not play him in a game before you send him back to Grand Rapids?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
I was stunned with that was the way that it worked out, Neil, and thanks for the call. But, that's over with. Will he get another opportunity this year? I suppose he will. They have too many goaltenders as it is right now, and they got 3 guys. So I think it's just a numbers game. At some point, they'll make a decision. And we'll see that. And we mentioned they have Trey Augustine in the pipeline as well, who's playing at Michigan State right now. That maybe he joins this, plays in the minors next year with an opportunity to ascend. But with Grand Rapids, they're off to this great start as a team, but it's not like Grand Rapids has a bunch of goal scorers. So what the Red Wings need is goal scoring, right? Their leading goal scorer has 12. Sheldon Dries has 16 points in 26 games and has 12 goals. Joe Snively is second on the team with 10 goals in 29 games. The leading point getter is Dominic Shine with 22 points in 29 games. None of these guys are even close to point-a-game action. And they're not lighting the lamp with any kind of great consistency. The names we hear about, the big draft choices they've had that we want to see and hear about, Nate Danielson, he's got 16 points in 29 games, but only 3 goals. Tuomisto, the defenseman, has got 12 points in 25 games. That's not bad, but he's -6 on his plus-minus, and he's playing on a good team. That doesn't look so great. Elmer Soderblom, remember he got his chance a couple years ago? Big guy, 6'7", 6'8", whatever he is. He's got 2 goals in 29 games. So even though that team is playing really well, maybe it's just the style of play that they're doing. They're playing team hockey, getting a different guy every game that steps up, but defensively they're sound and they get great goaltending. And they have gotten great goaltending. Kosa's got a 2.31 goals against average and a 919 save percentage. Jack Campbell, not that Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell has a 2.37 goals against average and a 917 save percentage. So they've gotten pretty good goaltending. And then Ville Husso has played there. He's played in 6 games. He's got a 914 save percentage and a 2.39 goals against average. So their top 3 goalies are all basically doing the same thing. They're playing well. But offensively, there's not a ton there with Grand Rapids that you're seeing, where guys like, if they had a guy that had like 40 points through 29 games, I would imagine they would have been called up. But they don't have that guy. And a guy like that would be, you bring that guy up to play in like the second line. Well, they don't have that guy, so he's not going on the second line. So anybody they bring up is going to be put on the third or fourth line. And it's not an attractive product right now. So what do you do? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Justin is next up from Livonia. Justin, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm just wondering, what are we doing with Derek Lalonde still as the coach? What is it? He adds nothing. He adds literally nothing. There's no identity to this team. There's nothing that he does. And I don't mean to bring up Dan Campbell or even AJ Hinch, but what he adds literally nothing to this team. I have no idea why he's still the coach. I have no idea why he was even brought back this year. He adds nothing. And now you're starting to hear it from the players.
I think
what is going on?
You're asking a question. I'll tell you.
Locker room.
I'll tell you what I think it was, and thanks for the call. What I think it was initially is that this is a guy who came from an organization in Tampa that Steve Yzerman came from, so he knows. And he has a good relationship with John Cooper, the coach, so they kind of knew what they were getting with him. What they were getting with him is a guy who's very even keel. Doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low. He's a personable guy. If you get a chance to talk to him, he's very personable. He's a great guy. But won't let things bother him, won't let things linger, keeps things even keel. And maybe that's what they needed initially. But after a while, it wears out. In the NHL coaching circles, you don't see many coaches that stick around on a team for 6-7 years and runs beyond that. It almost seems that guys always wear out their welcome at some point, whether it was Mike Babcock or Gerard Gallant or Joel Quenneville. Look at all these guys. If Tortorella, all these coaches who've been around forever, they've been coaching all over the place. And with Lalonde, what are they getting out of him right now? I don't know. It's hard to find anything tangible at this point because the team isn't playing well. The penalty kill's a disaster. Offensively, they're not getting goals. Power play is okay, but they're not getting the most out of their players. Dylan Larkin isn't scoring. It looks like he's losing his cool on the ice on a nightly basis. Right now, the player that they have is Lucas Raymond. 33 points in 34 games. He's got 13 goals, and much of that has come in the last 20 games. He's got almost all of his goals in the last 20 games. But he's got no running mate right now. DeBrincat's been a disappointment. Patrick Kane has been a big disappointment this year, but he's starting to get back on track a little bit. I'm not sure how much longer.
Yeah, but people
they're going to be patient with this.
People can yell at Lalonde and the players, and is he getting enough out of the players? Are the players good enough? They're not going to fire themselves, people. So you got to go a little bit higher. Go ahead and say it. Don't be scared. Steve Yzerman can fire Lalonde at any time, right?
Yeah.
He's the one who put together the team as well. And I'm not saying I want Steve Yzerman fired, but that's who I'm looking at if I want to point blame at this point. Lalonde is not going to go out there and be like, guys, you know what? I'm firing myself. I'm not bringing anything to the table.
I get the feeling that something's afoot real soon. I mean, you can't – 9 of your last 12 you've lost. And that's a long stretch. And 34 games into the season, you had a stretch like that already. That's not good. And it's not like last night gives you any hope. Like, oh, they just missed last night. No, they got shut out 4-0. They had 21 shots in the whole game. Played defensive hockey for 70% of the game. Then when they had an opportunity, on a power play, it gets wiped out right away because Dylan Larkin skates into the goaltender. Now they've got some time off. They don't play again until Friday. So what does that mean? Does that mean that it would now be a good time to change coaches because you can get another interim coach here right away to go for the transition? I can't imagine you're hiring somebody long-term at this point, but maybe if you got somebody in mind, there are certainly guys available if you wanted to do something like that. Or do you allow this week to regroup and see what they could do on Friday night and going into, what would be the All-Star break at some point? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Look, I know it's hard to find great service, and when you find it, you want to let people know about it, and I'm letting you know about Precision Garage Door. They're amazing. Years ago, I was having issues with my garage doors. I called them up. They came out and took a look at things and said, yeah, well, we need to do some maintenance here. You got to lube up the joints, so to speak, is what they were doing in the parts of the metal areas that needed it, right? Because you got all these moving parts and temperature really wreaks havoc on things like that. But when you've got springs and rollers and moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops. You want to make sure that they are well taken care of. And then point came when I needed new garage doors. Who did I call? Precision. They came out, gave me a bunch of options to look through. They talked me through the whole process. Daryl and his team, they took care of me right away. They were awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit their website at precisiondoormi.com.
This John Lennon?
I think it's a different John. Is this Johnny Mathis?
No.
Who is it?
I thought
Nat
you
King
knew,
Cole?
man.
Is this
Yeah,
Nat
of
King Cole?
course. Come on, man.
Sorry, I get.
Come on.
I got it a second try.
Yeah, what was the third guess? Adele?
Denzel Washington. No, I'm not Doug. I wouldn't have done that. That would have been Doug's first guess.
Yeah, it would have been. Who played him in his buy-up? Denzel Washington, then.
Denzel Washington. Yeah, or not. Let's go to these calls real quick. Ron is in Southgate. Welcome, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ron.
Gator, thanks for the call, buddy, and happy holidays to you, pal.
Same to you. Thank you. Gator,
You are 1,000,000% right about this farm club. And the problem with this team, and I just don't get it, and when you look at this team, the way it plays, they have nobody to go to the corners. We have no size. You've got a bunch of players on this team that are 5'10", 5'11", and there's nobody to bang in those corners. When you got guys like Kane and Tarasenko, they're supposed to be at the slot, right? The guy goes in the corner, digs the puck out, throws the puck out there, shoot, right? We don't do none of that. And as far as Lalonde goes, I don't disagree with getting rid of him. But you get rid of him, you got to make the caveat that this wasn't his fault. He didn't put this together. I mean, look at these free agents that Stevie has brought in here. I mean, Jesus, this is terrible. Would you agree with any of that?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of it, actually. I mean, size-wise, look, we've always heard from day one of being a Red Wing fan, you hear that the team's not big enough, team's not gritty enough. But with this team, I'll agree with it because they have one forward who's taller than 6'1", and that's Rasmussen, who does play with some of that grit. I like Rasmussen a lot, but that's one guy, and he's kind of a role player. He's not one of the top six forwards, and your top six forwards are all smaller guys that need to put the puck in the net more to justify not having big guys out there.
Look, let's go get this kid from Boston, this Frederick kid, and then I've been chirping for this one guy, the guy that plays for Montreal, that Arbor Hijack. Let's put him on that ice out there a little bit, and that'll stop people taking cheap shots at the small guys, right?
Well, I guess, and thanks for the call, Ron. I don't worry too much about cheap shots at the small guys. They can police that themselves. What I worry about is they're not getting the puck in the net. They don't have the scoring. And even if you look at, what they have, I mentioned about what they have at Grand Rapids, but it's just like looking at their prospects overall, guys they've drafted, you're not seeing, they have one player in the entire organization that is averaging more than a point a game. And he's playing in the Western Hockey League. That's Emmett Finney, who's a forward, who has 46 points in 29 games. But he's not even playing at Grand Rapids yet. So, that would be the next step for him, probably next year. So they don't have goal scorers in their system. Not a ton of them anyway. They're playing in a Swedish elite league or Swedish league that maybe, but it's just not enough at this point. And yeah, Steve Yzerman's going to take some shots right now. Pedro's in Port Huron. Pedro, welcome to 97 on the ticket.
So I may have missed some of this. I just tuned in, but who's more to blame here, Lalonde or Stevie Y? Because I'm not sure what coach could make this team better. I mean, I just feel like they have 3 or 4 guys you'd consider, and then a bunch of pieces. And just like you said, we don't have anyone coming soon that's going to help save the day. The only guy that could maybe make a difference is that goalie. I can't remember his name, but then we decided to send him back down.
Sebastian Cosa, yeah.
I guess I just don't. If his name wasn't Stevie Y, he would have been gone by now, right? So what's the time frame, and how much more leash are you going to give him before?
Well,
we
what would you
decide to
do?
pull the plug?
What would you do, Pedro? You would say enough is enough right now?
No, it's tough. I guess it depends how they finish this year. If it's terrible and there's no development, there's no guys coming, maybe after the season. But the problem is he's had the history of developing teams, right? So it's a finicky line. But one more year max is if we don't turn it around by then.
Yeah, I mean he's got to find. And thanks for the call, Pedro. He's got to find his Kucherov, right? He's got to find his Victor Hedman. He's got to find the key players that they were able to find in Tampa that made that team as great as it was. They had some other high-end talent they drafted really high or guys they traded for. But it's really about the guys you're able to find after the first round. And they just haven't been able to find those guys to step in and be that type of player. Right now, when we talk about the seat warmer, we have 3 levels of the seat warmer, and how hot is that seat? Lalonde's on the hot seat with level 3. And for me, I think I'm just getting ready to press the button for level 2 for Steve Yzerman. Now, what does that really mean? It means that, I'm ready to see a change with the head coach. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they go ahead and make that move. But I also understand that if they do it, are they doing it for somebody that's an interim head coach, or are they doing it for somebody that's going to be, a coach they give a contract to, a multi-year deal? There are guys out there that they can go ahead and hire right now if they wanted to do that, and that would be interesting if they made that move. But with the general manager, I'm a little bit more patient because I think he's been dealt a crappy hand when it comes to drafting, because they've had some horrible luck with the draft lottery. In years they should have been drafting the top 3. They weren't. And it's horrible. And you miss out on elite players. And they haven't been able to draft elite players. The best draft he had was the first one when he took Mo Sider. Sider's been great. Lucas Raymond has been great. But beyond that, we're just waiting. Jim is in Walled Lake. Welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jim.
Good morning. I'm not sure if we know the answer to this question, but is Yzerman free to do what he wants to do? Because I saw a thing on Steve Spurrier a while back where he went from the college to the pro game, Redskins, I believe, and he was looking forward to it. He wanted to make his mark on the team, and he said, I found out real quick that I was told what I could and could not do.
Well, with Steve Spurrier, it's different because Steve Spurrier was a coach and not a general manager. Steve Yzerman is the general manager, and what's going to be
told by the owner?
Why would they restrict him? There's a salary cap in the NHL, so he's got a cap he's got to manage. So do it however you want. I can't imagine that Chris Ilitch is saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, you can't get this player," because Chris Ilitch isn't getting involved with the salary cap.
Well, if you want to change the coach, what difference in the salary is that going to cost him, the owner?
I don't think it cost him that much. I don't know what Lalonde's salary is, but I don't imagine it's all that much in the grand scheme of things, considering that it was a first-time head coach. So I don't think they're telling him don't fire him yet because we got to pay him. No, they're one of the Ilitch family is one of the richest families in sports. I don't think that matters.
The stadium is pretty full every game, isn't it?
I don't know what the actual attendance is. It's decent. Again, it's not a money issue because you have a salary cap. You're able to manage that cap. So I don't see there'd be any restrictions on what Yzerman wants to do.
No, but if they make some changes, they're still not going to be able to sell many more seats.
Yeah, but they're still a profitable business.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not going to make much more money no matter what they do.
Well, they'll make more. Look, if the team wins, you make more money. That's easy. People buy the merch. Ask the Lions if they're making more money now because the team is winning. Okay, regardless of the fact that the NFL is just a money tree. The Lions are making tons of cash because the team is awesome. Why? Because everybody in town is buying a jersey or buying a hoodie or buying a hat. Everyone's doing something with the word grit. That's easy money. And that stadium is packed, and they're able to charge more, and now they're able to charge a premium because the team's good. And the Red Wings, because the business model that the NHL has set forth, and it's all tied to revenues, it's a profitable business. I think what the NHL did when they restructured years ago was brilliant. So it's not about money with this. It's about how you spend the money, what players you bring in. What kind of contracts are you signing? And right now, it looks rough. Steven, next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Steven.
Hey, guys. Doug, Skater, excuse me. This is my favorite team in the world, of all teams. Hockey, Red Wings, number one. I am so sick and tired with this trash product that they're putting out there. I can't even watch it anymore. It's so bad. We have 4, maybe 5 guys that I'd say, yeah, we can build around this. And what have we done? We put Jeff Petrie out there, Ben Sherrod out there. We got a bunch of scrubs out there. No wonder people aren't interested. People say this is Hockey Town. I'm saying Hockey Town. This is Trash Man Town. We got trash patches on the jersey. This ain't it. I'm sick and tired of it. Thank goodness we got the Lions to bring us some Christmas joy this year, and the Tigers went on a miraculous run.
What would you do?
I don't know if it's Yzerman.
This is your team. You say you're a big hockey guy. What would you do? What would you like to see done?
I'm selling off people, and we're rebuilding from the ground up. We got 4 or 5 guys. We're not getting rid of Raymond. We're not getting rid of Sider. We're not getting rid of Edvidson. We're not getting rid of Larkin. Maybe we can fetch something for Cat. His inconsistencies drive me absolutely nuts.
Yep.
Kane's gone after this year. We got a couple expiring contracts. We need to somewhat start over, with the exception of those 4 or 5 guys I mentioned. We got 2 great goalies coming up in the pipeline that gives me a little bit of hope for the future, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to put the pieces around them in time to maximize where Larkin's at. How much better is Larkin going to get at this point in his career?
I hear what you're saying, and in terms, and thanks for the call. It's, if you're looking to sell off parts, what do they have to sell off? The guys you want to protect are the guys that are worth that you get something for. Are you going to get a whole lot for Alex DeBrincat? He's got a big contract, and he's not producing. You're going to get a whole lot for Patrick Kane? Probably not. But if you're just doing it for the sake of getting rid of the salary and then preparing yourself to have a big war chest for next year in free agency, I suppose you can try doing that. But, moving guys like, Petrie and others, I don't know if you're going to get anything for that. It's a tough position that they're in. And it's Steve Yzerman. It's his position. And when he ends up signing these guys, he's expecting more, and they haven't worked out. They've been bad contracts. And in some cases, just bad from the get-go rather than it eventually went bad. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. We come back. We want to talk about, this is the day. We're Christmas Eve, man. Stores are closing in like 5 hours, if that. Some are probably closing before that. Some might be open later on. I mean, you better get on the horn and get out there and get things done if you haven't already. We want to talk about the shopping season and how it's worked. Did you brave the malls over the weekend? Did you see any were there any Karen sightings? I want to hear the horror stories. I want to hear it all. Talking about it with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Lions await a big matchup with San Francisco on Monday next week. Lots of big implications could be had in that game. really all falls on Minnesota. Not often you see this, but Lions fans pulling for a Packer win, as a Green Bay victory over the Vikings would put Detroit in position to win the NFC North and get the 1 seed in the playoffs. Detroit would then need to beat the 49ers in a rematch of last year's NFC Championship game. Should both those scenarios not come through, then Week 18's matchup of Lions and Vikings at Ford Field will be a winner-take-all. And sticking with the playoffs, how about college football playoffs? Well, the first installment of the enhanced playoffs was met with mixed reviews, but the world was certainly watching. The ratings for the first-round games proved to be successful, with the highest-rated game being Ohio State and Tennessee. That drew 14.3 million viewers as the Buckeyes got the win. Finally, it was a double-duty night for Detroit sports last night. Pistons picking up their second consecutive win on their trip out west. They take the series sweep against L.A. with last night's final of 117-114, 20 points for Cade. He came in as the Eastern Conference's Player of the Week during that stretch, averaging 20 points a game, shooting just under 50% from the field and over 40% from deep. As for the Red Wings, it's now 3 losses in a row, and they fall short to the Blues via a 4-0 shutout. It's now 5 straight goalless periods of Red Wing hockey. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
And welcome back to the Karsten Anderson program today on Christmas Eve. Oh, Christmas afternoon. Christmas Eve afternoon. I don't know how you rephrase it. Is the whole day Christmas Eve?
Yeah, man. It's the eve of Christmas.
I always looked at it as the night before Christmas. Or is that the night
before Christmas? It was the night before Christmas. That's different.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Today's Christmas Eve all day, man.
Any mice?
I hope not. That'd be bad news.
You don't want to see mice
Nope.
on Christmas Eve.
Nope.
No, you do not want to see that.
Yo, did you hear about what happened to Jimmy in his house this week?
I heard.
Jimmy, our boss?
Well, I know he's got some furnace issues.
Yeah. So he woke up and it was like 50-some degrees, and that's, something's wrong.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's just way too low. He tells us that story, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Last night, I came home after work, or not, yesterday afternoon, came home. No one's home. It was cold in the house. I was like, oh, crap.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. And I checked, it was like 64.
Ooh, I keep my house cold, but I keep it at like 67.
Okay, it was like 64, 63. What had happened was I have one of these like smart thermostats.
Yeah.
It's Echo. It had gone down because no one was in the house. It's like if my phone's not in the house, essentially.
That is smart.
It goes down. So that's what had happened, knock on wood. I was scared, man.
Yeah, that is.
It's
look,
scary,
I went through it last year when I had the tree come down in my backyard.
Yeah, you don't want problems during the holidays, man.
No. And the tree smashed into power lines and put out power in my whole street. Wasn't my tree.
But it landed in your yard, right?
It was it was a giant tree, a 3-trunk tree. One trunk went towards my bedroom and missed my bedroom by 20 feet. Another trunk landed on the power lines. Another one also hit power lines in a different direction on the fence, smashed that. And then the third part of the trunk ended up on the roof of the pavilion that I have in my backyard, kind of like a gazebo type pavilion. Unfortunately, didn't do any damage to that, but yeah, I had all that damage, and it was out of power for 7 days, I think. I toughed it out at my house for the first few days. I thought it'd be fine, and me and the dog without power. But the house, it started getting cold. It was January. It ended up being, I don't even know what the temperature was because I couldn't tell because there was no power. But I'm guessing it was definitely in the 50s, low 50s, maybe even the high 40s. And eventually I had to go and put the dog in a kennel, and then ended up going and staying in a hotel for a few nights. And it ended up being the time where the Lions were in the playoffs. I think it was for the Lions Rams playoff game that I was staying at the hotel. So that was rough. I went through it last year, I've got a gas fireplace that can work. That's helps a little bit, but that's, if you're right in front of it, great, but it's not gonna heat up the whole house.
Yeah, I know people that will turn on the oven and leave the oven door open.
I don't think that's smart.
No, I'm just saying what people do. They get desperate. Yeah.
I think you Google things like that and find out that's what you're supposed to do. I don't think you're supposed to. Yeah. So when it gets cold, you gotta get out, and hopefully you've got somewhere to go, and then you start.
But you worry about the pipes bursting, and depending on how
you
cold
worry
it
about
gets.
all that
Yeah.
stuff, right? And if you get a sump pump, and are those pipes going to burst? If everything is just a concern, and then of course you also think, and this is a charitable time of the year. Hey, if you're fortunate enough to be able to leave the house and go either into somebody else's house or to stay at a hotel because you're in that position, that's great. But then you start thinking about the people that can't, and you feel terrible about that. And don't forget that. And if you've got an opportunity to donate, please do, whether it's clothing or money to a soup kitchen or even just volunteering to helping, whatever it is. If you can, do it. Because it's times like that when your power goes out that you really start to think about it because you're put in that position. And other people live that way every day. It's tough. But what's also tough, not a great segue, but what's also tough is, shopping for the holidays. So if you're going to shop for somebody, why not shop for, charitable cause as well? But shopping, you would imagine that over the weekend, I have to imagine that the malls were packed. I know they were packed. I knew people that were out, and they said it was just a mob scene out there, and it always is. The weekend before Christmas, and Christmas on a Wednesday this year, yeah, you would think that Saturday, Sunday at the mall, absolutely crazy. I want all the stories. I love hearing the horror stories of shopping, the nightmares of the line that's 100 people deep, and they have like 2 cashiers checking people out, and people are losing their mind in line. You start getting the Karens in line that are, all too important, and they don't think they should have to wait, and they start yelling at the help, and you're like, what are you doing? Why are you yelling at this poor person? They're actually part of the solution. They're not part of the problem. They're not hiring people. They're doing their job right now. But I want those stories. I want to hear them. 248-539-9797. And I'm curious are you one of those people? Are you a last-minute shopper? And are you thrown in that position now because of the strike that's going on in various places with Amazon? Because you were going to order stuff, and then you find out, wait a minute, it's not going to come till after Christmas. I got to get this, man. I got to get something now. And the way people have, I think the way shopping has changed, where it seems like now the new norm is to just go online and buy everything online and have it shipped to your house. And that's why we had seen less and less mall traffic, and you're seeing so much turnover in the stores in the mall. I've been to a few malls over the last few weeks, and the malls weren't packed when I went. And I went during different hours and different days, but it's still December for Christmas shopping. And in years past, when I would do the same thing, it was packed. It's different. People's behaviors have changed completely when it comes to shopping. But I'm curious now, are you also one of these people that now you got to shop because of the strike with Amazon and your gifts aren't going to get there in time? So you just made the decision, well, I'm not going to get it. If it says won't get it till January 3rd, I got to get something now. What do you do? What's your go-to? 248-539-9797. And King, I know you had an experience last night that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're alone in this, because when you told me this story, I could 100% picture this happening. I've seen it happen in the past, not for Christmas, but for other days, like for Valentine's Day, other holidays like Mother's Day or Father's Day. I've seen the exact same thing happen.
No, the go-to is everyone does this. We all know it. It's gift cards. That's the go-to. I mean, at this point, man, if you haven't bought an actual gift that someone wanted, first of all, if it's something popular, good luck with that. They're probably not even going to be any left on the shelves. Right. And number two, you're going to go through hell. You don't want to do that. The easiest thing is to go right to the gift card carousel, okay? And you go to, yesterday, I went and I was picking up certain things to cook for tonight, actually, for Christmas Eve dinner. And I had a few people that I need to pick up a couple extra things for, so naturally I went to the gift card carousel. The only issue with this place was it was all restaurants, like every single one, and that's fine. But I didn't want to do a restaurant food one for these people. It was Applebee's, Outback, whatever, you know what I mean, McDonald's.
Here's your Panera,
Panera,
Starbucks.
all that stuff. Yep. So which I get, because this store probably wants you to shop at their store for, buy a gift card from them, whether it's Meijer, Walmart, whatever, right? Yeah. So if you want a Home Depot gift card, I mean, do I have to go to Home Depot? Or I mean, I think CVS or some places, drugstores.
CVS, I think, is a great call.
Yeah, will they have other places? Like the big
Some bigger
chain stores. Yeah.
The other thing is, and typically every place would have this, but I don't think people like to do this, is get like the Visa gift card.
To me, you're wasting money.
But it's just money. It's like effectively giving somebody, if you get like $100 gift card,
yes,
it's effectively giving them $100.
But doesn't it charge at all? Like, do they take a certain percentage or anything?
I don't think so. There might be a nominal, like $1 or $2 off the top, but I don't think it's anything crazy.
There's no activation fee or anything?
I don't think so.
Because usually if I'm doing that, I'm just giving them cash.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. And then, I mean, that's the old standby from years past.
Another
cash.
Great one is,
Christmas cash.
Is this a waste of money or is this a good idea? Scratch offs. It's like if I gave you a $20 scratch off, would somebody be like, well, you're better off just giving me $20 because you just gave me essentially nothing?
No, I mean, for me, that's like a gift that you give a friend as opposed to a family member. Although if you're going to give it to a family member, maybe it's part of a stocking stuffer. It better not be the only gift. Otherwise, you're going to get in trouble. I think as a stocking stuffer, they're awesome. I think just as a friendly gift you're giving to a friend.
It's like added value.
Or a coworker. I think that's cool. Yeah, because it's like, hey, there's a chance you could win more. Otherwise,
really, there's not.
Yeah, I bought $20 worth. Good luck.
Like, what if
not good luck like in the movie Taken? I mean, like actually good luck, not like good luck from Marco from Tripoya.
Good luck.
Good luck.
What if I gave you, Gator, a parlay slip? Like, hey, I took a 10-team parlay here. It's yours. I went down to the casino, printed it out.
And you made the picks for me?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say
it's not your money, dude. I put the money.
No, I got it. It's not my money, but it's like I want to have input in that. You know?
No. You didn't have input in the lotto scratch off I chose either.
Yeah, but you didn't scratch them off. We don't know what it is.
We still don't know what this is.
That's a little strange.
You don't like that?
I mean, I don't hate it, but at the same time, I'd be bummed because I love parlay bets. I love to make them myself, and they rarely come out.
Oh, you don't say.
Who knew? Who knew Christian Watson was going to get hurt last night and not get the over 53 yards of receiving? Who knew? Who knew Jordan Love was going to be effective enough early and they just run the ball that he wouldn't have 250 yards passing? Who knew? Yeah. But let's get the stories. 248-539-9797. What are you doing last minute shopping? How does it work for you? 248-539-9797. Same number to text. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, it's great to see our teams in the D back to the winning ways. At least, good to see the Lions. They got the 13 wins. The other two teams also have 13 wins at this time of the year. But it's just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. They're amazing. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield right now, they're unbeatable. You start with the Blazer EV all-wheel drive. It's only $222 a month. The Equinox EV, that's just $114 a month. And for only $294 a month, you get the Chevy Blazer. Now, all these unbeatable payments come with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included because there's no games or gimmicks. They're just great winning deals for the customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. We're talking big money, huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly, which is what you want. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're at 696 and Telegraph. SarahChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Come on, admit it. You're out there scrambling today. You're scrambling for Christmas gifts, last-minute Christmas gifts. You think you're screwed because you can't get anything online at this point. Nothing's going to show up in time. I mean, it's the day before Christmas. You got to go out and get something. The old standby, you just go hit the gift card. People have different theories on the gift card. You either love them or you hate them. I don't think there's a whole lot of in-between on that. People don't like them because they think that it's impersonal. You didn't think enough for the gift. Oh, you didn't even think of what to get me. Well, I got you a gift card to the store that you love because every time I pick something out, you don't like what I pick out for you. So here, pick it out yourself. Here's a gift card worth X amount of dollars. Go ahead. And that's the other thing. When you get a gift card for somebody, are you supposed to put what the value of the gift card is? Because I never do that. Do you ever do that? Do you actually let them know what the value of the card is? Because I feel like that's kind of tacky.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. I used to be in a gray area there, but now I don't know, recently I'm like, you got to let them know because I want them to get the full amount. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want them to not know and be like,
sure,
hey.
I see that.
Kind of get screwed over. I don't know what it is, $10, $20, whatever. Like, I'm saying screwed over as far as amount left over. Like, So if it's 50, if it's 40, I just want to tell them this is what you have. So they don't go into thinking, oh, it's probably only $25. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then be
I
shorted.
totally
I don't want them to be shorted. Is now why I tell them. Even if it's $25, just tell them because so they know how much they have. I think you need to let them know.
Yeah, there's the other side of that where now that they know, you either feel
I know
you either make them feel bad
Yep.
because you spent too much money on them, or you make yourself feel bad because like,
did I spend enough?
Did I spend enough? Exactly.
Trust me, I used to battle with that, but now I'm just like, just let them know so they know. Also, real quick, a lot of ticket texters have sent in and said there is usually an activation fee with those Visa gift cards.
Is it nominal though?
But so you're just like Visa's just making money by giving you plastic. You know what I mean? I just say give the cash, man. I mean, I know you have nieces and nephews. If you give them money, give them cash. Don't give them the card.
But today, it's like we're a cashless society now.
I know.
Which is a whole other thing. Like, how many times have you gone to the ATM in the last year?
Well, actually, I do go to the ATM because I go to card shows, and it's society's not cashless.
Yeah,
Although they do accept cash, but mostly people like cash. Like, you can use Venmo, PayPal at these things, but most people like cash.
I mean, but you can't go to a stadium using cash.
No, not at all. It's concerts, sporting events.
And then there's the other side of the coin with the gift card, people that love the gift cards. My friend, she loves getting the gift cards. But she's like, she'll tell me, give me a gift card to this place.
I do
and this
too,
place.
because it's free money. Like, I don't mind like a gift card to a specific place. I'm talking about the Visa or MasterCard or whatever. Like that actual, it's like a kind of a debit card kind of.
But even like if you get a gift card to say like, let's just say Home Goods, something like that.
Yeah.
I love it. I think it's great. But at the same time, even though I love it, I know that there's a little bit of disappointment that I just opened up something and I don't have anything yet. What I've got is the ability to go out and get something that I want, which is awesome. But I was kind of hoping, the instant gratification, open the present. I got something here. Instead, I'm handed an envelope that has a gift card in it. I still like it. I like gift cards.
There's also people who use Amazon list a lot now. So they'll send each other like, hey, I've updated my list. This is what's on here. I think at that point, if you can get it in time, buy the actual gift instead of giving them like an Amazon gift card. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they want, that kimono. I don't know.
I know I do.
It's like
I want a kimono.
It's pure silk.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Is it a dragon on the back?
Yes.
I love it.
Maybe Joe Burrow got his offensive lineman that along with the swords.
Maybe. What a gift.
I know. And
Joe Burrow gave his offensive lineman samurai swords.
Like real
samurai
I think
swords.
They had stories behind them, right? Ancient stories or something. I don't know.
He went through a trader in California.
Is that what he did?
Yeah. And I was reading the story last night, and the swords, they don't know the actual value of the swords, but they know that stuff on their website lists for like anywhere north of $1,500 per sword.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're getting. But he got swords that some of them were like really old, like from the 1500s.
Oh, wow.
The 1600s.
Dang. I
like
know.
these are old samurai swords. And, they come with a story of why the markings are the way that they are or whatever. but he let them pick what they wanted, and I guess it depended on when they showed up in the room. Whoever showed up first got first choice or whatever. But what an awesome idea for something that has no application whatsoever in everyday life other than to be purely decorative that you would put up on the wall. And then where do you put that on the wall? It has to go in your office, I guess. I mean, would the wife let you put a samurai sword up in the living room?
In the bedroom?
Yeah, right.
Right over the bed?
I don't know if you want that in the bedroom.
Yeah, you probably don't. Maybe on the side. Yeah, the man cave, basement, fireplace, dining room. How about the kitchen?
Exactly. Well,
live, love, laugh, samurai sword.
I just think about those commercials with the guy who's trying to recorrect the parents.
Bless this mess, samurai sword.
Right. Awesome. Yes, I think it belongs there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. We asked Jared Goff about that, about the samurai sword gift that Joe Burrow gave his lineman. You'll hear from Jared Goff coming up at about 1:30. We'll replay the Jared Goff interview. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Trying to talk to the last-minute shoppers out there. You people out there, how's it going? What are you looking for? Are you scrambling? Are you losing your mind? Are you going to just end up getting the gift card? Are you on a mission today? It's also, if you waited to today, by the way, to get like food for Christmas night or for Christmas Eve dinner tonight, that's also risky. I waited till yesterday. I was going to get beef tenderloin for the family that I'm making tomorrow night.
Oh, look at you, man.
I do it every year.
Oh, so you are a pro at the beef tenderloin, huh?
I enjoy doing it. And the place I go and get it, it makes it really easy because they trim it and tie it already. So it's great, just easy. However, I may have waited a day longer than what I normally would do, and it was kind of slim pickings with the beef tenderloins that were left. So just a word of caution, you might have to go to a plan B today if you're shopping for Christmas dinner tonight if you were expecting something big and fancy. I'm just saying. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, same number to text. But just looking for the last minute shoppers, what are you looking for? How is it out there today? I mean, this is the day before Christmas. I imagine it's going to be a little bit of a zoo out there.
Yeah, this is the day where you got to do in-person shopping. Like all the online people like myself, too bad. You're past the deadline. You got to go get it in person, so you got to deal with the crowds. We're getting some ticket text here, Gator. I got some questions for you.
All right. I'll tell you what. Why don't we get to those questions?
Right. These are some good ones.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. I like to answer questions. It's like opening up the mailbag, if you will. But it's ticket text. A little bit different here. More coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, happy holidays, everybody. Gator with you today, along with Kang, taking the calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Doug will be back next week. Get some time off during the holiday season. We're talking about those that have waited to the last minute to do your shopping. This is what today's about. It's happened. I don't know how many. Kang, have you ever gone this late, like waited to the day before?
Yes, multiple times.
You have. And your go-to was gift card or?
Yes, and people are texting in some other great go-tos that I've done as well. Here's one.
Was motor oil one of them?
No.
Okay.
Close. Liquor.
Yeah, liquor is a great one.
Depends on what kind of liquor you like. It might be motor oil. Alcohol, types of craft beer, right?
Yeah. No,
that's great.
That's a great gift. Yeah.
So what if someone doesn't drink? Do you get them like, a case of like, no, yeah, exactly. Here you go, rock and rye. Have at it. All right.
Like Coke Zero.
Yeah, case of Mountain Dew.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think.
Why? Why is that frowned upon? Yet liquor is like,
because liquor is something you savor, and that, like, if I get you a bottle of booze, it's like that's going to be for multiple purposes, I guess, multiple days, multiple uses.
Not if
I get you I don't know.
So wait, liquor? Yeah. Can you not get someone a case of beer?
You can get somebody a case of beer.
But if they don't drink, I can't get them a case of Coke.
I mean, you can, I guess. It just seems I've never heard of that. Somebody gets somebody like, hey, I got you a 12-pack of Sprite. I haven't heard that.
Hey, here's the new Baja Blast.
Oh,
maybe it's something different.
New flavor.
Yeah.
New flavor. If that's what if you see that that's what they drink, it's not terrible. It's not the worst thing, but it screams last second gift.
I mean, come on. So does liquor bottle, I feel like. Even if
I think liquor bottle is great because you can get that anytime. Somebody likes a certain liquor or they're like a bourbon lover and you want to give them something different.
Well, there's levels to this. Like if there's true thought in some kind of aged whiskey, like you have to go get other than, schnapps. Like you show, right. You know what I mean?
If I just got you a bottle of Jack Daniels, nothing against Jack Daniels, it's fine. Or a bottle of Jim Beam, nothing. It's fine. But it's like, it's basic. It's your starter.
Yes.
That's the starting point, and it's like, okay, thanks. Did you get that at CVS too? Or not judging, maybe a little bit judging. But yeah, it kind of gives you a little insight into how much thought went into it. But if you get somebody a bottle of single malt Scotch, or you get them not a rare bourbon, but a more higher end bourbon, you're spending $50 or more on a bottle of booze. That's a nice gift. If you're getting me a bottle of Jack, it's like, I don't know what Jack costs these days, $18 a fifth or something like that, or $20 a fifth. It's fine. It works. It works in a pinch on Christmas Eve. But if you're going to take the time to go to the liquor store, then you've got time to spend money, unless you're financially strapped, and then it's different.
All right, another question for you on last minute gift idea.
One more on the liquor bottle.
Mm-hmm.
If you give somebody the liquor bottle, I also don't think this. I don't think you have to put it in a gift bag, like a wine bottle bag or a bottle bag.
Okay.
I don't think you have to.
You have to put a bow on it or anything?
You don't have to, but a bow would be nice.
Okay.
A bow would be nice, or just you just kind of have it behind your back and you present it. I think it works. It works, but usually it's for like friends.
Okay. Another question here on last minute gift ideas. So they said they have no problem with gift cards as a gift. But this person feels like your gift card should cover the entire whatever you're paying for. So they say, like, if it's a gift card to a restaurant, it should pay for the whole meal at the least. I don't want to have to pay any extra. If you're giving me a gift card to a spa or a massage, it better be for the entire spa massage. Does that cover tip as well? Or, do you know what I'm saying? How much money does the person you're giving the gift to have to spend out of their own pocket?
And I would tell you this, when it comes to like a massage or a spa.
Yeah.
Because I have given those gifts in the past, just go out and pay for it, and they'll present like the card that it's already been taken care of. They usually, the places I've gone to they've done a great job of presenting it.
But you have to. You can't just give them like $50 towards a massage.
You can give them $50 towards
a massage. I
don't
know how much it costs now, like $100. I don't.
Whatever it is, they vary depending on what kind of services you want. But I think you're just better off going to that place and saying, okay, I want to spend around $100. How much does it cost to? Okay, well, we do this massage and this facial and this or whatever. It'll cost you $110. great, I'll spend $110, and then they'll present you with the card or whatever that you need. So it is all inclusive. It is all taken care of.
But what if you only want to spend $50? Can you still give them a massage and say, like, here's $50 towards a massage?
I suppose you can.
Or is that like that's
going to look kind of weird?
Yeah. Does that look cheap?
Yeah. If you're only paying for partial,
yes,
it does. Which brings up the great question, though. If you're getting yes. But if you're going and give somebody a $50 gift card to a restaurant, and your bill ends up being like $5 or something like that, and you feel like okay. But I think like that's kind of
$50 to like Outback is different than $50 to Capitol Grill.
Yes.
Do you have to pay for the entire? You know what I mean? Like
no, I hear you, and it feels like if you're gonna do, I don't know, maybe I think when it comes to a restaurant gift card, you're going with the understanding that the gift card is going to represent a dollar value that you don't know what it is unless they tell you what it is. And that's where I think you're right. Maybe you need to let them know, hey, here's $100 for Morton's or whatever steakhouse, wherever you want to go to. And then you know that you can spend up to that money. That's an interesting question. Let's go to the phones. Kim is next up here in Detroit at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Kim.
Hey, Gator. Merry Christmas.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I just left Great Lakes Crossing a few minutes ago. I was there for a half hour. Luckily, I have a handicap parking because I had a knee replacement last month. I had the second handicap spot. Went to Ralph Lauren. There were like 6 or 8 people in line ahead of me. I was in and out in a half hour.
Wow. But you know what? You're a guy, so guys are hunters. We know what we're doing. We're going to go in there with
That's
a purpose.
True.
Yep.
And I was afraid I was going to have to park in Holly or somewhere, but I got that spot right up by there.
Well, when you got
Now
the placard, you can park. You got carte blanche there, man.
Right. Now I'm at Dollar Tree to get some gift bags.
Smart.
And I'm going to go to the dispensary to get some slightly inappropriate edibles for stocking stuffers.
Well, I hope they're not. I hope they're not inappropriate for the people you give them to. Like hopefully.
Slightly inappropriate, and I got a few pints of.
All right, hang on. What makes it slightly inappropriate?
Probably how stick up the butt your relatives are.
Well, how old are the people you're giving the gifts to?
Anywhere from 21 to 81.
All right, I don't think it's inappropriate. Although you're right, it's offensive on the people.
If you knew them, you might think it's slightly inappropriate.
Thanks, Kim. Happy holidays to you. Appreciate it. Best of luck in recovery from that knee replacement.
I think he's found his way to recover.
It sounds like he's got a different way to recover. Antoine's in Detroit. Antoine, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey man, he stole my thunder, man. Like if your loved one don't drink, and the dispensary is open, and you can stuff the stocking with some good, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure if they don't drink, they probably smoking, man. Let's keep it real now.
They might, yeah. Well, you would imagine you know that ahead of time.
Absolutely. Now look, let me say this real quick about the gift card and listen. I got loved ones who, now if the thought process is, well, this gift card is going to cover my whole meal, I got family members that's going to then order the tomahawk or the lobster or some that they would never, ever order in their life. So I'm not sure if I don't know how to really approach that. If I give them $100 gift card, they order an $150 steak or 2 meals or whatever it is. Like, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving the gift card with the understanding that this is covering your whole meal. I don't know what you own. I don't know if you're trying to take a girl out
I
with
think
it.
if you're going to go ahead and give somebody a gift card to a higher end place or something like that, then maybe that's where you need to let them know that I've contributed like $100 towards your meal.
Towards your meal, absolutely. And obviously, if it's a high end, you're not going to be like, "Hey, here's $25 towards your meal."
Right.
But if it's a high end steakhouse, it's a number that you come up with that you feel comfortable, and they put it toward. I don't know if they go in and they want to have cocktails as well. I mean, am I paying for 3 drinks, an appetizer, and a steak? Like, come on, like let's keep it real. Like, I'm giving you toward a wonderful meal. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, and you don't know if they had that good before they had the meal.
Exactly.
They might be ordering a lot.
You don't know if they had the good. Well, and then is there anything worse than if you go and you spend, like you go to a nice place and you got a gift card to a place like this and you go ahead and you do it and it's like, okay, your bill was $80 and the gift card was for $100, and you can't put the tip on the card because they frown on that, I guess.
I don't know. Sometimes it depends.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But let's say they don't. So now you got a balance, and your balance now you're left with $17.
Yeah,
I'm not coming back here.
No, but don't waste it, man.
I know. So what do? You know what? We'll go
Order
for
an
that.
app. Order
We'll
something.
Get the baked
Yeah.
Alaska. Let's get that.
Exactly.
You know? Give me a slice of pecan pie.
Yes. Get that fudge brownie sundae.
Right.
Get the creme brulee.
Let's go.
Yeah, you got to use it all up. And I always feel, I know it's the same as cash, but I always do feel kind of weird by telling the waitress or waiter, like, I have a gift card, by the way. You know, just.
Yeah. But look, today everybody understands.
Right? They got to.
It's money. Eric is on a cell phone. Welcome to 97 with the ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how we doing?
All right. You?
All right. Hey, you guys are talking about getting liquor for people. I just picked up my dad a bottle of Jack Daniels at Myers. Bro, is that frowned upon? It came with a nice cup. Like, put some ice in the cup, put some Jack, some Coke. It'd be nice, right?
Hey, if he drinks Jack, it's great.
Yeah, he does. I mean, what else are you going to get Dad, right? We tried to get him like a record player once. Tried to get him a guitar once. Like, he looks at it like it's cool, rock and roll, but he doesn't use that shit.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks. Thank you very much. He doesn't use that stuff. A little free with it. A little free.
Well, then why did they get it for him if he didn't use it?
I don't know. I mean,
does he like music? Does he like records?
Played guitar before in his
I know,
life?
right?
I just seemed to really like AC/DC back in the day, and I don't know. I just got him an SG. I thought maybe he'd rock out. No, he doesn't. Oh, he never played. Okay. I don't know why he gets him a guitar if they never played guitar. Unless they said they'd really like to take lessons or let you in on it somehow. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of options. That's another word for it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Want to let everybody know that we got lots of Lions talk coming up. Jared Goff coming up at 1:30 as well, but we got some Lions topics. Look, the game last night that featured the Packers and the Saints, not very competitive. The Packers looked great. Looking at what Caleb Williams was able to do with the Bears against the Lions, we threw for over 300 yards. And we can joke about the Bears being a bad team, but are they just a good head coach away from turning things around? And is that quarterback, he's been better than people want to give him credit for. Is that something to worry about? We got some Lion topics coming up next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. So earlier, I think I said that the Packers won last night 27-0. I sold them short. They won 34-0. Forgot about that last touchdown run. They looked good last night. Even Malik Willis completed one pass, but it was a glorious throw. Just a dart, a laser, just beautiful throw, 34 yards downfield to Jaden Reed. Great pass. And Jordan Love looks good. I don't think he's thrown an interception like his last 5 games. The Packers ran for 188 yards against the Saints. Now, in fairness, the Saints suck. The Saints are terrible. They went with Spencer Rattler last night. They had no juice at all in the game. I mean, they had less than 200 yards in offense. Just not good. But the Packers were. And when you consider that the Packers are going to take on the Vikings on Sunday afternoon at 4:25 in Minneapolis, and how important that game is for the Lions, because if Green Bay wins and then the Lions win on Monday Night Football, the Lions get the number 1 seed. And it looks like it's a heck of a lot more achievable now than maybe what you thought in the past. Now, Minnesota's played awfully well. It's a good football team. And so are the Packers. But I think the Packers have an excellent chance of taking out Minnesota. Me personally, I think the Packers are a better team than the Vikings are, because I have more faith in Jordan Love than I do in Sam Darnold. I like the personnel that the Vikings have, maybe a little bit more than the personnel around Jordan Love, although what Jordan Love has to work with his receivers, they're pretty good. And getting both tight ends healthy, that's big for them. And they have an excellent running back. I just don't trust Sam Darnold. Defensively, both teams bring something to the table. They can both be effective. They can both be explosive with players that are playmakers. I think it could be a really good game to watch Sunday afternoon, setting things up for the Monday night matchup with the Lions. And hopefully Green Bay gets the W, does the Lions a solid. But then also watching what the Lions went through last Sunday, beating the Bears and beating the Bears handily 34-17, doubling them up in the score. But can't discount that Caleb Williams has gotten better. And Caleb Williams on the season has been, I think, a lot better than maybe people want to give him credit for. Or maybe you're just not thinking about what he is as a quarterback. But he's a guy who takes care of the football pretty well for somebody who puts himself in a position where maybe that's not necessarily the case, because he's gotten hit so many times this year. He's been sacked 60 times this year. And that leads the NFL with his 60 sacks. But he's also only thrown 5 interceptions. 19 touchdowns to 5 interceptions is a really good ratio. It's almost a 4-to-1 ratio. His 89.3 rating for his rookie season, it's a pretty good start. And he's really just getting his feet wet in the NFL in his rookie season here. But he's a player that has the ability to take off and run. He can extend plays, and he's done a lot of that. Now, he's got 60 sacks. He's been sacked 60 times, but he's also gotten himself out of countless sack situations because he's mobile. And the game at some point will slow down for him, and he'll be better for it. And I think you've started to see that over the last couple of weeks. Look, the Bears' record is not good, but it could be a lot better if they didn't have some terrible, terrible luck, or just throwing their own luck at themselves because they didn't take advantage of situations. You got to kick a field goal to win a game. Do it. Don't have it blocked. Don't do something stupid when you've got the lead and there's a Hail Mary pass taking place. Don't do something dumb like, turn your back to the play so that you can taunt and mock the crowd as the ball's up in the air. Maybe don't do that. And then when you realize that's the case, maybe you do what you're supposed to do and your responsibility, instead of playing the hero and trying to get the ball, and it ends up in a touchdown. But, I'm not here to build up the Bears in terms of, hey, how do you make them better? What I'm saying is I think this is going to be a team to be reckoned with because they have some personnel. And they have the opportunity to hire a coach that could really make a difference. Lions really made a difference when they got Dan Campbell on board. Of course, it helped that the general manager is outstanding as well. Both of those guys, like-minded individuals, they get things done. The reports out there that the Bears are going to interview Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Lions. We'll see if that ever comes to take place, but it would make sense that they would. And the thought of Ben Johnson working with Caleb Williams and the weapons that they have on offense, look, that's a team that can take off. And we know how good the Vikings are. We know how good the Packers are. I don't know how good the Vikings are going to continue to be because of the Sam Darnold experience. They drafted J.J. McCarthy. Is J.J. going to take over the team next year? And I don't know how good he is. He didn't show me a ton in college, at least in his ability to throw the football. We didn't see a whole lot of that from him. But he certainly steps into a situation where average or below average quarterbacks can flourish when you're throwing to the players that they have there in Minnesota. But when I look at this division, it is set up for years to be ultra competitive. I think it's already the best division in football. You know, the overall record is something like 35-8 with the three teams. It's crazy how good these three teams are. And then you have the Bears as an also ran. But I do think the Bears are talented, and I think they're going to be better down the road. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. After watching last night, watching what Green Bay did, do you have more confidence? Do you have confidence that Green Bay gets the job done on Sunday so it makes things easier for the Lions when it comes to Monday night? That, hey, if Green Bay beats Minnesota, the Lions just have to beat San Francisco. If they do that, if both of those things fall into place, Lions are the number one seed in the NFC. They get the bye, which means extra rest time for the players that are hurt, more time for them to be able to come back and be well acclimated. So if you're looking for Alex Anzalone to come back or David Montgomery to come back, it's a real possibility. Other guys, I'm not sure. But those are two you're looking at to get back. And Anzalone would be really nice to get him back just for his leadership alone. But I do think that I think the Packers win this game, King. I like the Packers against the Vikings all day on Sunday.
All day, huh?
All day.
Sure it's not so a little bit of recency bias on how they just completely smoked the Saints? The Saints suck, by the way, last night.
They did. I'd give the Saints no credit at all.
Yeah,
they're
right.
horrible.
They're terrible.
The thing that has me a slight pause is the receiver that got hurt last night. Is Christian Watson. He got hurt last night, didn't return to the game. How long is he going to be out for? But they just got their tight ends back. And they drafted a couple tight ends a couple years ago, and they're both good. If they're full on with that offense, anything can happen. The thing that holds the Packers back is I'm not sure how good their offensive line is in terms of protecting the quarterback. Look, they're good enough in the run game. And Jacobs is a very good punishing runner. I just like what they have. I think that they can control the game, keep the Vikings offense off the field. Then they have enough players on defense, playmakers on defense, that can get to Darnold. And if you can get to Darnold, you can rattle Darnold and maybe seeing ghosts again.
Yeah, I don't know. That seems like so long ago now. The way Darnold's playing, I mean, you got to credit the man. The Vikings, their record is what they are, and he's the guy who's in charge of the offense. But as far as Green Bay having a chance to beat the Vikings, absolutely. It's a 2-point spread. I know the game's in Minnesota, but the Vikings are playing very well. It's not just recency bias from last night. They're playing well as a football team. Minnesota, a lot of close games this year. Can they continue to win these closer games? The thing about the Packers and Watson being out, I don't think it hurts them that much. Of course, you want all your weapons there, but Watson has a tendency to always be hurt anyways, and he drops a lot of balls. Jaden Reed is a great receiver. Great. Dobbs can play, obviously. You mentioned the tight ends. Jacobs is running the ball well. LaFleur, even though I think he's on the verge of tears no matter what the situation is, he is a good coach. I give him that, Seriously, Gator, is he not like waterworks are going to happen in any moment? This guy, he's up 24, he's down 24, his face, he looks like he's going to cry. He's got resting cry face.
He does have resting cry face. I question whether he's got the mental capacity or the mental capabilities to be a head coach, because you got to handle that, man. You got to keep it under control.
It's always
like the lip he's got the birdie lip. It's quivering. The bird's going to sit on the lip if you keep that lip sitting out there that much. He pouts. He complains all the time. He's getting in shouting matches with fans that are on the field holding a flag.
I don't care what the situation is. Up, down, he looks like he's on the verge of tears.
It looks like he's miserable all the time. You're too young to be miserable.
Yeah, he is. But with that being said, he is a good football coach, clearly. I mean, he's done it with Rodgers, without Rodgers now. The Packers are a tough team, so they have a good chance to beat the Vikings. But if they don't beat the Vikings, the Lions are going to go all out against the Niners, as they should, because the Niners, although they're eliminated from the playoffs, they're not the same team as they were last year. They are still dangerous. Purdy is very elusive. Debo finally caught a touchdown pass last week.
They can still have Kittle. And
yeah, exactly. They won't have
game.
Trent Williams, and they're hurt other places, but they're still dangerous. It's in San Francisco. I hate going across country for these games because, it's always a little bit different when you do something like that on the players and their routine. But the Lions should win that game, but my point is it's not a layup by any means.
No, I don't think it's a layup. I don't think it's a layup at all. And I think that the Packers Vikings game is a layup. I just feel pretty strongly that the Packers win that game, and it sets things up beautifully, because then if that happens, if all that falls into place and you've got it wrapped up before the Vikings game at the end of the year, then you can start to do some really good things like rest some players or not. Basically, it's not even resting. It's not risking players is the way I look at it, because so many Lions have been hurt that's like the number one thing. I don't want to risk guys getting hurt again as you head into the playoffs, and you need guys to be as healthy as possible. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. We're taking the calls on the Lions here at 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. And I just going through Twitter, and I came across this, King. Thought it was interesting. It's football related, but it's from a Twitter follower called Oxgod. They have over 130,000 followers. And
Oxgod?
Oxgod.
Okay. AUX?
AUX.
He's got the ox.
Ox. He's got it. And he tweeted this out about the movie Any Given Sunday, because apparently this is the 25th anniversary of Any Given Sunday. And the phrase is often used in the NFL for a reason, because you never know who's going to win on any given Sunday. And talking about the casting of the movie and how different the movie would have been if this were the case, but they didn't do this. And then there's a reason why they didn't do it, which is hysterical. But it says, P. Diddy was initially cast as Willie Beeman, but scheduling conflicts supposedly caused him to drop out, leaving the role to Jamie Foxx. Then it says, other sources cite that when the football experts began working with Combs on quarterback drills, they quickly realized that he had zero throwing experience. They knew he could never be convincing as a pro quarterback, whereas Fox was a natural athlete and quick learner at that position. Now, talk about kicking a man when he's down. Diddy's got enough issues.
Oh, does he?
He's got enough
What's going
issues.
on? Never heard anything.
And now you're going to throw on there that, oh, by the way, no throwing experience. Dude can't throw a football.
He could throw a hell of a party, though.
Apparently.
I'm kidding. Allegedly.
Yeah. Careful.
Yeah. You know what the funny thing is about, like, you can't fake act your way through that. Like, these actors are tremendous. Like, the best actors in the world. I don't know. Name them. Whoever it is, right?
Right. Robert De Niro.
Yeah. DiCaprio, whoever the new guys are. Timothy Chalamet, or whatever his name is. Andrew Garfield. I don't know. What.
Ding dong.
Yeah, right? Yeah. These English guys, whatever. They're all good actors. But get them to, like, play an athlete and do something athletic. You can't fake your way through that. Like, if Diddy or anybody can't throw a football, I mean, there's only so much you can do.
Like, yeah,
there's like, what do you do? You hire,
you can do.
Yeah, who do you hire? Peyton Manning? And like, yeah, exactly. Like, no, it's just not happening. Ben Johnson can't teach you how to throw a football.
Right.
You know?
It's funny, the first actor I threw out there was Robert De Niro, and I think back to his filmography. I mean, he played a boxer in Raging Bull. He was Jake LaMotta. And you go back and you watch that movie. It's filmed in black and white, even though it's from like 1980. It was one of the greatest movies ever made. And you go back and watch that. The boxing isn't bad in that movie. It's not bad. The way it's shot is really interesting too. But like you watch like the first Rocky, the boxing's terrible. You know, all the Rocky movies, once you get to actually, Creed is actually pretty good with the boxing. But the original Rocky, the boxing scenes are terrible. The movie's awesome. Boxing scenes, not so much. But I think back to other like guys that played athletes. Dennis Quaid played a football player in a couple of movies. He was in Any Given Sunday. He was the quarterback, the aging quarterback.
Yeah, he's they're basically saying this is Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix. Like that was like they foresaw the future.
Right. And the other football movie he was in was Everybody's All-American, but he was a retired football player at this point. And that was interesting, although they did have some highlights of him playing when he was in college at LSU, and that's a good movie too. But you don't see often like actors being able to pull it off. You know, even baseball players, they try to be baseball players. Kevin Costner was able to do it in a number of baseball movies, like three or four different baseball movies.
Yeah, he must be decent at being like, because he gets cast in those roles all the time.
Exactly.
I saw a movie, I forget what it was. It was like one of these teen movies back in the day where the guy was supposed to play a high school quarterback, and he looked like he had a broken arm when he was throwing the ball. Like it was terrible, but they edited it really quick so you wouldn't be able to pay attention. But if you go back and look at these clips, like, why even let him throw a football? Like, it was bad, but he had to be the high school quarterback, you know?
The actor who played the quarterback in Friday Night Lights, who was in Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift.
Yes, that guy.
Yeah.
I forget. I don't know his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Was it Lucas Black?
That sounds very, very good. Spot on, I think. Hold on.
Not good.
No, I don't
Watching
remember.
him throw, it just...
It is Lucas Black.
Yeah. as I recall from watching that movie, I don't remember him looking like he was an athlete. The other guys did. The linebacker the guy who played the character Ivory Christian, he looked really good, but others not so much. And then you go back and you watch that movie, and I love that movie, Friday Night Lights. But all these guys are tiny, because you forget about Hollywood and how small the people are.
5'9".
Yeah,
right?
these aren't like this guy, linebacker looks like he's 6'5" and 250 pounds, and he's like
5'11".
5'11".
You're right.
I don't know. It's just
Varsity Blues, James Vanderbeek. It looked like he could throw a football. I don't know if it was a stunt
he didn't
double.
want your life though.
I know, but he could still throw a football.
Right.
Paul Walker.
Did
he throw a football? Because I don't get hurt.
He got hurt away in the movie. Sorry, spoiler alert.
What's
it's okay.
Scott
He came
Conn?
back to coach. Scott Conn.
Dude, he's like 5'3", and he played like a receiver.
Right.
Like I guess a slot receiver.
Tweeter. Yeah. A little.
But yeah,
fella.
you're right. These guys are Hollywood's generally smaller, shorter, but so when they play athletes, it's deceiving how big they look.
It is. Let's go to the phones. Mike is in Warren. Welcome to 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, you guys. I was calling in about the gift cards.
Yeah, go ahead.
A couple other things loose there, but I did love Robert Redford in The Natural. I mean, come on, he was great.
He was, and it's funny because you go back and watch that, and there aren't many scenes that you actually have to see him being athletic, but he looked fine swinging a left-handed bat.
That's true. He's, I guess, not the most athletic guy, but and then the Lions, real quick. When Green Bay had their 12 consecutive NFC North titles or whatever, like everybody sucked. Why, when the Lions are 13-2, does everybody can't we just have a couple of gravy years where we just win the division easily? You know what I mean?
I totally know what you mean. You're right.
Green
Every
Bay
time the Packers, like Brett Favre moaned through the NFC, the North or Central, whatever it was at the time, and everybody else was terrible. It didn't matter. The wild card wasn't coming out of our division. You just had the division winner. Yeah. And now it's everybody's great.
And then the last thing I do want to say about that and the gift card thing, King, I think you had touched on it about if you buy the $100, you it's giving them $100. If I give my kids $100, I'll probably go buy drugs with it or something. So I don't want to.
Wow.
No, that's a bad joke. But
if you
give them the bad thing about those $100 gift cards or whatever is once they use them a couple times and then there's only like $2 to $9 on them, they have a hard time going and buying gas or buying something for just a couple of bucks.
Yeah.
And then the gift card just goes away.
That's why it's a waste of money. Yeah.
It's like, I swear, one's out of college, one's still a senior in college, and I think I've wasted, before I realized I can't buy these things for them, because I'd call and check the balance, and it'd be like $576, and I'm like, I probably wasted $200 in like little minimal change.
It all adds up.
Yeah. Maybe you are.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call. Merry Christmas, Mike.
Just Venmo your kids, man. Just Venmo them. Cash app them.
Cash app.
I'm sorry, Gator.
Sorry. These are words I don't understand. Venmo, a cash app. I stay away from all that. I don't trust it. I don't know why I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. This is 97.1, the ticket. Look, cold weather can really wreak havoc on your garage doors. You got springs, rollers, any of the moving parts. They can break when the temperature drops, and we know it's getting cold out there, right? We're in the 30s, getting to the 20s. Heck, over the weekend, Saturday night, it was like 10 degrees outside. It was freezing. This is what we're getting, all right? So when that happens, the temperature's going to drop. It can wreak havoc on those parts. I recommend you call Precision Garage Door Service. Make sure everything is working properly. You got to properly maintain your garage doors. Otherwise, things can go bad and then go bad in a hurry. But if they do go bad in a hurry, you call them anyway because they can come out and they can fix your issues. They can give you a new garage door. They have garage doors in stock at the warehouse. They can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors or maybe just some repairs, do what I've done in the past. Call Precision. They're the place. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule at precisiondoormi.com. I don't want to get into the lyrics of this song, but if you were to read the lyrics, it gets a little creepy. And then they recreate this song in the movie Elf. And it seems like it's all sweet and innocent, but then you realize there's a giant elf in the women's bathroom where Zooey Deschanel is taking a shower and singing in the shower. A little creepy, too. I do love the movie Elf, though.
The whole premise of the movie, Gator, is...
Well, there's one thing about being ridiculous. There's another thing about being creepy, right? I love Elf.
It's on a lot, by the way, right now.
What?
If you haven't noticed. It's on every day.
Elf? Christmas Story.
I can't believe that movie is...
Die Hard's been on
Is that like 20 years old or something?
Elf?
Yeah.
It's got to be close. I would say 15. It's a great movie.
2003.
Wow. 21 years?
Can you believe it?
No. I did not know it was 21 years.
How old is Will Ferrell?
Think about how Will Ferrell's got to be 55, 58, somewhere in there, I would imagine. So, yeah. Wow. How old Zooey Deschanel? How old was she when she did the movie? Because I don't think she's that old.
Dude, Peter Dinklage is in it.
That's right. Peter Dinklage is in it. From Game of Thrones.
Yes.
James Caan.
Yeah. Lannister.
Faison Love.
Yeah. That's actually a lot of people in this movie.
Yeah. It's a great movie. Is that your, what's your favorite Christmas movie? Is it
Mine's Home Alone.
Home Alone?
Yeah. I think obviously this depends on what era you grew up in.
Yeah.
Is what your favorite Christmas movie is. For me, it's always been Home Alone, the first one.
But I'm
To me,
older
the
than you, and
only
I
one.
love Elf the best, I think.
You do? Oh, okay.
I think Elf
is a good movie. It's a good movie.
Yeah. I think it's my favorite. Well, I mean,
Do you just-
the original Grinch cartoon is probably my favorite, but it's like 20 minutes long.
Do you subscribe to the theory that Die Hard's a Christmas movie?
No, it's not a Christmas movie. But
It just happens
I
to
understand.
take place during
It
Christmas.
happens to take place during a Christmas party at the Nakatomi Plaza. I understand it. And I love Die Hard. The first one's great. I caught part of the second one the other night. It was on TV, and God, it's terrible. It's just the second one's not very good. And then, not that any of the sequels were not very good. You know, it's just like enough of this. I got it. You pissed off Hans Gruber's relatives. Fair enough. But nonetheless, Die Hard's fantastic. There's a movie that's out on Netflix right now. Something I was going to get into later in the week. I just want to mention it right now. The movie is called Carry On. And it's with Taron Egerton, who plays a TSA employee. And it's also got Jason Bateman in the movie, who plays a bit of a terrorist adjacent type person.
It's a different type of movie for Bateman.
It is.
For his role, I'm saying.
Yeah, it's dark for him, right? And they're billing it. It's on Netflix, and they're billing it like this will be the new Die Hard.
Oh, is it?
Because it's come
Okay.
out on Christmas, and you're going to think it's a Christmas. It's not a Christmas movie. It's a movie.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, because it's coming out during Christmas, they're going to try
Yeah.
to make this like your next favorite Christmas movie that's not a Christmas movie.
Exactly. So when I was out last week,
Can you carry on that bag?
No, you should not.
Wendy?
Yeah, I want to combine Carry On with Ozark. No, sure, we can. We can get that to Omaha. Wendy is. He needs to get this package to. We can pass TSA. We have that capability.
Can I bring this on the FUR?
I miss Ozark already.
Right.
Anyway, so I'll get into that later in the week, but they're trying to bill that as the next Die Hard, and I think it fell a little short, just a little short. Let's go back to the phones. Claude is in Highland. You're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Claude.
Hey, I'm here.
Glad to hear it, Claude.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on your actors playing sports roles.
Yeah.
Slapshot, I don't know how many years ago, a good
love it.
movie. But Paul Newman, he couldn't skate worth a damn. He's a player coach, as you recall.
Yeah, but in the movie, I thought they did an amazing job of hiding any flaws that these guys had as actors and skaters. I thought he passed. He looked fine.
Well, he was the only one that really, he didn't really skate like he should skate. If you're a hockey player, you understand, that he didn't really play the part great as far as a skater. I mean, it was a great movie, and he was a great actor in that movie. But as far as his skating ability, not so much.
Yeah, look, and thanks for the call, Claude. Slapshot's another one of those movies. It's entertaining. It's just flat out entertaining, and you could suspend the belief of what kind of ability they had as athletes in this, just like you would with the boxing and Rocky. I don't care that the boxing in Rocky was terrible. I love the story. I love the movie. I love Slapshot.
We got a ticket text here, Gator, that says whoever's playing the Red Wings right now, they suck at playing hockey players. Those are not actors, people. Those are actual Red Wings NHL players.
Yeah, they're off to a rough start.
Yeah.
13 wins in 34
restless,
games.
Man.
Have we gotten any update on the Stoney stat?
No.
And that was that. Well, actually, you brought it up because Stoney brought up this morning about the Pistons and Red Wings both have 13 wins. You know, who's going to end up with more or whatever. And then you added to that and said, the Lions have 13 wins as well. And we thought, is this like a scoregami type thing, a once in a historic thing where you have the football team, the basketball team, and the hockey team all with the same number of wins this late in the year? I think the most astonishing was that the Lions have 13.
Well, obviously, because it's never been done by the Lions before.
Exactly.
But, this.
Although, is also astonishing that the Pistons have 13 at this point?
Theirs is in a good way, unfortunately, because that's how bad they've been. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's good and bad. Obviously, it's bad for the hockey and basketball team, good for the football team. And it's just strange in general that, all three had the same amount of wins at the same time.
It feels odd. Joe is on his cell phone. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Hey, I just want to... Okay. Sorry, somebody's getting out of the car here. I just wanted to bring up... I don't know if you guys had ever seen the movie 61 about Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle.
Yes, with Barry Pepper is... I think he plays Roger Maris.
And
yeah.
Barry Pepper is Thomas Jane.
Mickey Mantle, yeah.
Well, there's a couple. I was an extra in that movie. I was an extra ball player.
Yeah, they filmed that in Detroit. Part of it at Old Tiger Stadium, yeah.
Yes. And the guy that played Mickey Mantle, Thomas Jane, he had never played baseball in his life. He lied to get to be the part because he looked him.
He does have a little bit of Mickey Mantle in his look, yeah.
Yeah, but he never played baseball. He lied. He said, "Yeah, I know how to play." Because I was talking with him, he goes, "Man, I this is tough for me." And I'm like, "Really?" And Barry Pepper that played Roger Maris, he's a natural lefty, but he taught himself how to throw right-handed.
Wow.
If you can believe that.
That's impressive.
I was like, wow. Impressive. And there's scenes, if you remember Anthony Michael Hall, he was Whitey Ford.
Yes.
He's a right-hander, but the movie, the way they did it and stuff.
They can just flip the image, yeah.
Exactly. He's a righty, but they made him a lefty. It's so weird how Hollywood did those things and everything like that, but it is just so funny that you guys are bringing this up about guys playing movies, actors, and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was cool. It was a cool 2 weeks of doing that stuff. But,
thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. Also thinking of the movie Youngblood with Rob Lowe as a hockey player. Patrick Swayze was in that. Keanu Reeves is in that movie, a young Keanu Reeves. And as I recall, Rob Lowe was pretty good as a skater. He looked just fine. And so did Swayze, although Swayze's not in it that long. Spoiler alert. There's an incident on the ice. Racky really laid it into him. So it was troublesome. But comes up with a great moment at the end of the movie where Dean Youngblood sticks up for him. Solid movie. Solid. Jared Goff joins us next year at 97.1 The Ticket. King, that the last question you asked Jared Goff about your relatives that are coming in from California, they haven't been here before, dealing with the winter.
Yeah.
And does Goff any advice? And then
because I asked him too, because they're from Northern California, like the Bay Area. I think Goff is from that area, so I thought it'd be kind of.
But his response, he said something about it. It was funny because he's like, "Yeah, first thing I did is I bought like 4 or 5 giant winter coats.
Yeah, massive puffy coats.
Yeah, and we didn't have enough time. I wanted to ask him a follow up, which would have been, why didn't you give one of those to Terry Arnold?
Yeah, you should have.
Right?
That would have been quick.
I mean,
my man Terry Arnold's like he's not used to this, man.
He's not. But he went out and geared up the next day and shot the next video where he's got this winter coat and the hood attachment to it or whatever, the top attachment to it. And you got to get. But Jared Goff's comment about gloves. Gloves are key.
Gloves are huge.
They're massive.
Gloves can cover up for a lot of the cold. Like if your hands feel okay, I think the rest of your body's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. The hands are good. I'm good.
I'm all right.
But the funny thing is, they don't like. I told you and Jared, like we're on a text chain right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's asking, these questions about Michigan winters, and I'm cracking up. I'm literally cracking up. She's like, out here when it's 50, it's cold. Like I don't know what to do, And I'm like, you're gonna be fine. It's not that bad. She literally asked if she should go on Amazon and buy snow boots. Like
it's funny because when they come here, it is going to be a shock to them how cold it is in difference. And of course, we're used to it, right? And the same thing happens when I go to California. The times I've gone to California to see my friends, I go, it's kind of cold out here. I'm like, no, you're fine. But then once you spend time there and then you come back, it's a reverse effect like that because you got used to it. You got acclimated to it. I'm like, now it is a little chillier than I thought it'd be. And then like it all depends on the season. If it's winter and it's 55 degrees outside, we're wearing shorts, we're loving it,
Oh, it's balmy.
It is balmy.
No, but
if it's 55 degrees in September, we're like,
yeah.
Woo.
Absolutely. Context matters. But I love how he thinks like how I think a lot of people think when they first come to a cold weather city. Like I've got to get the thickest, biggest coat or jacket or whatever possible, right?
I gotta look like the Michelin Man.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
And then he just, instead of giving it to Terry Arnold, just sitting in his closet.
Did you see so there was a quote from Aaron Rodgers yesterday. It's something to the effect of he's like, yeah, I could be released by a teenager. Because there were the reports that came up from the Athletic did a story about Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets. And in that story, it said that it reported that his teenage kids have some influence with him, that they give him advice. So his teenage kids, so Aaron Rodgers, I could be released. I just saw an injury report that said Aaron Rodgers is dealing with a knee injury, and his status for Sunday is up in the air. I find his story funny on a number of fronts, but the one that made me laugh about it was the names of the kids. The teenage sons, their names are Jack and Brick.
That's his real name, Brick?
Brick.
Like birth certificate and everything?
Brick is the name. So I immediately started Googling things.
Brick Johnson.
Yeah.
Brick Johnson. Okay, just making sure.
Solid.
Yeah.
So I wanted to, I was curious because when you hear the name Brick, you think Anchorman.
It's one thing you can think.
One thing you can think of, yeah. But when you had Johnson, it had something different. But so I was thinking Anchorman, and I thought, please let him be born after Anchorman so that we can at least think that he named his kid after a character in Anchorman. Alas, it's not the case. Anchorman came out, I think, in 2009, and the kid's 18 years old, so he was born before Anchorman came out. But what a name. Brick. Were you ever jealous of somebody else's name?
Me? Yeah, normal names. Growing up as Kang, like, just the teachers would immediately pause when they, reading out attendance and getting everyone who's here, new teacher, sub, whatever, new class. Right before my name, they would stop, and I knew it was my name coming up. I just I'm here. It's Kang.
It's not that tough, though.
It's not. It's one syllable. I don't get it. But
they have because it's Khang.
Yeah, the H throws people off.
Like the last name I can see throwing people off. But the first name, Kang, it seems like it'd be easy enough.
Yeah, they'll be like Klong, Khan. Like, it's just, I'm like, dude, just, yeah, so.
Where's the L?
I don't know. The H is like some kind of hieroglyphic they've never seen before.
What are you adding an L for? That'd be frustrating for you, I'm sure.
So, yeah, if someone could have, any other name would have been fine as far as that goes. I mean, Scott, I'm sure was easy enough for you going
it's easy. It's kind of plain. It was easy, and I didn't have much of an issue with it. The issue I had like growing up was that my parents have cool names. And my cousins got to use that for Uncle Hugh and Aunt Brita. And I had like Uncle Tom, Uncle Ed, Aunt Jan, Aunt Sandy. It's like too simple. My cousins, though, they got to do the cool names. Like, damn it. But otherwise, my name was fine. I didn't have too much.
I mean, now you go by Gator. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess ish. Yeah, I mean, it's fine for people that I don't know, but it's not like my family members call me that.
No one in your family calls you Gator?
No.
Really?
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to think when I've been around your family. Has anyone addressed you by Gator? Like your brother calls you Scott?
Yeah. Yeah.
What about your nephew and niece? Uncle Gator?
It's Uncle Scott.
Oh, Uncle Scott?
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not. There's no Uncle Gator.
I think Doug's kids call you Gator.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But as far as my family's concerned,
okay.
No,
all right.
no. Rico joins us in the studio here on a fine Christmas Eve. You got all your shopping done, my friend?
Yeah. I did. You know what? I'm actually going to talk about that. I knocked that stuff out a long time ago. I'm not the last minute shopper.
No? You're not good at it, or you've experienced it before and you realize you were never going to do that again?
Yeah, it's one of those where last time I checked, Christmas, 25th of December. Next year, it's going to be 25th of December. Kind of planning ahead for it.
It's a Thursday next year.
Is it? Okay. I'll make sure. Oh, that means a long weekend, so I'll make sure I at least take the 26th off. So I don't have to
Good luck with that. Get that in now.
Yeah, that was a big mistake of mine. I got so wrapped up in doing like Lion stuff and show stuff and MSU stuff that totally time passed me by. I finally went in Jimmy's office. He was like, dude, you're the last person to send in a request, so good luck with that. So I was like,
yeah, do you and Mike get into fights about that, about the days off? Because they don't like us taking the same days off.
Which
so one of the hosts has to be there.
Yeah, which I don't understand.
Because it's our shows, so we stand by it.
Yeah, let Kang host your show, man. Look, hey, Kang, step up to the big leagues. It's gonna be your time from 10 to 2. No, we don't. We just kind of go over. I know the days that he likes, like the big horse racing days, and those are like during the summer. He knows the days that I like, and just like this year, I was like, you know what? Go ahead, because I normally will take the Christmas week off and do New Year's. We swapped it this week, so he could take Christmas off. So.
No battle for the 26th.
No, no, rarely. I mean, I think it was one time. It was the day before or the day after the 4th, or the 4th of July. Actually, I think it was the 4th of July because we both thought we had the day off, and we're like, no, it's not a holiday. We're like, well, it's good.
It's a holiday for one of you, but not the other one.
Ended up being a holiday for both of us.
Oh
boy, let's just put it that way.
What do you got coming up next?
Last minute Christmas shopping. Plus, here's the thing. First of all, I don't even know if people are aware of what the Pistons are doing, but they're actually not bad. I'm not saying they're great.
No, they're entertaining.
They're not bad. They're entertaining.
They're worth watching.
Right. They're fun. They swept the Lakers for like the first time since I think 2017.
Like Ron Holland. He's fun to watch.
Yeah. Kay Cunningham may be a star, the star we've been waiting for. Like, is he on that Jared Goff arc where it took him a while before all of a sudden now, man?
Well, he's healthy.
And, tomorrow, NFL is going to invade NBA territory. NBA was Christmas Day. It was like certain days belong to certain sports.
Yep.
NFL said, now we're crashing the party. Which one are you watching? NFL on Netflix or the 5 NBA games?
Nice. Rico coming up next. Merry Christmas, everyone. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
2 o'clock, 2:02 to be exact, on a Christmas Eve. You're listening to the Valenti Show with Rico. Mike's off. I'm in. I got Jeff on the ones and twos. Bobby will be answering the phone, so please be nice. Wish him a Merry Christmas when you call in. We're going to have some fun today, folks. We got some Christmas stuff we're going to do. We got a Christmas blitz we're going to do a little bit later. Also going to talk some sports as well because, well, you know what? Don't know if you've been paying attention, but the Pistons, look, I'm not saying they're world beaters, but Pistons are pretty good. I'm going to get into that a little bit later on. But I do want to start off with this. It's Christmas Eve, and you guys are out, and you're planning for Christmas, which is tomorrow. I guess I would like to know out there for you people, are you a Christmas Eve shopper? David, all I imagine is David gearing up like an 80s movie where he is just going through the montage of getting ready to hop into the minivan, to go to the mall, to park, to walk, to have all the different bags in his hands, to go from kiosk to kiosk. That's David. David doesn't start shopping till probably this morning. He loves the energy. He loves the adrenaline. He loves the thrill of the game. Me, man, as I told Gator, Christmas, last time I checked, it's the 25th of December. Next year, it's the 25th of December. I buy gifts throughout the year. If I see something that I like for somebody, I'll just buy it, stash it away, and then it's done. And by the time this week rolls around, I am doing nothing. Are you a last-minute Christmas shopper? Or are you like me and you just go ahead and you buy the gifts throughout the year? 248-539-9797. I'm just curious. I'm curious if anybody's out listening to this show right now as you're shopping or as you're driving out to the mall or whatever. Or are you just an online person where you buy all your gifts online and a mall? What the heck is a mall? Like, I'm looking at Jeff and Bobby, and you two are young. Do you even go to the mall? Do you know what a mall is?
Not. Just use Amazon, man.
Have you ever shopped at a mall? You ever shopped at a mall?
Yeah, I've gone to like Great Lakes Crossing, for sure. All the other malls are like dead though. There's nothing
okay.
there.
You know what?
All the stores are gone.
Yeah, fair enough. Northland is turning into an apartment complex. So, but I'm just curious if you two ever shopped at a mall before, or is this all Amazon with your generation?
Man, I know what a mall is. But also, you've got the right tactic shopping year long, because when you ask people what they want for Christmas, if you pull up a list, no one knows what they want on the spot. But they're going to give you hints throughout the year.
They give you hints throughout the year. And here's the other thing. I get it done. I don't care. I'll buy it on Amazon. And I guess you're kind of screwed right now if you're trying to buy anything on Amazon because they got that strike going on. But yeah, if you're a last minute shopper, Amazon is out the question because you're not going to get it for tomorrow. You're just going to hand them a sheet of paper with a picture of the gift saying, "Here's yours, Daddy." You should have planned earlier. But here's the other thing, the other element. Some people like to shop at the store. David's probably listening to the show right now at the store. Some people just strictly Amazon. Like Mike, I don't think it's shocker. Mike hates people. So Mike's not going to the mall. Mike does everything online. For me, I'm a little different. If I see something that I know that's you, that's going to be you, exactly, I'll buy it. If I'm on vacation, I'll pick it up. If I'm wherever, if I'm in the store, I'll grab it. If I don't know what your taste is, or I know your taste, but you like, to go to one particular store, man, I'll get you a gift card in a heartbeat, and I won't think bad about it. And I know a lot of people are like, you can't do gift cards. Gift cards are so impersonal. Gift cards are so bad. No, they're not. Gift cards are great. Gift cards are the way to go. You know what? Gift cards to me is just like cash. You give out cash? Hell yeah, I give out cash. Are you kidding me? Here's the one thing about cash. For everybody who gets angry and says, no, it's not thoughtful. I have never in my life ever had anybody say the cash was too small, it didn't fit, it was the wrong color. Nothing. it was last year's model. Never. They may complain, but you know what they never do? Give it back. Why? You can buy whatever you want. Like some people, man, you could go crazy trying to figure out, oh, you didn't pick up the hint that I gave you back on February 10th? No, I didn't. But didn't care. Here, you know what you like. Here's the money. Go buy it. Or here's a gift card. I know you like this store. I know you always shop here. I know you do this. So go and get whatever it is that you want because you know what you want. Get the gift card. That's me. I'm a big gift card and money guy if I don't see something that screams you. Now, if something just says, that's Jeff, you know what? I got to get that because I know you're going to like that. But other than that, yeah, here's a gift card. Get what you need, or here's some cash. Go get what you need because you know what you want. 248-539-9797. What kind of shopper are you today? It's Christmas Eve, big shopping day. Are you at the stores? Do you do everything online? Are you trying to pay the Amazon expedited fees? Or are you kind of like me? You're just a cash or a gift card person. 248-539-9797. What are you about to say, Jeff?
Oh, I was just going to say, a lot of my family just doesn't understand that I would prefer a gift card or cash over like, well, I got to get you something. It's like you could just put cash in a card, and that's a home run.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah, it's like, oh, thanks.
And even a check. I mean, I'm like, well, you have to pick something out. And it's like, well, no, just get me some cash.
It's like, thanks, I appreciate it, but I'd rather have this. I'd rather do that. Like there's no shame. It's funny because it's like a let you in behind it. It's like Mike and I go back and forth. He's like, a gift card, that's so impersonal. Like, if I know what you like, if I know where you shop, if I just don't know, like, because sometimes that person who has everything, they literally have everything. What do you give the person who has everything? I don't know what you want. I don't know what you don't have. I don't even know what you have back ordered. So how about this? Get it yourself. I'll pay for it. How is that any different from, I don't know, like if you go out to dinner, I'll pick up the tab. You enjoyed the dinner, I'll pay for it. I know you like this restaurant, I'll pay for it. I don't see a big deal from it. I know a lot of people think that it's so cold and it's so impersonal. Man, gift cards, if you're struggling right now at the mall, listen to me. Go buy a gift card. Go buy a bunch of gift cards and go home. Leave them all. If you're stressed out at home because you're on Amazon and, oh my God, it's not going to be here in time, go get a gift card. That's it. And if you can't get a gift card, money. Just hand them the cash. No one, I promise you, no one ever returns money. Ever. I have never had one person say, this is, you know what? You don't love me. What? You gonna give me back the money? Well, no, then apparently I do. So you keep the money. So money never gets returned. Gift cards, way to go unless you have. Now, if you're smart, as I stated before, you knocked this thing out a long time ago and you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. You knock this thing out and you're just sitting back with feet up. That's the one thing I've never, my mother was like David. She was the queen of, we would get up. And maybe this is why I hate doing it, man. We would have to get up so early in the morning on Christmas Eve. We would hop in the car, station wagon, and we would drive around from mall to mall. We would hit up Fairlane, and then we would go out to Southland Mall. And then we would go to the different stores, like the little strip malls, trying to find things. And every year I'm sitting, I said it once out loud and got a dirty look. So then I just started thinking like, didn't you know Christmas was coming up on the 25th? Why are we waiting so long? I said it once, got the dirtiest of looks. I learned quickly. You know what? Certain things you just need to think and not say. Didn't want to get the, well, let's put it like that. This child abuse wasn't as big as it is now. So I kept my mouth shut. But it's like, why are we doing this every year? You're walking around. It was cold. You got on your hat. you got on your heavy coat, you got on everything, and you're just melting in the store because there's no way to take any of this stuff off. And you're like, I'm so hot. I don't want to do this. I don't want any other kid to go through what I did. I suffered so that your kids don't have to. Buy a damn gift card, give them some cash, or shop early. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls, your ticket text next, 97.1. Oh, yeah. Christmas is almost here. It's Christmas Eve. We got some sports. We're going to be talking a little football. We're going to actually talk a little basketball because the Pistons are kind of impressive. They went out and they swept the Lakers. But right now, just talking a little Christmas shopping. Are you a last-minute Christmas shopper? Are you a Christmas shopper that you only do things online? Or if you're like me, hey, I'm all about the gift card. I'm all about the cash. I had no problems with it. I will hand you a gift card or I'll hand you some cash at any moment and say Merry Christmas. And if you want to give me a dirty look, you can get the cash back. But other than that's me. That's the way to go, especially as you get older and people just have everything and I don't know what you don't have. I don't know what you need. So if I know a store or there's a particular brand that you like, then yeah, I'll get you a gift card for that brand, for that store. But if I have no idea, oh man, you know what? Here you go. Here's just a generic gift card, or here's just some cash. Go out there, have a good time, buy whatever. It's on me. And whatever you buy, you think about me. And I think it's a win-win. 248-539-9797. That's where I'm at. Jeff, a couple ticket texts, and then we're gonna get to the phones.
Yeah, so we'll start off here. Not unnamed ticket texter. It would be from Josh. He says the only store I go for last minute gifts on Christmas Eve is the liquor store. Once again, that's from Josh. Another ticket text. I have a huge issue when it comes to shopping for my wife, especially throughout the year. Every time she says I would love one of these, so whatever random product, and I'm like, okay, there's an idea. It shows up on the porch 3 days later, and she says she doesn't want this. So it looks like he has a hard time shopping for his wife. Another ticket texter says Amazon is for lazy people. Get up off your butt and go out shopping. Ordering stuff online just kind of takes away from the fun of Christmas shopping.
And you know, okay, because to some, like David. Is that David?
It might be David.
That may be, because David swears it's like a contest to him. David, you know, he's got a checklist. He's Santa. He walks in there with his list, and he's like, okay, I'm going to win. I'm going to do whatever. So, yes. And it's like he's so dialed in and focused. Like, David, I don't care. Now, the Amazon thing, I don't think is lazy. Amazon is, I don't have time to do all of this. I don't have time to get to the store. I don't have time to stand in line. I don't have time. Because here's the other thing. A lot of times, Amazon has the size that you need. The stores don't. So what do? We'll order it for you. Or they'll tell you, you need to go on our store website to order this. Well, I could have stayed at home and did that. What did I need you for?
Yeah, exactly. And so if you have Amazon Prime, there literally is no point in going to the mall because you get free shipping and it's probably going to be cheaper at home.
Now you're kind of screwed because of the whole strike. Now, but here's the downside of Amazon, okay? It's cool, but I'm sure his wife's not listening. But like Jimmy, him and his wife, we had to, like, or if you're a couple and you share an Amazon account, well, guess what? You see what the other's looking at. You can kind of see, oh, that's what they're going to go and get me. There's no element of surprise. I have yet to understand why Amazon just doesn't create separate one account, but separate
like
access
Netflix
to
or
it.
like
Where you can't go into mine. I can't go into, because if you're Amazon, you just want the money. So you really don't care where the money comes from. But at least that way, because if you go on, like if you have your own account, it's great. But let's say you're married and your wife has access to that same account, because I don't see why she wouldn't. She's going to know everything you bought for her. You're going to know everything she bought for you. That's just how it goes. Same like if you have a checking account or a bank account, you can kind of check the account. You can kind of see where everything is going, unless you have like a separate gift credit card where, you know what, we're going to purchase gifts off of this, so you don't know. But Amazon is, I say all that to say Amazon is not lazy. 248-539-9797. Go ahead.
Yeah, another ticket texter says, or actually this is from Paul and Fraser. He says he used to be a Christmas Eve shopper, but now that he's semi-retired, he has disposable time, so he gets it done in plenty of time now.
Oh, it's the thing to do. It's the way to go. I mean, seriously, if you know what the person likes, or if you know the person's personality, you pick up the gift as the year goes along. You're someplace, you see something, you're like, oh, wow, you know what? This person would really love this, and you buy the gift then. I'm telling you, I was traumatized. Like there's certain places that, you know, if I don't plan on going to hell, but if you do, that would be hell for me, is I have to sit there and it's Christmas Eve every day and I'm at a mall.
Christmas Eve at the mall is a different beast, man.
Where you're hearing the Salvation Army bell constantly ringing. You're hearing all this stuff, people pushing you, and you are dressed to with 5 different overcoats on as you're sweating, going from store to store, only to find out, oh, sorry, sir, we just sold the last one. Because if, you know, your family member wants it or your significant other, chances are everybody else wanted it too, and it's not there. But hey, David, enjoy Christmas Eve shopping. I hope you get everything you want. But seriously, we've had this conversation for like the last couple months. Like, Dave, why don't you just go now? No. It's got to be on Christmas Eve. Why? Because, okay, tough guy, you do you. One more and then we get to the phone.
All right, I got one more for you. This guy just says shopping for the boys is the easiest. He says at FanDuel gift cards, they're $30 a piece, and all of his friends love the gift every single year.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, it is. Or there's certain things that are just easy. Like if, your kid or somebody loves video games, you get them a game, do something. Certain people are easy to get and certain people are not. And that's why, for me, it's a gift card. For me, it's just cash. I'm okay with that. 248-539-9797. All right, let's go to the phone lines. Who's this? Jamel, you're leading us off. You're on 97.1.
Good afternoon.
Hey.
Happy Christmas Eve.
Happy Christmas
All right.
Eve to you, sir.
My story is the opposite of yours.
Okay.
And so I grew up in a household where Christmas Eve, there is nothing under the tree, the whole Santa Claus theory.
Oh.
And so that's the longest of the year. There's nothing under the tree. You can't rest. You're waiting. You can't sleep. And so Christmas morning, you wake up early in the morning while all of the gifts are there. So as an adult, I can't stand being in the house on Christmas Eve because it's reminiscent of that whole anxiety that I used to have waiting on Christmas Day. And the sad part about it, we did it to our kids.
Oh.
And so there's absolutely nothing under the tree other than gifts for, family members. But if you live in our household, there's nothing under that tree until Christmas.
Well, see, here's what happened with us. We had, when I was younger, there were gifts under the tree, but it was, as you say, it was like one or two. But then, those are the gifts from mom and dad or from your brother or sister. But then you went to sleep, which was the hardest night of sleep. I don't know about you, but it was trying to sleep on Christmas Eve. And I think later down the line, my mother also told me the reason why she made us go was to tire me out so that I would sleep that night. Because trust me, it was a method to her madness. But yeah, you're right. Then all of a sudden it was like all of these Santa gifts under the tree. Like, where'd they come from? It was from Santa.
Yes.
Yeah. So I
and
get
that's
you.
Also the clean up everything in the house day. You cleaned the house from top to bottom on Christmas Eve.
Oh man. So yeah. Okay. You bringing up all types of memories. Yeah. That was for us. It was the Jackson Christmas album. When you heard that music playing, it meant
time to clean up.
It was time to clean up. You heard Michael and his brother singing, and it was time to go. Hey, Merry Christmas to you, man.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
Yeah, that meant it was time to clean up. I remember that. Yeah, you had to take care of the house. All right, let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1.
Rico, what's up, man? I agree with you, man. I used to buy people gifts, and then people would be like, "Oh, thank you," but it's the way they said it, very unappreciative. So I agree, cash or gift cards. That way, you don't like what I get you, you can buy your own.
Right. I've never understood the stigma.
Don't appreciate it.
Matt, I've never understood the stigma with that. Like, oh, it's cold and impersonal. No, it's not. Because nobody's ever told me take it back. Nobody.
And then for Amazon, the ticket text where it said Amazon is lazy shopping, I agree and disagree. Stores may not have what you're looking for in stock. Amazon has everything. Like you can find everything on Amazon that might not be in a store, and it's so much easier.
No, you're right, Matt, and I appreciate the call. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, I mean it's simple. You go to the store. I mean, even like if I'm shopping for me, you go to the store, you try it on, and then I go to Amazon and I purchase it, and I probably find it for a lesser price there. If I got a ton of time, I may even go on eBay and try to find it. But yeah, I'll go to the store. I'll try something on. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I need to get this size. And then you just order it that way. 248-539-9797. What kind of Christmas shopper are you? Are you a last-minute Christmas shopper like my man? Like super producer David Hall, he's out there right now fighting through all the families with the kids and the Santa Clauses and all of that stuff and trying to park. Don't get me started on holiday parking either. Do not. One of my pet peeves, and you guys may not know this, but if you come in this parking lot, you'll often, I don't like parking around people. I don't. If you've ever noticed, I park at the back end. I will walk half a mile to get into this building. I can't stand it. I will go to a parking ramp, and if everybody's parked on like sects 1 through 4, I'll go up to 6 because I don't want anybody around me. I don't. That comes with Christmas shopping as well as idiots on the road trying to park. Don't want it, not into it. That's not for me.
Well, there's nothing worse than trying to leave in a busy area and then the guy trying to get in your parking spot will like stop you from reversing out of the parking spot.
Or you see worse, you see the people ready to fist fight.
Yeah.
Because you're coming from the left, I'm coming from the right, and somebody's trying to back up. But that person that's in the spot right now is just sitting there on their phone.
Yeah.
And you're waiting, and they're making a call or doing whatever, and they see, wow, I'm causing a backup. Maybe I should leave. Nah, let me send off about another 10 text messages first. And once again, stay at home, shop at home, give a gift card. 248-539-9797. All of your phone calls and your ticket text next, 97.1. All right, you know what? Now it's stuck in my head. I don't know how is it just random Christmas songs that kick out? Okay, because I was like, I need to hear some Jackson's Christmas now because that's stuck in my head. That's the go-to album for me. That's the Christmas song because every year that's what I listen to. 248-539-9797. What kind of Christmas shopper are you? Are you at the mall right now like David? Are you an Amazon person? Or, you know what? Are you the gift card person and cash like me? And you let the people buy whatever it is they really want. So you don't have to sit there and go, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Knowing good and well, they don't really like it. All right, let's go straight to the phone lines. We got a lot of people holding on. Jeff, you are on 97.1. What's going on, my man?
Hi, I am glad I'm talking to you because Mike and David, probably give us some guff about it. But
right,
I have
here's
agreement with you.
Hey, Jeff, here's
cash.
what Mike would have to say. There you go.
Exactly. But you know what? Again, one of the best Christmas is my kids told me about was I got some of those zipper deposit bags from the local bank, put cash in there, and one of them was nearly in tears. He said, I needed some extra funds this year, didn't know how to ask. He goes, you can never, ever go wrong with cash. He goes, even a gift card to a place you love, you may need cash for something else more at that moment than you do. As far as me, a gift card to a certain, roadhouse that serves steaks from a certain state, I would take all of those. You give me $500 and I'll use them throughout the year. Just if everybody wants to give those, I could probably send a name. But no, cash is, again, so many people, they may be struggling. They just need a little help. And that money, pays for a bill they have due or lights, or electricity. You just can never go wrong with it. And, again, I think it's the most thoughtful gift that you can give because it's, like you said, no one ever says, hey, I really don't want this or this ain't the right size. No. Green looks good on everybody. Thank you.
I appreciate the phone call. Merry Christmas. He's right. Nobody does. Now, Bobby, you out. He kind of touched upon something that you talked about in the break. I don't want to steal your thunder, so I'm going to let you say.
Yeah, so if you are comfortable with giving cash or gift cards, just a little bit adjacent to that, what about covering someone's monthly bill? Say like their phone bill, electric bill, or maybe even go as far as rent. That's a gift to me. I mean, maybe just because I'm young and I'm broke, so I do need those things. But
no, you know what? No, and I mean, you just threw a whole nother layer on there. I didn't even think about that, but yes, I'm thinking, oh, you take the cash, you go buy yourself something. But yeah, you may take the cash and pay the light bill, keep the lights on. You may take the cash and pay your rent. So once again, it's what you want, and you're using it for something that you either want or you need. So that's why when people try to get on me, I'm like, well, you can't do that. That's impersonal. It's really not. But if you feel that way, by all means, give it back. Just go ahead. Give it back to me. No. Let go of the money. Give it back. Oh, you're keeping it. Oh, you're putting it in your pocket. All right, then shut up. Go ahead.
No, like I was saying, you said it's impersonal. Well, it's personal to me because it helps with my bank account. That's great. I mean, like Bobby said, I would totally take that as a gift. Someone covering a bill or giving me enough money to cover it, that's awesome.
Man.
You just don't have to worry about it for that month then.
Man, years ago, like after like my nephew grew up, it was the easiest thing. I was like, here you go, man. Here's like, thanks, huh? Here's the money. Just take the money. Enjoy yourself.
Cash is definitely like, at least me and my siblings who are all younger than me, that's our favorite by far.
Yeah, take the money, go on a trip, do whatever it is you want to go do. You'll find something to do with it. It won't just sit there and, hey, did you ever wear that sweater I got you? Oh, yeah, dog got to it and snagged it. Sorry.
It's still in the Christmas bag you gave me. Actually, I haven't got to unpacking it
Are those still the tags? Oh, my God. Oh, but I thought you loved it. Oh, okay. All right. 248-539-9797. Got a lot of people want to talk about this. Cindy, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah, you too. I'm calling because my family, we don't give out Christmas gifts. We give out because we give gifts all through the year. If we find something that somebody likes, let's say in March or April, we don't hold it till Christmas. Why? They could use it then. So we call them unbirthday presents. So we
Unbirthday
give
presents. Okay.
Yeah, that's because of Alice in Wonderland. You know, the Mad Hatter, he was having his party was an unbirthday party.
Ah.
And so, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, when the kids were little, that was our excuse to invite other neighbor kids over. Just when the kids got bored, we would just throw unbirthday parties. You know, nobody had to bring any gifts. We just made cupcakes. But anyways, so we do unbirthday gifts all through the year. So none of my family, they ever expect Christmas gifts because, you know, like the other day, 2 months ago, I found something my sister liked. I just gave it to her. Happy unbirthday. So do you honestly think she's going to expect a Christmas gift? We just give all through the year. That's how my family is.
No, you know what, Cindy, I like that, and you guys have established this for years, so you know what? Don't expect anything. You get it throughout the year. See, that's the way to go.
Yeah.
And you know what? There's probably not a lot of pressure because that also comes with giving the Christmas gifts is the pressure of what if I get the wrong thing? You have no pressure, Cindy. You're a smart family.
And not only that, I'm not running around buying gifts, you know. If I see it, I buy it, you know, and I give it. So I don't have the pressure of, are they going to like it for Christmas? I got to wrap it. I got to do this. I don't have any of that pressure. None of us do.
No, smart woman. Very smart.
Yeah.
Enjoy unbirthday with your family.
I am. Thank you. Have a good day.
I like that. The unbirthday. It comes with the pressure. What if I got the wrong thing? Lord knows. It's like, okay, you two are fairly young, so I'm going to help you out with something. You get the girlfriend. If you don't know, either when she goes to sleep, go in the closet, check out the size. If you don't know, this is just between me and you and all the guys listening. Women, turn off your radio. Get the size smaller. Trust me on this. Don't you ever in your life buy it too big. That is a fight. That is an argument. You're going to want to know, why is she not talking to me? Yeah. You already know where I'm going with this, right?
Absolutely.
Buy it too small. And you'll get all types of hugs and kisses. Oh, you thought I was that size? Yeah, you're not? Okay. Wow. Okay. Buy a size 2. I'm a 14. I thought you were a 2. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, every time I'll be like, hey, is your jean size 00? I ask that all the time, and she's like, no.
Yeah.
It's a 6.
Okay. So just
I thought it was 00. I swear.
See, you're a smart man. Smart man. 248-539-9797. Where we going to? Vito, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Merry Christmas, Vito.
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Listen, I'm with you with the cash or the gift cards. I've been married for almost 48 years. I did the mall thing, and I got her stuff and stuff she didn't like or had to take back. So what I've been doing for the last 5 years, I've been I've been regifting stuff that she didn't even know she had, and I put cash in an envelope on the bottom of the bag with another small gift, and she'll open it and she'll laugh about it, and then she'll, say, I remember this. Then she'll get out the envelope with the cash in it, because then she's happier than you know what.
Vito, I'm going to tell you this. You may have gone into the gift-giving Hall of Fame. You are a first ballot nominee. You will make it first ballot. I promise you. That right there, nobody... Genius. Just, you know what? I don't even know how. Genius. Every now and then, there's Einstein and there's Caller Vito. Genius. Genius, my friend.
I mean, we have a blast with it. We have the family over, my kids and my grandkids, And, she's the last, not the last one, because her birthday's the 29th of December, too. So we got her Christmas and her birthday. So we do kind of like funny stuff. We have a ride with it. And my son-in-law, he just laughs his what off when we do this, and it's hilarious. Grandkids get a kick out of it. It's like it's going to be a tradition.
Nah, I love it, and I hope everybody listened to that. And you just taught me something. Not too many people teach me something, Vito. You did. Hall of Fame, my friend. Just mention me in your acceptance speech.
Hey, I want you guys to make sure you have a safe and a Merry Christmas, and be careful out there, and watch out for the boneheads.
All right, you too, my friend. Wow, yeah. See, I gave you guys a lesson, and he turned around and gave me one. 248-539-9797. We'll continue talking about this because it is Christmas Eve, and a lot of people are out there shopping right now, spending a ton of money, probably money you shouldn't be spending, but you're spending it anyways. I wonder how many people out there are shopping for other people and actually shopping for themselves. I used to be guilty of that too. Like, I actually kind of like that. I'm buying that for me. I would have 2 bags, one for me, one for everybody else. Quick personal text that I got from my buddy John. Trying to get all the men in trouble nowadays. The ladies will bust out, "You don't know anything about me." You know what? I'm going to call a flag on that play. No woman will ever get angry if you call her smaller than what she really is. No woman will ever get angry, John. Sorry. Never.
I'm with you, Rico. It's more of like a playful, "Oh, you know nothing about me." Now, if it's too big, then it's like, oh, oh boy.
Now, what are you calling me, fat? Oh my goodness.
Then you'll never convince them otherwise that you actually didn't think that.
You'll never hear the end of it. Ever. I know. You could marry this woman, and on your 50th anniversary, she will remember this time.
You remember that Christmas when you called me fat?
Yeah. No, I didn't. Well, you bought me this. You might as well have said it. You might as well just go ahead and call me Porky. All right. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls next. Going to mix in a little NFL as well. 97.1. All right, we'll talk a little bit of football on this Christmas Eve. And Jeff, hit it. All right, Jeff, what you got for us?
All right, so we have a list from CBS Sports saying the top or the biggest surprises from this NFL season. Leading off, number one, Sam Darnold, quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. It says he's been cast off by multiple franchises. Darnold has found new life and surprisingly resilient and authoritative arm of Kevin O'Connell's attack, feeding the Minnesota Vikings elite wideouts without fear.
You know what? Here's the thing. I agree. Mike hates Sam Darnold. Calls him a ginger. Says he has no soul. Sam Darnold, in my opinion, has put the Minnesota Vikings in a very difficult position. Like it or not, they're breathing down the neck of the Detroit Lions. They're going to face them at the end of the season in a showdown match, which I'm really hoping is going to be Sunday Night Football. Winner take all. Winner gets 1 seed. Loser gets the 5 seed. That's drama. That's intrigue. That's Sam Darnold. Justin Jefferson, Addison, all of these different people love him. They drafted J.J. McCarthy. I don't think J.J.'s ever going to see the field. If I'm Minnesota, I would do exactly what the Lions did with Jared Goff. Lions drafted Hendon Hooker, and they gave Goff an extension. Let's see what we have. Maybe he's good. Maybe he's a flash in the pan. I would offer Darnold like a 2-year deal, and he's going to get paid. Like 2-year, $85 or 2-year, $90 million deal. If he's good, he's your guy. If he's not, you hand the reins over to McCarthy. But, man, he walked right into this. Right now, they're one of the best teams in the NFL, whether you like them or not. Yeah, I think he was a gigantic surprise for not just the Vikings, but for the NFL.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I mean, if you told me before the year started that Minnesota Vikings would be 13-2 with Sam Darnold at quarterback, I would have laughed in your face.
Right?
I'd say maybe 7-7 at best at this point in the season. No way am I thinking 13-2. That's insane. But anyways, we'll move on. The next one is Philadelphia Eagles running back Saquon Barkley. The website states that the Philadelphia Eagles paid big bucks for their ex-rival, but he's nearly unstoppable as a home run hitter behind their front offensive line, career-high rushing totals, and when he's in the game, he's the most dynamic ball carrier on the field.
Yeah, this is when they did this, it was, okay, are you taking him out of spite because he's a giant, or because the thing is with running backs, man, when they fall off fast. And do you want to invest in a running back because I mean, they're a little bit of a dime a dozen position, but last year there were 2 backs, really 3, because Jacobs as well. Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. All 3 are paying off dividends, but Saquon may hit the 2,000-yard club. I think he's on pace to doing that in this final game or games. Yeah, it was a great pull by Philly. Now, the only problem with Saquon, it's now happened twice in both games they've lost. He's dropped critical passes, easy passes. Remember early in the year when he dropped the short touchdown. But, yeah, other than that, I mean, he's got the backwards hurdle. Yes, Saquon is him. Personally, I still think he should be in the MVP conversation, but they always give it to quarterbacks. But he, to me, is the real MVP because he's turned that Philly team that was struggling from last year into a legit team.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think it was a surprise because I knew that Saquon Barkley was one of the best NFL running backs. And then you pair that with the running threat of Jalen Hurts and that offensive line.
But see, the thing is, he always got injured.
Yeah.
But you find out later maybe it was just the Giants' offensive line that couldn't keep him healthy.
But he's exceeded. I would say the only surprise is the backwards hurdle, the 3 80-yard runs against the Rams.
Okay, the backwards hurdle is going to be one of those things that people are going to remember their entire life. It's like for me, when I watched live when Barry Sanders spun around Harlan Barnett, who was on the New England Patriots. It was at the Silverdome. I don't know if you guys ever saw that, but it's just because Barnett teasing is like, well, technically I'm in the NFL Hall of Fame because that run, they have video of that run at the NFL Hall of Fame. He spun him around like a top. Certain things are like, I can't believe what I just saw. The backwards hurdle is something that I was reacting like his teammates, like, oh my God, did that just happen? So, yes.
And we'll go on to the next one. Wide receiver Ladd McConkey for the Los Angeles Chargers. They say he's been hit or miss on offense, but their second-round rookie has been ultra reliable for Justin Herbert, and he's well on pace to set franchise records for a rookie pass catcher.
He is. It's a perfect fit, especially, look, Harbaugh is using him. I mean, he's using him the way that he was used in Georgia. And a lot of times coaches overthink things. Like, to me, Aiden Hutchinson got better when the Lions realized, let's quit trying to make him do something here. Let's play him the way he played at Michigan. And let's move him. Let's do different things instead of pigeonholing him. And Ladd McConkey is becoming that guy where all he does, Justin Herbert is probably going to give him a Christmas bonus because he is going to keep Justin's career going because he's that consistent receiver. He's that Cooper Kupp. He's that guy. He's their version of Amon-Ra where, you know what, 3rd and 8, he'll pick up 10 and you'll move the chains.
Yeah, and I mean, I definitely think it's a surprise for me just because I thought the style of play he had, like, yeah, that'll dominate in college. But at the same time, I'm surprised that he's almost like eclipsed 1,000 yards this year. I'm pretty sure. I think he's getting around like 900.
He is. I mean, he's going to be a guy that when it comes time for his next contract, he's going to get that next contract. They're not going to let him go. Some receivers are a dime a dozen. He is not a dime a dozen.
All right, we'll move on. The next one, a local name, safety Brian Branch for the Detroit Lions, a defensive rookie of the year candidate in 2023. Branch has gone from a promising to imposing defensive back to making his presence felt as both as a ball hawk and a very hard hitter.
Yes, I agree with all of that because to me, Brian Branch, the only thing I don't like about Brian Branch is the stupid mouth guard in his helmet. Other than that, when he got drafted, I was like, this guy's going to be a killer. It was a steal for the Lions to get him in the second round. Like, are you kidding me? And he went out there, and he's not only produced. Brian Branch can play safety. He can play the slot corner. He can come on a safety blitz. He could do so much. And in this NFL, when you have a person that versatile, you're worth your way in gold. Because right now, you're seeing how valuable Brian Branch is. With all the injuries on the defense, Brian Branch can kind of be that Band-Aid and kind of, okay, well, we can move you here. Okay, the secondary. All right, you're going to cover this slot corner. Like, you watch games, and there's Brian Branch locked up with a tight end, locked up with a big-time receiver, and holding his own. Like, and don't get me started on the hits. Like, he will lay you out. Do not lead your receiver across the middle because Brian Branch will just crush them. Great pick. If you would have swapped him and Jack Campbell, because in history it's going to go down. People are like, really? Jack Campbell? I know Doug Karsh is a big Jack Campbell fan. He's okay. Brian Branch should have been that first round selection. Campbell should have been the second one. Branch, he's going to be a Detroit Lions for life. Branch is going to be up there, in my opinion. I may be dating myself, but he's almost like that Ed Reed type, where when Reed played with the Ravens, Branch is the guy. The easiest way to put it like this: every offensive coordinator draws up a play, and every quarterback, when they're pointing around, has to say, okay, where's Brian Branch? And let's make the play built around where he's not, because he's that type of guy.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Last year they had him at nickel, so that he couldn't be on the field all the time. He was still an excellent tackler in the box and then also a coverage guy down the field. Then they moved him to strong safety this year, and I was like, man, he was such a good nickel. That's such a big loss. Somehow he's even better at strong safety. Now they're moving him around a little bit more because of the injuries, but I'm surprised that he's played two different positions, and he's excelled incredibly at both of them.
Yeah, he has. So, all right, That's your NFL kind of a Christmas blitz because it's the Christmas gifts for the league, 97.1.
Just do in football today with today's date.
No, I think it's flipped. We got both Palomalu and Edry.
I know.
But Branch is Palomalu and Kirby's Edry.
I would
That's
agree.
fucking sick.
Yeah, it is.
So fucking sick.
I can't believe how good Branch is at safety. I think he's been hurt, so the impact's a little down, but
I think the way our defensive injuries have piled up and the fact that he hasn't made as many interceptions recently, but he was a legit defensive player.
Three o'clock hour in Detroit. It is Christmas Eve edition of the Valeni and Rico show. Mike off, David battling the malls right now. You got me, and I've asked the question earlier in the show. If you missed any of it, use the Odyssey Rewind of what kind of Christmas gift person are you? Are you a last second shopper? Are you an Amazon shopper? Or are you like me, gift cards, cash? And you know what? And you just tell people Merry Christmas and let them go on their merry way and buy whatever it is that they really want to get. We'll continue taking your phone calls on that, 248-539-9797. But guys, I do want to mention one thing. Lost in all of the Lions, look, the Lions have taken over. And you know what? Here's the thing. It's probably easier buying Christmas gifts because all you got to do is buy anything Detroit Lions, and anybody in Detroit's going to gobble up and love it and be like, oh, my God, you got me a Lions hoodie. You got me a Lions hat. You got me a Lions T-shirt. You got me Lions this. You got me Lions that. The Lions are everywhere. But I don't know if anybody has noticed something. The Detroit Pistons. Detroit Pistons are 13-17. And you're like, well, Rico, why are you bringing up the Pistons? It's Christmas Eve. Guys, they're winning. Now, I'm not saying they're a great team, but as of now, they're the 10th best team in the East, which means postseason action if the season were to start today. Yes, I know. In my opinion, the NBA season starts tomorrow. I'll get to that in a second. But I don't know if you've been watching the Pistons because they're one win away from matching their entire win total from last year. Remember last year at this time, they were fresh off of like a 22, 23 game losing streak. I remember because the game that they finally won, the Lions lost to Dallas that same day. And it was just like, man, it cost Detroit everything for them not to get the record. But the Pistons are actually doing well. And I just want to, has anybody noticed Cade Cunningham is turning into a legit superstar? It's quiet because we're also focused on Jared Goff. Jared Goff. And the Lions. Cade Cunningham was just named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, posting up ridiculous numbers. Had another double-double, I think, 20 points, 10 rebounds or so last night. They swept the Lakers for the first time since 2017. The Pistons, they're young. They're fun to watch. Yeah, that Pistons team. Now, do yourself a favor. Watch the Pistons. Now, they're not good enough that they're going to be playing on Christmas Day, but I don't know if anybody's paying attention to this team, but this team deserves your attention. This team is kind of piqued my curiosity because early in the season, you're like, it's early in the season. Early in the season, they had a chance to do something in that stupid little NBA tournament. But since then, they're getting better. Ivy getting better. Like, they're fun to watch. They're learning how to close out games. They're learning how to do a lot of different things. I'm not saying they're going to win the NBA title, but what I don't think they're going to be up for a top draft pick either. This is a team, they're about to do something that I've been asking them to do for a long time. Same thing that we asked the Tigers to do. Same things that we asked the Wings to do. Same thing that we used to ask the Lions to do. Can you be in the graphic? Can you be interesting? Can you make me care about you? Can you make me follow your season? Can you take me on a journey? And even if the journey ends in a play-in loss, at least we went on this journey together. It's like the Wings last year where, we went on the journey and they missed out on the playoffs at the last second. But it was fun. It was disappointing. The Tigers, all of a sudden it was pitching chaos. And this can't keep lasting. This can't. And the next thing you know, not only did they go to the playoffs, they won a series, and they were really about a game away from taking it in Cleveland. And then it all fell apart. Just saying, guys, watch the Pistons. Pistons are pretty good. Pistons are worthy of your attention. 248-539-9797. Have you been watching the Pistons? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Where I think Cade Cunningham is finally maturing into the superstar that we always thought he was going to be. He was the number 1 overall pick, but he never lived up to that hype. He never lived up to that expectation. He never was that guy, so much so that it was like, maybe you should just trade him and start all over again. But now all of a sudden, this is becoming Cade's team. Now all of a sudden, the thing that I used to like about Cade was at the end of every game, every superstar would make sure they grab Cade and whisper in his ear and encourage him and tell him, you know what, you're the man. Game recognizes game. So when you see a Kevin Durant, when you see the superstars pulling your guy, you're like, okay, he's going to be something. But he was never that guy. It was like the moment was always too big for him. Now, Cade Cunningham, like it or not, Detroit, you may have a budding star in the making. He may be on that same Jared Goff arc where it took some time, but now he's slowly becoming that guy where now come trade deadline, okay, who do you need to add to this team? Add to play with with Beasley and with Ivy and with Cade. How does this team get over that next hump so that they go from being just a play-in team to a legit NBA team? 248-539-9797. I say all that to say, Christmas to me is when the NBA starts. Okay? It is. There's only certain sport, like football, you watch football from the very beginning. And even then, for the pros, I don't watch the preseason games. It's when week 1 starts. For college, it really is when the conference schedule starts, unless you're playing somebody legitimate early on. Like when Michigan played Texas, okay, you have my attention. But when it's a cupcake game, like, okay, MSU Prairie View, all right, whatever. You're going to win that thing. Yeah,
I didn't know where Prairie View was. I couldn't believe that was on the schedule.
Texas, yeah. I only know because they used to hold the nation's longest losing streak in football, and I knew two people who went there. So I would give them a hard time. Like they hadn't won a game in I want to say it was something ridiculous, like some 85 straight games they lost. Like it was a ridiculous thing. Like they were bad.
I did some research on them I saw the spread was 41, and Michigan State was at the time undefeated, but I knew they weren't that great, so I couldn't believe it.
And they covered.
Yeah, they did. They covered exactly. I think it was 41-0.
Yeah, they covered. So for the NBA, it's always Christmas. Christmas was like, look, you guys may be too young to remember, but New Year's Day was college football day. It was, you started off with the Citrus Bowl, and the game ended with the Orange and Sugar Bowl that night. The Rose Bowl was played in between, the Fiesta Bowl, like all the major bowl games before we got into all this bowl chaos. No one went up against them. It was it. Like Super Bowl Sunday, that's the NFL's day. NBA said, we're going to take Christmas. And they own Christmas for the longest. They put their marquee games on Christmas, and that's when okay, you know what? I'm going to really start paying attention to the NBA. Funny thing has happened. NBA owned that day. And then the NFL starts saying, you know what? Let's get a little greedy here. Like last week on the 20th, may have been the best sports day ever. You had college football, you had pro football, you had college hoops, you had NBA, you had hockey. It was a day made for a man cave. No matter, it was like the ultimate sports buffet. Whatever you wanted, you got. It was there. I mean, I took a break from watching the college football playoff games. I was watching MSU. Cohen Carr hits a three-pointer. Oh, my God. Okay, let me flip back to the playoff game. Okay, what's going on in the NFL? Let me go here. Let me go there. It was a day made for multiple TVs. Tomorrow, NBA owns Christmas. The NFL decided they wanted to crash the party. The NFL has 2 games, and they're on Netflix. And it's going to cause and there's going to be conflict because you can't even kind of flip back and forth with your channels. Either you're watching the game or you're watching Netflix. So my question to you is very simple, people. Come Christmas Day, which are you watching? Are you watching the NFL Chiefs at the Steelers, Ravens at the Texans? And the NFL's pulling out the big guns. They even got Beyonce performing at halftime at the Texans game. She's a Houston girl. Or are you tried and true and you're an NBA player, you're an NBA fan, and you're watching the NBA on Christmas? 248-539-9797. What are you watching tomorrow? Are you watching the NFL? Are you watching the NBA? I was going to say I'm going to watch the NFL, and I probably will, but the only problem was Netflix had that little fake fight, and it crashed, and it was an abomination. I got fed up and just said, yeah, I don't care anymore. This is the Tyson Paul. Yeah, it's fixed in my opinion anyway, and I dropped out. If they have those same problems, NFL's not going to be happy at all. But the NBA, it's their big day. All the best teams are playing each other. It's normally the day that I really start paying attention to the NBA. NFL's crashing the party. It's going to cause a conflict because you can't even flip channels. Either you're streaming it or you're watching a game. 248-539-9797. What are you watching when it comes to Christmas Day and your sporting events? We'll get to your phone calls and your ticket text next. 97.1. So the NBA kicks off really the official start of the season on Christmas Day. They got all their best matchups. I remember back when the Pistons used to play on Christmas Day when they were really good, but they start the day off with the Spurs and the Knicks. They finish with the Nuggets at the Suns. 5 games throughout the day. The NFL said, wait, not so fast. We're going to put some games on Netflix, and we're going to try to steal your audience. Now, they did the same thing for the college football playoff. Well, I don't know if the college football playoff kind of jumped in on the NFL, but people were split. You had to decide where you wanted to go, except for tomorrow. You just can't change the channel. Either you got to go into Netflix and you got to pray to God it doesn't do what it did for that Tyson-Paul fight, or you're watching the NBA. But I want to know which is going to hold your attention more, the NFL or the NBA. 248-539-9797. A couple ticket texts, and then we're going to get back to the phone lines. What you got for me, Jeff?
All right, so we'll go back to the gift things that we were talking about earlier on in the show. Unnamed ticket texter says, every year we have our family poker game, and whether people buy gifts or not, we put out envelopes with various combinations of gift cards and scratch-offs. When someone loses or gets kicked out of the game, they can grab an envelope.
So the winner, so are they playing for money and the winner gets the money?
I don't know. I think maybe there's like a grand prize card.
Goes. Okay, a grand prize card for the last person. All right, that's different. But you're going to get something. It just depends on your luck that day. I like that. Okay.
All right. Yeah, another ticket text relating to Christmas shopping. This one says, I'm out Christmas shopping today in Novi. I'm sure that's a disaster. That's a very busy area right there on 96.
Whoever engineered that, God bless you. I just figured it was your last day and you just said, I don't care. You get what you get. I'm out of here. I'm out this piece. And, it's horrible.
Who decided to put the Chick-fil-A right there on that?
Just when you thought it wasn't congested enough, what can we do to make this even worse for people? I got it. A Chick-fil-A. Because, there's never a line there. People aren't, oh my God.
They have like 4 different lines for the cars there. It's the busiest I've ever seen any restaurant.
Just trying to get off the freeway.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A drive-throughs in the exit ramp.
Right. It's like, okay. It takes you about 4 or 5 rotations of the traffic light just to get through. God bless you. You're doing God's work right now. But whoever you're buying the gift for at the mall, better appreciate the struggle is real.
He goes on to say the key is wearing the noise-canceling AirPods. I don't hear anything, and I just get out of there after I get what I need.
See, okay. I do the noise-canceling AirPods, but here's the key to that. You don't turn them on. So if you don't want to talk to people, it's an old airport trick. You don't want to talk to people. You just kind of look at them and then you point to your ear like, oh, what? But yeah, you can hear what's going on, but I just don't want to talk to you. But okay. One more and then we'll jump to the phone lines.
Okay, this one just says, Rico, cash is king. My parents won't buy me certain things that I want, so just give me the cash. And that's from Dan in a mail truck.
Cash is king, man. I've heard for decades, it's just so bad. It's so impersonal. Why would you do that? It means you don't know the person. It means I do know the person. And I know you want to get what you want to get. And maybe there's some stuff that you don't want to tell people you want to get. Or maybe some things you want to say. Or like Bobby said, maybe you got some bills you want to pay. Here you go. Do whatever you want with it. Merry Christmas. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I knew I was next. Just when I was getting ready to get out of the car after waiting like an hour.
My bad, Brian.
No, it's all good. Hey, regarding I'm sorry, so you know where I'm going now. Regarding the gift,
the honey-do list. Okay.
Regarding the gifts, here's the deal: the person or the type of person that irritates me during this time, and also Valentine's Day, so again, you know where I'm going, is the woman that says, Oh, I don't want anything. Don't worry about getting me anything. I don't want. No, don't go through the trouble. I don't want anything at all. I don't want anything. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
You come through the door on Christmas Day or wake up Christmas Day or Valentine's Day with no gift. Are you kidding me? But it irritates me because they're pretty much demanding and assertive that they don't want anything. Don't worry about it. They don't want anything. But, seriously, though, I always say that about myself, but I mean it. Don't for Christmas, it's for kids. Don't worry about me. And I mean it when I say it. So when you come in without a gift from me or on Christmas Day or whatever, I don't have my mouth poked out because secretly I wanted a gift. But those are the people that irritate me.
Yeah, you know what, Brian? I feel your pain. The struggle is real. Yes, you get that. Well, I didn't want anything. Well, I didn't get you anything. How could you not get me anything? You said you didn't want anything. Yeah, because you're right. Because when a man says, I don't want anything, I don't want anything.
You mean it?
I've often said, Father's Day is like Mother's Day is one of the biggest marketing things ever. You buy mom whatever, that special woman in your life, everything. Father's Day, here's some socks, Daddy. Here's a tie, Daddy.
You just want to sit down and relax. You want to date yourself to sit down on the couch and do nothing. That's all you want for Father's Day.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, but
you don't want anything.
You're right. The person who swears up and down, I don't want anything, that's the one you got to work the hardest for and be like, okay, what do you really want? That's the one where you're sitting there asking the friends or you're asking the kids, okay, what did she say she wanted this year? Help my brother out.
Exactly. Please help me out. That kind of thing. As a matter of fact, now I'll let you go there and get out of the comments. Today, 2 hours ago, I just bought my wife a gift. 2 gifts at what is it? Pandora. I'm here at the lake. Used to be the Lakeside Mall. What is it called down? It's Partridge Creek. I had to go through that drama. Oh my goodness. Anyway, man, happy Christmas to you all both. And a Happy New Year also. All
right, appreciate the phone call, Brian. Happy Christmas to you as well. Yeah, I don't really want anything person. Have you guys ever experienced that yet? I don't want anything. Don't get me nothing. Don't believe the hype. Don't ever in your life.
Oh, that's my girlfriend's favorite line. I don't need anything this year. Don't buy me anything.
That ranks right up there with what do you want to eat? Nothing. It just means whatever you say is wrong. And if you happen to pick something that's good, she's entitled to half.
Well, here's the thing with that.
I thought you weren't hungry. You just ate my food.
It's always like, are you hungry? Yes. Okay, where do you want to go? And then she's like, can you just make a decision? It's like, oh, okay, sure. And then you make the decision and it's like, that's garbage. I don't want that.
Yeah, we're going to get some Mexican. No, I don't want Mexican. Didn't you tell me to make the decision?
It's never the right decision.
I said it before and I'll say it again. The struggle, it's real, people. 248-539-9797. Let's get another phone call in before we hit the break. KC, you're on 97.1.
Happy holidays, Rico.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, brother, and I've been with you since the early days when you were doing the weekend shows with Eric Payton. One of the best drops in sports talk radio was his dad saying, put a sock in it. So you're always dishing the truth, and I just hope your back holds up because you really are carrying Michael on this show. So, good health to you in the upcoming year.
Well, thank you.
You're so right about, cash is king, and it's just, it's like we're men. We know it's like, the only thing is the women like to put in it's impersonal, and throw that argument, but it just doesn't hold water. So you know what I do? I got one of those anti-counterfeiting markers, and I just draw penises on all my cash, and now it's personal.
KC, I don't even know how to appreciate the call. Merry Christmas to you. All right, he made it personal. All right, 248-539-9797. We're talking about a couple things. Holiday gift giving. It's Christmas Eve. Are you at the mall right now? If so, why did you pick to go to the mall right now? you could have just used Amazon or used something else, or you're like me, are you a gift card, you're a cash giver? Also, we're asking the question for this hour. The NBA's official start is Christmas. Are you watching the NBA tomorrow, or are you watching the NFL? Because the NFL has given us a couple of good games to watch. There's going to be competition. Heck, the NBA is even doing like a animated claymation Christmas story type of thing on the Disney Channel as well. So they're pulling out all the stops. NFL has Beyonce. The NBA is doing a Christmas type of thing where they're doing an animated show. So 248-539-9797. Which are you watching? We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Hey, look, are you looking to maybe change your career to go into radio, TV, graphic design artist? How about you do this? Let Specs at LTU lead you on your path to your next career. Hey, Jeff, my producer, he's one of my students. He listened. He went to Specs. He was curious, and I need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who work in the business. It means, man, we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in your new field. So whether it's radio, TV, or graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you get your journey started. So what are you waiting for? You got to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. right, we're talking a couple things right here on the Valeni and Rico show. We're going to be here. I'll be here till 6 o'clock, and I think Mark Ryan's going to be following us right after that. Couple things. Christmas shopping. Are you out at the malls right now or your strip mall? We've had a couple people text in or call saying that they're out there trying to get stuff done. My question is, why? Why'd you wait? So what?
I'll just say it on the air. Brian
okay.
Chapman follows us at 6
Brian
o'clock.
Chapman. Okay, my bad. Why in the world are you still out there? You know, do you use Amazon? Are you strictly an online person because you hate people? Because, you know, surprise, surprise, my co-host hates people. He is not going to.
No way, he does?
Man, I tell him all the time. Like when I go to a sporting event, he might as well be there because the first question everybody asks me is, where's Mike? You know Mike ain't coming. What you ask me a stupid question like that for? Hey, is Mike going to come here? Hey, when are we going to finally get Mike at a game? The second of never. He's not coming to a game. The one time he went with me, it was an MSU spring game. He had on a baseball cap, jacket, and it was funny because somebody asked me that question. And I'm literally like, he's standing next to me right here like, oh, because they're so used to him never being there. I was like, are you messing with me right now? He's standing right there. That's him. Mike hates people, so Mike ain't going to the mall. Or you just make it easy on yourself. Money, gift card, and you move on. Merry Christmas. Here you go. We also asked the question, tomorrow, to me, is the official start of the NBA. Are you watching the full slate of NBA games? Because the NBA has put all the best matchups out there. Or are you watching the two games on Netflix? The NFL said, hey, NBA, I know you own this day, but we're going to take it from you. Your sport is going down the tank. We're the new hotness. We want to own every day. So we're going to go and we're going to take this over. Which one are you watching? 248-539-9797. A couple ticket texts, and then we're going to jump back to the phone lines.
Yeah, this one's regarding NFL or NBA tomorrow. We've only gotten like one of them, but this guy does say between the three-point shots in the NBA and the Chiefs on Netflix, I think I'm just going to stick to the Christmas Story.
You know what? That's actually an option. And that's on me, folks. NBA, NFL, or neither. I'm doing my family stuff. I'm doing the Christmas stuff. We're going to do whatever. We're going to watch the Christmas Story or Christmas Vacation or whatever your favorite holiday movie. That's a great point. That's on me. I'm giving you a third choice. Do you just bypass them both and you watch your favorite Christmas movie or hang out with your family, or NBA, or you go to the NFL?
Yeah, we also move on to another texter, Troy. He says, why are so many people against gift cards? It's the most convenient gift. Everybody loves them.
Because you get the whole, you don't know me, it's impersonal, it's cold. Oh, you know, you didn't take the time to go out and pick something I really wanted. But the thing is, if you nail it, great. But if I pick something that I think you want and it's not what you want, then you get the, oh, thanks. Yeah. And it goes in your closet or it goes into the back of the drawer. And nobody ever sees it because it won't see the light of day. Where I can get your gift card, you can go buy what you want, and I know you're going to wear it. I know you're going to use it. I know you're going to go there or give you cash. Spend it however you want to spend it. I don't care. It's yours. 248-539-9797. That's why I'm a big proponent of cash and gift cards. And here's the other thing, guys. It takes the stress out of gift giving. Because I know people and they get all stressed out because it's like you're trying to find the perfect gift for everybody. And you do this each and every year. And it's like a game or a competition. But when you win, you also lose. If you get the gift right, great. You feel great about yourself. If you get the wrong gift, well, now you hate yourself. Now it's like, oh, I got the wrong thing. I knew I should have gotten that instead. Give the money. And you don't have to worry about it. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey.
Hey, man.
So you're talking about NFL, NBA,
Yeah.
Netflix. We've already gone through this whole ordeal with Michael and Tyson. How many more people are we going to piss off when their servers don't work? Between the people watching the regular stuff that's on Netflix and then trying to watch this game, what's it even worth the time?
See, Chris, that's what I'm worried about. Now, I'm hoping that that Paul Tyson fight was the test run. It was the soft opening, and they figured out what was wrong, because I didn't care about the fight enough that once it started crashing, it was like, you know what? I'm going to bed. You guys are going to fight till 1 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, I don't care. For this, I kind of want to see these games, but I don't need it to crash, because you're right. You reach that point of saturation when you know what? I'm just going to move on. I'll watch the highlights later. I'll watch it when they replay the game on the NFL Network.
That's where I'm at. I don't know that I got the patience to sit there and try and fight it again, you know?
Yeah, Chris, I'm going to tell you, I'll probably give it 2 tries. If I get booted out the third time, I'm not coming back.
No. So, and your gift thing, a gift receipt is worth a million things. If you get them the wrong thing, they got a gift receipt.
Yeah, that's true. But see, people are so nice. They tell you I don't like it, because then it gets, see, this is where the pressure comes in, because now are you going to get offended? Not saying you, Chris, but will you be offended if I say, I don't really like this? Can I exchange it for something else? That could lead to a whole nother rabbit hole, Chris.
I get it. It's the same as you got me the wrong size, though, you know? That's at least in my eyes.
Yeah, but see, you got me the wrong size, man. I was thinking about you. They didn't have the right size, so I just went with the smaller size, so you know what I want. But now we can go back to the store together, and you can get what you want to get. It buys you a little time. That's all.
All right, man. Have a good holiday.
All right, you too, man. Merry Christmas, Chris. So, yeah, that's, once again, if in case you missed it, if you're stuck in a conundrum, you got the wife, girlfriend, they don't have exactly what she wants, get the smaller size. You know she can't wear it, but you wrap that up, you show it, and it's like, oh, and then it's like, this is too small. Like, really? I thought that was your size. She'll love you for it. You made the effort, and then you go back to the store, and you exchange it, and you get whatever she wants. But... and you brought yourself so many brownie points. Trust me. Just, it works. It's foolproof.
Okay, but like, what about if you're just trying to make sure it fits? I've bought a hoodie that was too big because I wanted to make sure it fit. Is that bad?
Well, no. If that's the case, then, find out whatever, like, if she wears hoodies.
Right.
I suggest a sample size of like 3 different types of hoodies.
Right, because like even like a big hoodie isn't a problem, but
No.
If you're ordering clothes online, there's a huge, like, you could definitely get clothes that don't fit. So what about ordering up just to make sure it fits?
No, I mean, if that's the case, you need to go ahead of time and you need to look and look at the sizes. And so therefore, okay, she wears this because I found 3 pairs of jeans. I found 3 shirts. I found 3 hoodies. All 3 are this size. Boom. You got your answer without having to ask her. So, you got something to say there, Sparky?
No, I totally agree. I mean, you just got to play a guessing game, but they do have the measurements sometimes online. I'm not pulling out a tape measure and measuring anyone's waist.
Yeah. that just leads to some just places you don't even want to go. So just, you know what? No. Let's keep the holiday mood going. We got a holiday blitz for you next, 97.1. Still my favorite Christmas song of all time. I can listen to this on a loop from now until all day Christmas. Only Donny Hathaway's version. Anybody else, I ball it up and I throw it in the trash. All right, you know what? It's the holiday time. So everybody does things differently. Everybody celebrates the holiday differently. So let's do what we call a little Christmas bucket list. Jeff, if you would.
All right, I've got a Christmas bucket list in front of me right now. I'm just going to ask if you've ever done this before in your life, the holiday bucket list, whatever. So we'll start it off with, have you ever made an advent calendar?
I'm ashamed to say, yes, I did. In grade school, I didn't understand it. Like, I don't get this, but yeah, we made an advent calendar.
I didn't know what advent calendars were until like 3 or 4 years ago, so no.
My grandma would buy me one every year. I've never made one, but I've definitely had them before.
Yeah, the advent calendars to me are people who are just a little too into Christmas. Okay? These are the people who are already putting up Christmas lights at Halloween.
All right. Another one. Have you ever gone ice skating and on an ice rink around Christmas time?
Actually, no, I have not. I thought about going downtown because I was down there after the Lions last home game, and I was walking back, and I was like, man, the Christmas lights, and it was so festive, and I was, you know what? That wouldn't be bad to kind of go ice skating. I'm not a big, I can ice skate, but I haven't done it in years, but does it count if I considered it? Because I thought about doing it this year. Go ahead, Bobby.
So not with skates and definitely not at a rink, but the hometown I'm from is right on Lake Huron, and we've got a bunch of smaller ponds in the area as well. So I've been out on the ice. I've messed around. We've played hockey out on the lake before, so that's actually pretty fun.
Oh yeah, I mean I have like he said, we play hockey on ponds or whatever around my childhood town. We'd wipe out, beat each other up for 3 hours. That was around like first or second day of Christmas break. So yes, I've definitely ice skated around Christmas time.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on again. Have you ever gone Christmas caroling, Rico?
Yes, I have. Yeah, back when I was in my younger days, I'd sang in a choir, and some members of us, we would go around and we would do caroling in the neighborhood. We've done caroling at like outside of like strip malls and things like that. So it was, man, you're talking about maybe 35 years ago, but yes, I have actually done Christmas caroling.
So I haven't done Christmas caroling, but back in school, I was in my school's marching band, so we did the Christmas parade.
Okay, that counts. That counts.
Yeah, so I mean, we were outside in the freezing cold weather when it was pitch black and playing some music for people, so it's like the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never gone caroling. I've definitely participated in like the school or whatever floats going down the street. It's 20 degrees. It might be 30 and raining. It's always kind of miserable. And you're throwing candy at the people out in the street. So yeah, I mean, I haven't gone caroling, but I've definitely done something similar to that.
Okay. What else?
All right. Have you ever made like an abundance of Christmas cookies, brownies, whatever for like your family Christmas? Have you ever like slaved over like 45 cookies or something?
I was quality control. So I was there. I didn't. But a friend of mine does. They do it big. So I was quality control for a few years. So I would test to make sure, yes, good. Not a good batch. So yes, I've done the whole cookie baking thing. I didn't slave over and making, but it's a fun process. I'm not even going to lie. When you're doing it, because it's one of those things that if you're all in doing it, it's fun. If you're kind of half-ass doing it, you're wasting your time.
Every year, I absolutely love my family. We call them peanut butter balls. I'm pretty sure everyone else would recognize them as Buckeyes. We make a few hundred of those, just peanut butter covered in chocolate. And oh my God, I love making these.
Yeah, I was introduced to something. It was called a blonde brownie, and I was like, whoa, it looks like almost like cornbread, but it's not. It's a brownie.
That sounds amazing.
I was like, why do I want cornbread? It is. I got one for you. Have you ever done the family all gets dressed in the same pajamas type of an event, whether you're taking photos or it's a Christmas Eve and everybody's got on the same onesie or same family pajamas?
Yeah, so my family actually does that every year on Christmas Eve.
Why have we not seen this on social media?
Because it's never going to be. It's maybe my stepmom's Facebook. You can find it. It ain't going to be. And I haven't participated in that in a long time. All right.
But you're too good.
I am too good for that. Yeah, I'm not putting those on. It's 6 p.m. It might be dark, but it ain't time for bed yet. I got the day off tomorrow.
I have not done that. I have not done the old Christmas pajamas. I mean, I get it if you're taking like your Christmas photo, your holiday Christmas card photos, but I've never done that.
I haven't done it to where it's a whole family affair. In my family, it's good enough that we all get in the same house for Christmas Day, so that we can't coordinate wearing the same pajamas. But I have worn matching pajamas with my girlfriend before, so
that
just something.
Counts.
Yeah,
No, that.
But I mean, it's not the whole family.
Okay, but you did it.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, I'd love to do it with her. Getting the Christmas gift. Yeah, the pajamas. Whoa.
All right, yeah.
We'll have to find that one out. But
no, my God.
No, I've never done that. But that leads me to my next one, Rico.
Well, apparently Bobby has.
Have you ever sent a Christmas card with your family on it to anybody, or has your family in the past, maybe when you're a kid, done that? Sent like a ridiculous Christmas card and with a cheesy picture on it?
You know what? No, family never sent out Christmas cards. I mean, I've gotten them, and I always feel bad when I get them because it's like, thanks. Oh wow. I must come from a loser family. Wow. Okay. No, it's like because some people go all out and it's like the photo, and then now it's like, like Doug does this where it's like a hidden YouTube link, and they basically do like a video and commentary of the entire year. Or there's some cards that kind of says, hey, Bobby did this and blah, blah, blah. And then we did this and then we went on this trip. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, same thing. I've never sent out a card, but I receive a few of them every year. And it's like, okay, it's cool. I'll put it up on my fridge for the rest of the year. But I mean, thanks for the card. I don't send them out.
So my mom actually does every year, but she's been using the same picture for like 6 years now. And then our whole front, it's like our front door is just filled with random, I don't even know who these people are, the Christmas cards. Yeah, I've never sent them out, but my parents have before. I don't know. I feel like once everyone from my generation grows up a little bit, that thing might be going away.
Okay. All right. Real quick, ever decorated a gingerbread house?
Yes, I have. I've decorated many gingerbread houses in my day.
Never done a gingerbread house.
Plenty of gingerbread houses. It's not fun. Personally, I don't like when my hands get sticky and then it always ends up falling apart. Also, the point of this thing is to eat it, right? I don't know why I'm slaving over to build this house for like 3 hours just so I can pull it apart later.
You got to do it for Insta or the gram or whatever you kids call it.
By the time I'm allowed to eat it, the gumdrops are like rocks. The frosting is like disgusting. No, it's not fun. In fact, it's infuriating. I just want to punch it off the table every time.
It just looks like a lot of work, and I'm like, can we just eat the gingerbread cookies instead?
That's way better than making
and
gingerbread.
just say we find some photo on Google and say we made this house and we eat gingerbread cookies.
Yeah, let's use frosting as glue. That'll be great.
All right. That is your holiday bucket list, 97.1. 4 o'clock in the Motor City, Christmas Eve. Many of you are out shopping right now. Appreciate you listening to the show. And feel free, you can give us a call. Give us your shopping horror stories, or, hey, you're a conquering hero. You went out there and you turned this day and made it yours. 248-539-9797. We've been talking a couple of things. We're talking about gift giving and what type of gift giver are you? Are you okay with money or gift cards like me? Because I'm the poster boy. I love giving gift cards and cash to people. You figure out what you want. It's not my job. Do what you got to do. Or you're that last second Christmas shopper. We've had a couple people say, hey, they're at different malls. I know David he went out there and he tackled the world. I guess he's done. He sent me a text. So he's alive. He made it through. And then it's funny. I got a text from Freddie the Pizza Man. Said Rieger's easy to get a gift for. You just get him golf lessons. Because he may be the worst golfer ever. Like, I don't know why he loves golf so much, because every one of his golf stories starts off with him saying how bad he sucks.
Do you think Jeff buys, like, I know for Thanksgiving he buys, like, the pre-cooked meal, like, just put on the table. Do you think he buys, like, all bundles for people for Christmas? Like, the deodorant, the toothbrush, the cologne all in, like, one pack? Do you think he just buys, like, 5 of those for the males, and then the females? It's like the like perfume, deodorant, soap. Do you think he just does that?
No, Jeff's cheap. I can't even see him doing that. That would be the one time where all of a sudden Jeff then, I don't celebrate Christmas because I'm Jewish, but he's like, doesn't celebrate anything dealing with Judaism except for Christmas. No, can't do that. Jewish. So yeah, that's Rieger. He's cheap. But then again, he does the Thanksgiving Day thing.
Oh, that was hilarious when he was talking about that. The ticket texts that were coming in were so funny.
You know what Rieger is? Rieger's a regifter, I bet you. Rieger is a regifter. Well, he will just go and take everything. Like, if you get him something and he doesn't care for it, he'll keep it in the box. Maybe even keep the wrapping paper on it, change out the tags, and turn around and give it to somebody else next year. That sounds like a Jeff Rieger move to me. 248-539-9797. I do want to add this. With the Lions being so good, have the Detroit Lions made it easier for you to do your Christmas shopping this year? Where it's easy. You don't know what to get a Lions fan. Just get them something with Detroit Lion on it, something with grit on it, something with Dan Campbell on it, just Jared Goff, like a player's name, Aiden Hutchinson, Sonic and Knuckles t-shirts. Like, has the Detroit Lions made it very easy for you to buy gifts this year? Because let's face it, everybody loves this Lions team. That you just go out, there's a hat that says grit, bang, there you go. That's going to Uncle. You know what? Here's a t-shirt, says Lions. That t-shirt, I was a Detroit fan before it was cool t-shirt. You're buying that for somebody. Have the Detroit Lions made it easier for you this Christmas to go out and buy gifts? Because you just got to get anything that's Lions related, and people are going to love it. They're not going to turn it down. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I certainly think that it has, because before, like with my family's white elephant, there was always like a Tom Brady thing, like Patriots, whoever was good. And the Lions, at least my immediate family were all Lions fans, but like my extended family, couldn't even talk to him about it. It'll SOL, all this kind of stuff. Now everyone, oh, awesome, Amon-Ra St. Brown shirt. Oh, wow, grit hat. It's like, you guys were Lions fans, but you're like, oh, I stopped watching them years ago. That's what they'd always say. But now it's cool. It's cool to watch them because they're 13-2. They're really good, and it's just I don't know. They've been Lions fans this whole time, I guess.
You may be too young, but I do often wonder, what do the Lions free people do right now? Because for years, I'm Lions free. I'm done with the team. I'm never coming back. They've hurt me. They've disappointed me. What do? They're back. But yeah, if you're a Lions fan, has the Lions made it easier to give Christmas gifts? Because let's face it, you get a hat that says grit, or a t-shirt that says grit, or a plain t-shirt that just says Jared Goff, Jared Goff, Jared Goff. And whoever you give that shirt to, gonna love you for life. 248-539-9797. I would say tickets, but if you're getting somebody Lions tickets, that's somebody you love.
The top 1%.
It used
people
to be
are getting Lions tickets.
Yeah, it used to be Lions tickets were just, that was the white elephant gift. And here's a pair of Lions tickets. Now, Lions tickets, man, I couldn't even imagine. You got tickets for the final game of the year against the Vikings. Woo! That's a Christmas gift in and of itself. Whoever gets you that gift, man, they think a lot of you and they love you. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, Nick, how are you?
Pretty good. I'm enjoying your show. I just wanted to chime in on two things. The one thing was food gift cards are pretty hard for people to get mad at if you know what the person likes. Like Chick-fil-A or something like that. Don't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if they got a certain restaurant that they always go to, like I said, if I was buying something for like Jeff Rieger loves a particular restaurant. And if you listen to his show enough, you know what the restaurant is. They serve Mexican food. I'll leave it at that. But yes, you get that restaurant card for that person and that's all they eat. It's perfect for them because you know they're going to use that card and they're going to use every penny you put on that card.
Yeah, I like it because they can't really say, "Oh man, I didn't want that. You're lazy. You didn't want to really try and find something for me." I don't think that's the point of the gift. You're trying to just think of them, right?
Right.
Isn't that it? Yes. Okay. And I got another one for you, Rico, but this is sports related. We're all worried about the Lions' injuries. I think we need to relax on that for a while because you know what? These guys have never been 13-2. So what I wanted to ask you is I'm focusing more on, and I'm sure you guys got to roll out with this in 2 weeks because we haven't gotten close to the playoffs yet. But aren't you curious who? Let's say we get to be 15-2 or something like that, right? Mm-hmm. And we win the home field, right? Don't you want to know who you're playing first round? Because I'll tell you, there's a team out there that's got me very nervous, and they're playing really, really well right now. I'm a little bit. I'm scared of the Rams.
You know what, Nick? It's funny, and I want you to call back later on in the week because that is a topic that I do have for the people. That exact question of who don't you want to see. So
yes,
we will hammer that a lot more later on this week. I promise you, Nick. Thanks for the call. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you too, Rico, and Merry Christmas, Jeff.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Sober Kenny. Yes, that's actually not Kenny because we've had people saying, "Is that just Kenny sober?" No, it's Jeff. Two different people. So. Right. Lions fans or people just out there buying Christmas gifts, I do want to know, have the Lions' success made your life easier? Where all you got to do is get anything Lions related, Honolulu Blue, Lions logo, Lions terms, grit, whatever, Amon Ra. Has that made your life easier this year when you come to gift giving and you got a Lions fan? You just go ahead and get them something Lions related. We'll get your phone calls. We'll get your ticket text next. 97.1. Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, guess what? They want to be your Chevy dealer. How are they going to do that? They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, every incentive, and every opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find a car that fits you best, including the new December Rico deal. It's a new 2025 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $279 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year, and you probably gave somebody a very good Christmas present. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for just $279 a month. That's why I say the best deals, they're found right here at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. All right, so we're having some fun today. It's Christmas Eve. A lot of you are out shopping, or you've already wrapped up your shopping and you're just kind of hanging around and listening to the radio and just having fun with your family and friends. And there's a couple questions that we have on deck for you. You think, once again, what kind of shopper are you? Are you out at the mall right now? If you are, I would love to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Ask you, why are you out there? Did you not know that Christmas came on the 25th of December? Because I promise you, next year it comes on the 25th of December. Why did you wait so late? Unless this is your day. It's a challenge for you. Would love to hear that. And also, just sports-related wise, what are you watching tomorrow? Are you watching the NBA or are you watching the NFL? Because for me, it's the day that the NBA officially starts. It's when I start paying attention to the NBA. And, oh, by the way, you may want to start paying attention to the Pistons. But just in the last segment, I asked the question, have the Lions done you a favor when it came to gift giving, where all you got to do is give anything Lions related, and you are guaranteed person's going to love it. Hats, T-shirts, bumper sticker, car flags, sweaters, blankets, you name it. Lions logo, grit logo, Dan Campbell outline, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra, Sonic and Knuckles, you name it, Hutch. And everybody wants it. And you know everybody's going to love that gift. 248-539-9797. Let's go just jump straight to the phone lines. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, good afternoon.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
You too.
Yeah, I'm actually sitting in front of Rally House as we speak, getting ready to go in here and for real, I'm not even lying. Getting ready to go in here and get my father-in-law a hoodie because he owns Nothing Lions. We're all over at the house for Christmas, and I'm like, everybody's got something on. I'm like, Tony, you got Nothing Lions? He's like, no. I said, I'll fix that. I'll be back in 5.
So, yeah, the Lions have become that convenient. I promise you, you don't want to give cash. You don't want to give gift card. You can go Lions hoodie. A person's going to love you for life. Is it a long line of people out there?
No, it's not bad. It's not bad. From what I'm seeing from my car talking to you, there ain't many people in there at all. I've actually been to a few other stores today, and it's not bad. I think online has really made things better for the guy who likes to go out into the store shopping, really.
So Dan, what you're telling me is David got it right. Christmas Eve shopping is actually the thing to do now.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not like back in the day. I'm 52 years old. So back in the day, It was a thing. It was not a good thing.
Okay, so yeah, you're in the same demographic as me, Dan. I absolutely hated it until years later when I was an adult and my mother told me, yeah, we did this to tire you out so you would go to sleep at night. Because I was like, oh my God, do we have to go to another store? Like I knew, yeah, I hated malls. Let's just put it like that. So yeah.
Yep. One other thing, I got my son a Demo jersey, and then I had to go get him the blue and the black Nikes and the suit to go with it. And he's having a rough year. So this year, Anthony Twan, love you, son, if you're listening. And but something for the Lions all year, and definitely NFL tomorrow. I love my NBA, but not above the NFL.
All right. Appreciate the phone call. Merry Christmas to you, Dan. So Lions-related stuff. Maybe the Lions-related stuff is like scratch-offs. It's the stocking stuffer. It's the guaranteed hit in the city of Detroit. Anything that says Lions, Honolulu blue and silver, or Honolulu blue and black, or whatever it is, man, Lions fans going to eat it up. No matter how big, no matter how small, they're going to love it. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Rico, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mike.
I just wanted to tell you, I was in a sporting goods store getting something for my dad also yesterday, and there was a lady and her daughter in front of me and a nice brand new shiny Lions helmet on the counter, and I leaned over and I said, "Someone's a lucky person." And the wife looked at me and just smiled and was like, "Very lucky man." And the daughter, she just kind of looked up at the ceiling like, "Hoo hoo hoo." So I think Dad and the daughter were in cahoots to get that helmet. I just wanted to share that with you.
Mike, no, I appreciate it, and Merry Christmas to you, Mike. Yeah, jeez, I like the new helmets that they wear with the black uniforms. I do, but I if anybody from the Lions is listening, I think you made a grave error in not bringing back that old school logo that you brought back last year, with the full lion on there with the bars behind them or whatever you. That was the sweetest logo. You should have embraced that. Look, I went out and bought that. That helmet is hanging up in my office. I went out and got that particular helmet. I gave Kenny my other Lions helmets, but that one, I'm like, I'm getting that helmet. That helmet is sweet. I like the new one. I like that black and that bluish black that you wear with the black unis, but you dropped the ball, man. You should have brought that one back. Look, I know I'm just, I'm just out here. I just live here. But you should bring that logo back. Do not make that a one and done type of thing. That logo needs to be back, especially for a big game. I promise you, everybody loved that thing. So, 248-539-9797. Couple ticket texts, Jeff. We jump back to the phone lines.
Yeah, so this is referring to NBA or NFL. Someone just says NBA all day. No way I'm watching NFL on a Wednesday. It's the NBA's day. The NFL belongs on Thursday and Sunday and Monday.
Yeah, it is true. I think I saw that, like, with the Chiefs have played on, I think, every day this year. I don't know what game the Tuesday game was. I don't know. But I think they played on every day by playing on this Wednesday. I think I saw a stat saying that they've hit every game, every day.
It might be every day but Tuesday because they played the Black Friday game.
They played the Black Friday game.
They've had Thursday night football. This would be Wednesday football, and then obviously Monday night football.
So, yeah.
And they played a Saturday, too. So I think it's every day but a Tuesday.
They played a Monday.
Yep.
So they played a Thursday. So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to look and see. But 248-539-9797, have the Lions made things easier for you where, guys, you just go buy something Lions-related and Merry Christmas, and you know the person is going to love it. Gary, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
I have a two-part question. One, have any of you ever dressed up as Santa Claus for either your kids or for some other reason? And two, if you did or if you will in the future, will you need a pillow?
You know what? No, I've never dressed up as Santa Claus. And fortunately, Gary, if you would have asked me this question a couple years ago, no, I didn't need a pillow. Need a pillow now, but no, I haven't. Have you?
Yeah, I have, and I didn't need a pillow.
I'm sure the kids loved you.
The big guys.
It does happen that way. Like, oh, and here's Santa. Like, what are you trying to say? Gary, I'm sure the people loved you, man. Appreciate the phone call. Merry Christmas to you. That's a good question. We did the bucket list thing. Have you guys ever been Santa or asked to be Santa?
I've never dressed up as Santa, and I don't think I ever will, to be honest with you.
No?
Bobby, have you?
Never dressed up, but unfortunately, just like Gary, I do not need the pillow.
Oh, no, I definitely don't need that pillow, but I'm not doing it.
By the way, no, they have not played on a Tuesday. That's the only day they did not play, but they will play every other day.
I think it's 3 games in 11 days Mahomes was crying about, but, I mean, the Lions did 3 games in 12 days, so.
Dude, he's Mahomes, so.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough. That's why they had all those 4 teams play on that Saturday, so they could justify it like, oh, it's the same turnaround as Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, it was almost like a mini 14 tournament. So they turn around and they just and they play it, they run it back. So, all right. So Lions fans, the question is simple: have the Lions made Christmas shopping easier for you? All you got to do is buy anything Lions related, and you know people are going to love it. Hats, T-shirts, blankets, comforters, slippers, robes. So long as it says grit, so long as it's Holland blue, and silver, or it's Lion logo, or any of the players' jerseys, helmets, you name it. Have you found yourself buying a ton of Lions gear this holiday season? 248-539-9797. We'll get all your phone calls and ticket decks next. 97.1. 4:48 in the Metro Detroit area. It is Christmas Eve. We've talked about a lot, but primarily for those doing a lot of Christmas shopping today, what's it like out there at the stores, the mall? Also, are you adverse to giving away money or gift cards? Because I'm not. I do it all the time. I love to give money out. Gift cards out so much easier because it always fits. It's always the right size. And no one has ever returned it and said, nah, that was impersonal. So we talked about that. If you missed any of it, you can hit the Odyssey Rewind or you can give us a call, 248-539-9797. We also talked tomorrow being Christmas Day. Christmas Day is normally the NBA's day. It's like the unofficial start of the NBA season, except for the NFL decided to crash the party. 2 games on Netflix. What are you watching tomorrow? Are you watching the NBA? Are you watching the NFL, the 2 games on Netflix? So we asked that question as well. What do you have to say?
Yeah, I just had some ticket text for you.
Okay.
Again, one regarding the NBA and NFL debate for tomorrow. This one says the NBA is total BS right now. Way too many threes, load management, and LeBron. I'll be watching the NFL. That's from Todd in New Baltimore.
Todd, the NBA does have a problem. The 3-point shooting, analytics is killing a lot of sports. Analytics did a number on baseball, and baseball fought back because that the shift. Because, it's like, okay, you're taking the fun out of the game. There's an art if you can hit it past the shortstop. But when you got the second baseman and the shortstop and the third baseman and the left fielder all sitting in one spot, okay, there's no fun in that game anymore. They have to, and they banned the shift. NBA has to do something because now the Boston Celtics end up shooting like 63s a game where you're literally paying money to watch NBA shoot around because that's what it looks like. If you guys ever got to the arena early, you ever got to watching a game early and the players are just out there jacking threes, that's what you're paying for now. There's no strategy. There's no offense being run. It's just fast break and no more dunks. We're going to spot up and shoot a 3. I'm angry because I used to love what Steph Curry did, but, man, he's kind of ruined the game because everybody wants to be Steph. It's like when Odell Beckham Jr. did the one-handed catch. And then every kid had to do that same catch. And I would have been furious if I was a high school coach, like, son, 2 hands, and you would have caught that ball. Now I got to look stylistic and you one hand. And I get it. I say all that to say I understand where he's coming from. The NBA, but this is their unofficial start is Christmas Day. And the NFL said, I don't care. We're going to take this over. Like hockey tried to do it with New Year's Day. We're going to play the Winter Classic, and college football quickly said, "No, we're good. You're not really a threat to us." Go ahead.
Yeah, this one is referring to Amazon. It says shopping on Amazon just takes dollars out of your community and benefits people in a boardroom 5 states away. You got to be disciplined and support your community.
I mean, I get that, but a lot of stores are not brick and mortar in your local communities. A lot of them you can purchase things on Amazon. I found out. So, yes, whenever you can, support mom and pop. But a lot of times, mom and pop, they're right there. They're on Amazon. If you do a little search, it's like, oh, I can just buy it offline. Yeah, you can.
All right. This one's also referring to the Christmas gift situation. He says, yep, I'm with Rico. As my kids are adults, they just get cold, hard cash. I also haven't shopped in 27 years. All I've done is cash since my children have become adults. So,
man, I'm telling you, it's kind of the way to go. And I mean, we also asked a question too because I think the Detroit Lions have made it so easy this year to buy gifts. Anything Lion related is just going to sell. Anything Lion related, and people are going to love. Get them a Lions hoodie, they'll love it. Get them a hat.
I mean, you're either buying for a diehard fan who loves the team, or maybe someone who is
a bandwagon fan
coming on the scene and needs Lion stuff. So you can't go wrong with it this year.
You can't jersey, T-shirt, helmet, sweaters, hoodies, whatever. Lions fans are going to buy up all types of products. So they've just made it so easy for the Lions. Speaking of the Lions, it was funny. In the break, having a conversation with Jeff. Jeff filling in for Kenny right now, and Kenny and David are off. And Jeff saying how he needs Green Bay. Green Bay killed the Saints last night. In case you weren't watching, it wasn't even fun. If you're a Packers fan, it was fun. If you're a Packers fan, you didn't feel the cold. You just watched the Saints get shellacked. Matter of fact, it was the only shutout this year in the NFL, 34-0. You can check it, Bobby. Because trust me, the Packers put out on social media and let everybody know everybody else is frauds except for them because they have the only shutout this year.
I mean, I caught that game right before half. It was a brutal watch for just like someone who's impartial on it. I don't care at this point if the Packers win or lose because they're locked into where they are, and the Lions are not going to get below them or above them. So, yeah, it was a brutal watch.
And we're going to get into this a lot more in the next hour, but if you're a Lions fan, I know, you want the number one seed. I get it. I understand. But this whole, we need Green Bay to beat Minnesota. No, you don't. Because here's the last time I checked. You win all your games, you get the number one seed. You don't need somebody else to cut your grass. You can cut your own grass. So I understand where you're coming from. I think it's a little weak. I think it's very weak. Let me backtrack. Very weak, Jeff. The Lions are good enough. Go win your own games. You don't need Green Bay to do your dirty work for you. You can just win it yourself. Be done. Because guess what? You got the Niners. You get to exercise the demons of last year. And you get Minnesota at Ford Field with that crowd as loud as it gets. That's on you. So if you're a Lions fan, I don't understand this whole, we want the Packers to win for us.
Because it's easy. You can just have an easy Week 18 and this whole hype of like, oh, the Vikings are going to take down the Lions. There won't even be a chance of it.
Nothing about this team is easy. You've heard Dan Campbell say, no, we're not holding anything back. Man, you quit trying to go the easy route. Okay?
I get it.
You know what? You know what's not easy?
It.
A Super Bowl title is not easy.
I know.
Okay? There's no back door to a Super Bowl title, and there's no back door to heaven. Okay? I checked for neither one. It's not there. You want the Super Bowl? You got to earn the Super Bowl.
I'm fine with either way. I just prefer to have my grass cut for me, like you said.
We'll talk about this more in the next hour. Lions fans, are you like Jeff, where you want the Packers to come out and kind of do your dirty work for you, or the hell with that? You're the Lions. We cut our own grass. 248-539-9797. We'll get to all of that next. 97.1. All right, so starting with Jeff, 5 o'clock here in Detroit. It's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to you all. Hope you're all out there being safe and have a great holiday with your family and friends. But I do wonder something. Jeff brought up a point, and I was just appalled when he said that. Jeff, you were hoping that the Packers beat the Vikings next week, and it's going to be a good game, 4 o'clock game. And it's not because you're a Green Bay Packers fan. It's not because you hate the Vikings. It's because,
I am right now, just for the record.
Right, because you want the easy road for the Lions.
But, like, if someone dropped $1 million in your lap, would you be like, nope, I want to do it the hard way, man, and, like, push it on the floor and walk away?
No, but you know what? This is the equivalent of you standing in line for, like, some free meal that you're going to waste more time and money standing in line for this free meal than you just buying it yourself and getting on with your day. I think that's the equivalent. So for Lions fans out there, are you like Jeff where you just want smooth and easy and you want basically the Green Bay Packers to do your dirty work? Or do you want the Lions to go out there and get the job done? Because I got to think. I cannot speak for Lions fans, but I got to think if you're a Lions fan, you don't want it the easy way because nothing about you have been easy from day one. It's been about grit. It's been about biting kneecaps. It's all of this stuff. You don't want a gift. You want to do it yourself. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Bobby.
Rico, I hear what you're saying, and I totally agree. Like, this team is all about grit, and that's what our fan base is about. But I'm with Jeff here because, I'm a little bit greedy, okay? And then second off, it's kind of like it's our turn type of mentality. Look, every other team we see gets free passes. Why can't the Lions get a free pass?
You know what that's soft. That's what that is. That's soft. That's like baby diaper soft right now. Okay? You want somebody else to do.
I mean,
I don't think the Lions fans want it that way. I think the Lions want the Lions to win it on their own. And you got an opportunity to just beat Minnesota at home in a winner-take-all game with your fans. It ain't cold outside. Ford Field's going to be nice and warm. You're going to have the fans behind you. You're going to have the city behind you. You probably are going to be the game of the week in the NFL when they come out with their scheduling. I just don't see the Lions fans wanting it that way.
Look,
wanting the back door.
If we were trying to not be soft, let's not get the number 1 seed. Like, that's the softest way towards the Super Bowl, right? We're going to get the bye week and home field advantage?
You earn the number 1 seed. It wouldn't be gifted to you.
Yeah, but that's the softest route to the Super Bowl.
I mean, if you got the 1 seed, it means that you earned the 1 seed. It wasn't now. If it was one of those where you were winning by 4 games, and you know what, you were going to win this thing regardless, so you could just do it a week early, I'd buy that. You got a chance. The easiest tiebreaker out there is no tiebreaker if you just win all your games.
See, I see what you're saying, but with the wasting time thing, because I've been standing in the Vikings have to lose line for about 6 weeks now. With the Cardinals, they blew it. Atlanta was a joke. Seattle this Sunday.
You know who wasn't standing in that line? Dan Campbell.
I know, but it's just like I hate the Vikings. I hate that they're 13-2. They have a rookie quarterback who has injury problems, and then they get Sam Darnold and end up 13-2, and somehow have the same record as the best Lions team in my life and in most people's lives. Of course I want them to lose to Green Bay of all people. That's who they hate the most.
You hate Green Bay just like you hate Minnesota. So now you're going to buddy up to a mortal enemy to do your dirty work, to cut your grass, to take your girl out on a date because you want to stay home and watch TV.
Hey, sometimes that's the right thing to do.
Wow. Okay.
No, but hey, listen, the only team in our division that I will never root for is the Chicago Bears. All right? That's the team I hate the most in our division. Green Bay, I hate Green Bay, don't get me wrong, but if I had to pick a team in our division, it would be the Packers that I would.
I really hope
I'd be the least mad about. I'd still be pissed, don't get me wrong.
I really hope Lions fans don't believe this because listening to Dan Campbell, Nothing about this screams Dan Campbell. Nothing. Dan Campbell, if you hooked him up to a lie detector, will tell you, I want to win it our way. I want to win it right here in that final week. You know what? And a winner-take-all game, because he could take that and build upon it. And to say, well, let's let the Packers win so it can be easier for us. He's already said I don't think he's sitting anybody. So I think you're going to see the starters. I think you're going to see everybody playing. It's almost like, man, what if they would just play the Minnesota Vikings? Oh, wait, they are. You handle your own business. 248-539-9797. You want to continue explaining this? Or you keep digging that hole. Go ahead.
Here's my thing. Our defense is very injured. Okay? The team they've won 13 games. I think they've done enough to earn the 1 seed the right way. They've won a lot of road games this year. They've won a lot of tough games. And then Minnesota has done the same thing. And the Lions already beat them once. So if the Packers can just do us one favor, we can all be happy on Monday night, have a stress-free Week 18, take away the dramatics of it.
But have you ever thought that maybe this team needs the stress? Maybe certain teams need the chip. I mean, it reminds me of the old Mark D'Antonio teams. They never wanted it easy. They feasted off of the chip. They feasted off of the doubt. They feasted off of, you can't do this, you can't do that. Nah, man, I could be wrong. Lions fans, you can let me know. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think you want it that way.
I'd be confident lining up against Minnesota anyways because I think the Lions will pound them.
Then end it right there.
Okay, then I will. The Lions will pound them regardless. But I would.
Green Bay, can you do us a favor? And we don't really want this game to be stressful. I kind of want to take the day off if you can. Could you beat Minnesota for us?
That would be awesome.
That's what you sound like. That's you. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, do you want Green Bay to do your dirty work? Or do you just want to win all your games and you want to earn the number 1 seed? That's how I see it, plain and simple. Let's go to the phone lines. Ray, you're kicking this topic off. You're on 97.
Merry Christmas, Rico. How you doing today?
Merry Christmas, Ray.
Hey, man, so this is what I'm thinking. But number one, I hate the Packers, right? I hate them, just like most Lions fans. I don't want them to win, and this is why. I think the Commanders are going to win out, and that's going to make them, if the Packers lose that game against the Vikings, they'll be tied record-wise with the Commanders. They got the tiebreaker in the Commanders. So that puts them down to the 7th seed, and that puts them to play Philly in the first round. So you're telling me I got a way to get Philly or Green Bay out, knocking the crap out of each other, and all we got to do is just still win our games to handle our business, get rid of one of the 2 biggest threats to us in the playoffs? I say do it.
Wait, but if Green Bay beats Minnesota, how would they end up dropping down?
No, if Minnesota beats Green Bay, that's what I'm saying. I hope Green Bay loses.
Yeah, right. Cut your own grass. That's a real Lions fan.
We take care of our own problems, and then it not only, like I said, it'll drop. I think the Commanders will take care of their business too, and that's going to bump them up to the 6th seed, drop Green Bay to the 7th seed, and they'll have to play Philly, and then you got either Philly or Green Bay out in the wild card.
Ray, Merry Christmas. Appreciate the phone call. Ray's a real fan. Ray told you to the spine. Coward. I want Green Bay to do the half-hour workforce. I want a stress-free life. What you got to do in Week 18? Huh? What you so stressed about?
I got to do the highlights for the Lions game. How about that?
It'd be plenty of highlight. You know what the base highlight is? Hey, congratulations. You're the number 1 overall seed. That'll get played all around.
I would love to hear that. Yeah, I would also love to hear it and wear like the division merch in San Francisco on your team's field. That would be awesome.
Oh my God. You know what? I got nothing for you, man. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, maybe I'm wrong. Are you like Jeff where you want the Packers to do your dirty work for you, or you just win your games, you win it all, you earned it, and that's the identity of this team? Or maybe I'm just not seeing it the right way. Let's go to the phone lines. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, big fan of the show.
Hey, thanks, man. Merry Christmas to you, Jason.
So I got to completely disagree. I would much rather be able to sit the starters the last week going into the playoffs than to play a game against the Vikings for a winner take all.
But Jason, Dan Campbell has pretty much said he's playing people. I don't think you're going to see anybody getting sat down in that final week regardless. I mean, put it this way. The man still has starters in against Chicago, and you were killing Chicago. He ran up the score against Dallas, and you were killing Dallas. So nothing about me says Dan Campbell's going to take it easy, even if you go stress-free in Week 18, the easy route.
If the final game doesn't matter at all for playoff seedings, I think he'll definitely sit starters. I don't see any way he doesn't. Maybe they'll have him come in and play a couple series at most, but I mean there will definitely be a big Hendon Hooker workload that day.
Jason, we'll find out. Merry Christmas to you. Appreciate the phone call. I disagree. I think that listening to Dan Campbell last week when he gave the city of Detroit that speech, listening to him on the morning show this week, it sounds as if no matter what, the Lions are going to be playing their people. There is no we're going to sit people down, because here's the downfall to that, okay? Take it from somebody whose team has had the number 1 overall seed and you rest starters. You probably didn't pay attention to it because last year the Lions were on this miracle run, and, hey, Green Bay goes into Dallas. They knock off Dallas, and now hey, we win this game, and we're going to get a second home game. The Niners sat everybody in the final week, played Sam Darnold, worked out for him. He got the job in Minnesota. They lost that game. They sat their starters. They sat for the week. They were super rusty, damn near lost the first game to the Packers. It took them to the final 35 seconds to get the lead in that game. They were trailing the entire game. That's the downfall of sitting everybody, is that rust factor, because the other team is on a roll.
Can I add to this, though? I'm fine with, I would love for the 1 seed to be locked up next week, but I don't necessarily want to see like Hendon Hooker and Craig Reynolds running the show for 60 minutes in the last week, even if the 1 seed's locked up.
Maybe Goff needs to be stressed.
No. I'd still want to beat Minnesota.
Maybe you could do Boondale and Save together.
No, you're blowing this out of proportion, man.
No. Back to the phone lines. We got another Jason. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, what's up?
Hey, man.
What happened yesterday? You and Mike were talking about if Minnesota loses, it's BOGO. It's BOGO bye week.
Oh, no. Minnesota, they didn't lose. They won. So I'm saying no.
If Green Bay beats them, you know what I'm saying? It's still BOGO bye week.
If Green Bay beats them, yes, it is. But listening to Dan Campbell, I think the Lions would just rather – they're going to play their people regardless. They're not going to sit anybody. And it started off, Jason. Jeff is like, I just need Green Bay to win. Green Bay needs to do all the dirty work for us so we can just sit around and do nothing. I'm like, wait, this is nothing about the Detroit Lions. Their whole personality is we're the biggest, baddest team out here. We'll take on anybody, anytime. So it was it was him saying, I just rather Green Bay win the game.
Yeah, I'm 100%. I want Green Bay to cut our grass. I'm a season ticket holder. I'll sell that last game versus Minnesota. It don't mean nothing to pay for my playoff tickets and be done with it.
I appreciate
it. Week 18.
Just having fun, Jason. Appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you.
You too, buddy.
All right. You got people joining your bandwagon, the soft brigade.
The ticket text seems to agree quite a bit with me.
Wow. I guess I had more respect for Lions fans, that you wanted things done your way and you didn't need somebody to help you out. That to me goes against everything. Everything that's Detroit Lions, everything that's Dan Campbell, everything that's grit and biting kneecaps and all this. Are you kidding me?
I see your angle for sure. I do. But I disagree with it. But I can see where you're coming from.
I mean, okay. All right. When I'm out there saying, hey, bite a kneecap, you're thinking your phone calls, your ticket text next. Lions fans, Does Green Bay need to win this thing for you so you can be stress-free in the final week? Or you cut your own grass. You'll handle Minnesota at your place, at your time, and you'll win, and you'll be the number 1 overall seed. And it will be thanks to nobody else but Dan Campbell and the Lions. Your phone calls, your ticket text next, 97.1. All right, so apparently I think the Lions fans don't want the easy way. Jeff is leading the please let Green Bay handle all of our problems so we could all have a stress-free final week. That doesn't say grit. That doesn't say toughness. Nothing about that says bite a kneecap. That's more like bite a fingernail. That ain't biting a kneecap. Let Green Bay handle our dirty work. No. You're the Lions. That's Dan Campbell-led team. You do it yourself. 248-539-9797. Do you agree with Jeff or do you agree with me? You got something to say?
No, not right now.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. Mark, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mark.
Okay, look, Rico, you tripping. I'm sorry, I got to go with Jeff. I mean, we banged up on defense. We could take anything we can right now. I mean, if we need Green Bay to beat Minnesota, then so be it, man. That don't mean we soft. I mean, we just come on now. Our defense is banged up. I'm with Jeff. I agree with Jeff 100%.
So you want Green Bay to do your dirty work? Because you're going to play Minnesota the next week, and you could just knock Minnesota out in front of your own crowd. But you'd rather just play an open scrimmage.
I'm gonna be a cheesehead. I'm gonna put the little cap on everything, man. Yes. That means we soft. Like, come on now.
Look, Mark, it just doesn't scream nothing about the personality of the head coach. I can't see Dan Campbell saying, I'd rather just Green Bay handle this for us so we could just take the week off. Can you?
I mean, I get where you're going. I get it, but it's just, come on, Rico. We're banged up on defense. I mean, we never had a number one seed before, and if we could take this, we can get this. I mean, if Green Bay can help us out, let them help us out.
I got you. Mark, I get what you're saying. Appreciate the phone call. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
All right, Jeff. Man, the Million Jeff March. You just getting more and more people on your side.
I know you're a 49ers fan, so it would kind of suck for you to watch the Lions, celebrate a division title in your stadium.
That team is bad. I don't care. They're
but
bad.
It's just, it's stress-free week 18. Why not get the Lions have no favors have been done for the Lions until this Washington game.
At least I'm glad that Campbell sees it my way. When you start taking when you start getting too relaxed the way you want them to be, it's hard to jumpstart things 3 weeks later because that'll be your next game because you'll get that week off, the next week off, and then in that third week is when you finally play. It's hard to jumpstart the team. Now, remember how this team looked at the beginning of the year when they didn't really do much in the preseason, and they struggled those first two games and lost one of them.
Oh, I'm with you 100% on that. And if they were to clinch next week, I would still want the starters to play in Week 18. I don't want to do the Peyton Manning double bye week and then come out flat like you said, how the 49ers did against Green Bay last year. I mean, that was a nail-biter against the 7 seed at home. I wouldn't want any of that to happen. I'd still want them to play against Minnesota, and I'd still want them to beat Minnesota.
Or just, Green Bay, cut your own grass and take your girl out. So, Chris, you're on 97.1.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas, Chris.
Jeff, love you, buddy, but I'm going to have to treat this as if you just woke up and started talking. Listen, I remember what happened 2 weeks ago when we had just a bye week and how we got, in the words of Dan, punched in the mouth. I don't think we need 2 weeks off. And let's take it back to the Packers. Packers need to work for themselves. We're fine. Yeah, right now, even though in the book of Daniel it says that we, bite kneecaps and everything, but we're the one missing kneecaps right now. We're the one in casts and with crutches and all this stuff, and it's still happening. There are still people willing to read that book of Daniel, still willing to listen to the coach and say, here am I, send me. And with those kind of people coming in, the grit grows deep in our team. We have nothing to fear. We don't need anybody cutting our grass, trimming our hedges, even though we're on crutches, even though our legs and feet are tied up. We still have the grit. We still have the way to go. We don't need 2 weeks off. We most definitely don't need that. We need that fire continuing to burn into January as playoffs are going. So, Jeff, I love you, but I can't be with you December. But
Chris, wise man, Merry Christmas to you. Appreciate the phone call. And don't get me wrong. If Green Bay happens to win, okay, great. Dan Campbell has to figure out what he wants to do next. But this all came from Jeff is like, really need the Packers to win this game. I'm like, why? You're going to play? Nah, I'd rather just relax and be stress-free. So I'm going to be a big Packers and a cheesehead. Like, nobody in Detroit likes Green Bay. Like, this is so disingenuous to me. And that's why we're having this conversation. What I am saying, if Green Bay just wins, great. But Jeff was sitting here. I mean, honestly, are you getting a cheesehead for Christmas?
No, I'm not. But again, Minnesota's the bigger enemy right now. Green Bay is an enemy, but Minnesota is the most threatening team right now. So what's wrong with me like rooting for them to help my team out?
And I get it. Like the Eagles, I understand because you're not going to play the Eagles. But you get to play Minnesota the very next week. You don't have to go to Minnesota here. You've already beaten Minnesota. You get to sweep the division. Yeah.
I still would play the starters and try hard to beat Minnesota on Week 18 if I was Dan Campbell. I know exactly that is what he's going to do in this situation that I want to happen.
Bite a kneecap.
I think he'll bite many kneecaps in Week 18.
All right. Corey, I'll give you the last word on this. Corey, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, Rico?
What's happening, Corey?
Hey, I got to tell you, man, I'm 34 years old. I've been a Lions fan for as long as I can remember, man. I'm taking it however we can get it. I ain't going to hold you up, Rico. Like, you know, like I don't think I'll care, you know, if we make it to the Super Bowl and we talking about how we got the number one seed. Like, I don't care how we got it. As long as we get it, let's get it. And I think if Green Bay does us that favor, then they do. But if not, I think we'll be ready to stand up against Minnesota as well.
And Corey, once again, if Green Bay wins, that's fine. The way I interpreted what Jeff said, and maybe I don't think I misspoke. He's like, we need Green Bay to do this for us. I'm like, no, you don't. You're the Lions. You're the best team in football. Yes, you're injured, but you're still the best team in football. You don't need anybody to cut your grass. But no, I want the week off.
We can definitely cut our own grass, and I'm 100% confident in saying that. But if somebody comes by and they cut the grass for free, and we don't have to cut it that week, then you know what, man? I'm going to take that free cut and I'm going to get on.
Appreciate the phone call, Corey. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to you guys.
All right. All right. Look, it's Christmas Eve. How about we just talk about some holiday stuff? Let's have some fun. Let's talk about some holiday things. Because, you know, hey, 'tis the season. 97.1. All right. Before we hand this thing over to Brian Chapman, I got one other thing. And I may be in the minority for a holiday bucket list. Are you guys eggnog drinkers?
No, not really.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, brother.
You've been sipping on the eggnog all the show, haven't you?
Oh man, every year. It's like the seasonal drinks that come out. So fall is obviously the apple cider, right? And so winter,
I like apple cider.
Yeah. I love eggnog. When the eggnog hits the shelves, I'm there.
I've never got the appeal of eggnog, and it's like,
I'll just stick with beer tonight, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, you be safe as you root for the Packers, because I didn't know you were that soft, man. But hey, to each his own. All right, couple ticket texts, and then I got to ask, what's it like to root for the luckiest team in college football?
All right, yeah, we'll start it off. We're going to do all Lions because those are what flooded in on the last segment. This one says, Rico, we did it our way. We've only lost 2 games. We've earned the right to be granted the 1 seed off a result of a different game.
Okay. And once again, because let me say it for the people in the back, because I know it's going to get twisted. I'm not saying, turn it down if the Packers win. I'm saying for the people who, I just want the Packers to win so we don't have to worry about anything, that's soft. Because you're a good team and you don't need the Packers to do your dirty work. If they win, great. But this, I'm going to become a cheesehead. You don't like the Packers. Don't sell your soul for one day. Just do it yourself the next week. Go ahead.
All right, this one says, Rico, I think you're definitely wrong. I think we can beat Minnesota any day of the week, but if someone does the job for us, then so be it. Not that that this team will not be ready, but in that we don't want to win the games by any means necessary. If it just so happens to be handed to us,
I'm okay
if it's
with
the
that.
Packers, who cares?
Yes. No. Me and that person are simpatico. I'm with you. I'm talking about Jeff as he's like, I really just want the Packers to win. I'm going to wear a cheese head. And you're going to do what? No. You don't have to do this. If they win, great. But if not, you get to play them. You get to beat them.
This ticket text says, I'm with Jeff. I will root for Green Bay. With the injuries this team has had, we deserve a break. That's from Jason.
Okay, newsflash. You've had a ton of injuries, but every team in the NFL has dealt with injuries. So it's not like the other 31 teams all went injury-free. So,
and then just one more for you. One person says, why not both? It would be great to clinch a division in San Francisco and then beat the Vikings anyways after the division is locked up.
True. I would. It would be something to see how it would be the next challenge for Dan Campbell if that happened. How do you keep the team dialed in and focused? Because your next meaningful game would literally be about 21 days later. A lot can happen. I've seen teams lock things up and kind of go we're just going to rest people route and get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. It can happen. You ready, Brian?
Merry Christmas, Rico.
Merry Christmas. College football world said Merry Christmas to you.
Yes.
And Penn State. How in the world did you guys pull off probably the biggest grift in college football ever?
That's the way the seeding worked. And you know what? Probably the biggest issue is that the ACC and the Big 12 didn't step up.
No, you know who? Here's what you should do. You need to send a thank you note to Ann Arbor and Michigan. That was the path for Ohio State. You know that, right?
Yeah, they would have been ahead of us.
They were supposed to be in the Big Ten title game, and whoever lost that game, either them or Oregon, that was their path. And I'm looking like, okay, so you got SMU, who
some soft Southerners to come up to State College in 25-degree weather and shiver. Are used to playing in front of 20,000 fans.
I'm looking at them like that. I felt bad for the quarterback. I was just like, son. Back when I really played video games, we had a thing called the reset button game. Whereas if you were getting beat so bad, you were allowed one time where you could just reach over, slap the reset button, and be like, nah, we ain't even got to finish this game.
That would have happened in 3 out of the 4 games over the weekend.
Correct.
Every game except for the Clemson-Texas game.
You know what? Notre Dame game.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Signetti, Mr. Oh, look at me.
Google me.
I'm Willie
Google
Big
me.
Nuts. I do all this stuff.
Yeah.
He plays so. You're down by, 2 or 3 scores.
Mm-hmm.
Ball at the 50 or 45-yard line on fourth down. Man, you go for it. It's fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take these timeouts back on the plane or the bus ride with me to Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
So you just go out, call timeout, do what you got to do, run the play.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to punt the ball. You're punting the ball?
Mm-hmm.
Then they started coming back. And it's not to say if they would have went for it, they would have gotten it. But if they did, now all of a sudden that final touchdown that they scored late, that meaningless one, you're back in this game. Like Notre Dame kind of relaxed, just like Ohio State relaxed. You guys relaxed a little bit, but not that. They were.
It was 28-0 at the half. Game was over.
Right, but your offense did nothing. Your defense was scoring all your points. And now you get to play Boise State, and then you.
Well, they got the Heisman runner-up. Very nervous about that game, Rico.
I actually voted for him for Heisman runner-up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't vote for the Heisman Trophy winner.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the minority. I was one of the people that voted for Dylan Gabriel because I just think Dylan Gabriel.
Number 1?
Yeah.
Huh.
You know what his biggest crime was?
What?
He won too easily. All they did was win.
But was he better than someone who could be a first-round pick on both sides of the football?
Okay. It's not about your NFL career. It's about your collegiate career.
Right. And he played well, extremely well on both sides.
Okay, so name the big game that he played well in. I'll wait. I'm still waiting.
I didn't watch a ton of Colorado football this year.
Let me stop you.
Okay.
They didn't. He played, it's like Curtis Rourke for Indiana. Played great against nobodies.
Yeah, well, that was his old schedule except for Ohio State.
Take a look at Colorado's schedule.
Yeah.
Tell me who was good on their schedule. Whereas Dylan Gabriel had to play real teams.
Yeah.
And every time he went out there, he rose to the challenge. 3 touchdown games, 4 touchdown games. Oh, I'm going to throw for 2 touchdowns and I'm going to run for 3 touchdowns.
How did he do against Boise State? Because I know he
had a good game.
Wasn't that one of their lowest scoring games of the year?
No, Wisconsin. When they went to Wisconsin, that was their lowest scoring game of the year.
Because I thought they struggled, I know, against Idaho and Boise State out of the gate.
Their struggling was, I think they scored like 30-some points. That was struggling for them because they were supposed to score 50.
Yeah.
They only scored 30.
Mm-hmm.
But he still got his numbers.
Yeah.
He went up against Ohio State. He had a big game. When he played the teams, the big games on the schedule, he rose to the challenge. He comes to the big house. Big Ten championship.
Yep.
So he didn't have like this. They won so much and they played on the West Coast that nobody even watched their games. And his coach wasn't out there pimping him and his son like Deion was. But when you really break it down, I know he's going to be this great NFL player. He didn't play against anybody in college, and he got a lot of praise. To me, he was the Colorado version of Curtis Rourke.
No.
You put up a lot of video game numbers,
Right.
but you didn't really play anybody. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I am with my chest.
Okay.
He didn't play anybody.
Okay.
He got it.
Yes.
I didn't vote for him.
Okay.
So
that's why they have 30,000 different Heisman voters out there.
I mean, but come on, we've seen ESPN and the hype train. They put people in New York that didn't deserve to be there because they became the media favorite.
Honestly, I thought that there should have only been 2 people there. I thought it should have just been Genty and Travis Hunter, especially because it ended up being a close vote.
Gabriel up close and personal.
Right.
You mean to tell me he's not one of the best people in college football?
He is, but it's about the way I thought it was supposed to go is you go to New York if there's if you get a certain amount of the votes, if it's going to be pretty close. In the end, it was close between those 2, but wasn't there a drop up between 2 and 3?
No, there was a drop off between 3 and 4.
3 and 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
Cam Ward shouldn't have been there. Cam Ward just got a free trip and a free meal.
Yeah, and I think that there's too much of that for the Heisman Trophy. Oftentimes, you know who's going to go, who's going to go second. Why are they putting 3 and 4 and 5 guys out there sometimes? Just to have more stories for
intrigue. They got an hour-long show to produce.
Yeah.
If it's just 2 people, it's not enough story. But I mean, Travis had the hype machine. Deion was backing him. Everybody loved Deion. They were on Fox all the time. And let's face it, unless you were an Oregon fan, nobody was watching Oregon football. Oregon came on.
I was watching Oregon football.
Most people didn't watch Oregon unless they watched the Ohio State game, they watched the Big Ten championship game, and they probably watched the game when they came to Michigan. But nobody really watched Oregon. But Fox made sure they set up camp in Colorado for that horrible schedule that they played.
Well, one of the problems with Oregon is that they can't get on Big Noon because then they'd be playing 9 a.m. local games.
Or Heisman Trophy voters just do their job and do the homework and just don't let ESPN tell you who to vote for. But then again, hey, welcome to 2024 when people tell you who to vote for.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it at that because Merry Christmas to all. This is now your problem. He's Brian Chapman. He's up next. Hey, guys, good job back there to you two. Merry Christmas to all you listeners out there. And remember, cash is always an option for a gift. 96.